Washington, and there was a Nats game that was kind of late last night. So and it was a win, yay. Thank you so much for being here. Early this morning, we are happy to welcome you to our annual symposium. Today, we are going to spend the day reimagining housing and take a deep dive into some really critical areas of policy and practice that'll move the housing market into the future. My name is Elena McCargo. I'm the Vice President of the Housing Finance Policy Center. I co-direct the center with Dr. Lori Goodman, who you will see very soon here on stage. We're excited to have you here in our new headquarters space in our conference center. And I'm going to just really kind of set us up. I just want to make sure you all have everything you need. Then we're going to have a welcome address from one of our key partners that have helped us bring this event to you today, and then get into the program, because we have a lot of ground to cover. I hope that everyone is coffee fueled and ready to go. We are celebrating this week the Housing Finance Policy Center's 6-year anniversary. Yay. And we're so excited to be bringing you our 6th annual symposium this week. And it's a very, very busy week in Washington. There's a lot going on, not only in terms of housing events on the Hill, housing conferences all over town and all over the country, World Series. I mean, we just couldn't have predicted all the things that would be going on in this city this week. Our center has spent the last 6 years working with partners from all over the housing ecosystem for years. And we're kind of built around a very simple theme. We're going to bring data and analytics to the table that help empower housing policy and practice for the future. And that is what we strive to do every single day in all the data, reports, research, and information and analytics that we put out there. And we try to do that in a way that's taking complex issues and making them very consumable, so that practitioners and policymakers can find common ground and use that data and analytics as a structure for advancing whatever the case or cause may be. So we have a really fantastic agenda today. I want to just encourage everyone that's in the room, and we have a big audience online as well, to follow the conversation on Twitter if you are a Twitter person, using the hashtag #InnovateHousing. And that way you can sort of be part of the conversation, participate in the conversation, even though you're not here, even if you're in the room and you want to talk about something. Your agendas and the program do have Twitter handles for the folks that are going to be up on the stage here today, so that you can at them if they say something that you want to make a comment on and don't get a chance to do so in the room. And so I want to first start off by thanking the partners that are making today possible. This symposium's supporters include FICO. We'd like to thank FICO for their generosity, Genworth, and Quicken Loans. And we are truly, truly grateful for that support in making all of this possible for us. Again, I want to just mention checking out your programs. Bios are there, and just every time, we're not going to do a lot of in-depth bios up here because we have such a compressed schedule today. So please just look at those biographies if you want to know more about the people that are standing in front of you throughout the day. Of course, we'll tell you what their names are, and then you can look them up. And then those are sort of the housekeeping things. We're gonna kick off this morning with a welcome address from Jim Wayman, who's Executive Vice President of Scores at FICO, and then get into our keynote address, which is going to be a fantastic conversation about the future. Our focus today is really about 2 of the most critical issues that the housing industry is facing. We're talking about equity, and we're talking about supply, and we're talking about the innovations and the things that are going to be needed to really move and advance us to the future. And so we're really excited about the dialogue that's about to take place. So without further ado, I want to introduce our welcome speaker, Jim Wayman from FICO, up to the stage, and please join me in welcoming Jim.
Thank you. I'm a big believer that individuals matter, that individuals can make a difference. So can you join me in showing appreciation for Elena and Lori for the great work they've done for the last 6 years here? We're honored to support the Urban Institute's Housing Finance Policy Center and be a part of today's 6th annual symposium to discuss how we can reimagine housing together. For over 50 years, the policies and ideas that have helped increase access for housing for millions of Americans have started as conversations at forums like this, hosted by the Urban Institute. At today's agenda makes clear the housing challenges our nation faces are significant, but there are also signs of progress. We recently announced that the average FICO score has hit a high of 706, and that's in part because of the improving economy and that consumers are more educated about their score and helping to manage their own financial health. We also know that far too many Americans are left behind. Across the discussion topics today, from rethinking the city to building designs to fintech, the common thread moving us forward is innovation. We're celebrating the 30th anniversary of the introduction of the FICO score, which led to an independent, predictive, and reliable assessment of credit. And we've continued to innovate with new scores on new data. There are no shortcuts to maintaining robust underwriting standards while responsibly increasing access to credit for more Americans. Again, we're very excited to be part of today's symposium, and thank you again to the Urban Institute's Housing Finance Policy Center for hosting us all here today. Thank you.
Well, I have the honor of introducing Brian Brooks, our keynote speaker. Brian is Chief Legal Officer at Coinbase, an $8 billion Silicon Valley startup that's one of the largest digital platforms in the world. In addition to his leadership role at Coinbase, he serves as a member of the board of directors of Advent Inc., a major marketplace lending and technology platform company. He's also an early-stage investor and/or advisor to Spring Labs, Flyhome, EarnUp, Grasshopper Bank, and Text IQ. Brian joined Coinbase in September 2018 from Fannie Mae, where he was Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and Corporate Secretary. He was elected to Fannie Mae's Board of Directors in March 2019 and currently serves on the Risk Policy and Capital Committee and is the Strategic Initiatives and Technology Committee. We extended the invitation to Brian today because he is absolutely the best strategic thinker in the fintech arena that I have ever heard, and we're so pleased to have him today speaking on when will technology solve the housing crunch. So again, thank you for being with us today, Brian.
Well, I will definitely come back after an introduction like that. Boy, I haven't had something like that in a while, Lori. Thank you. I am here actually as a result of a conversation that Lori and I had about 6 months ago, where Lori called me up on the phone and she said, Brian, you spent a lot of time on this fintech stuff, and yet it seems like in every area of fintech other than housing, fintech is all about access. But somehow in housing, Lori said, it seems like all of the fintech energy is about cream skimming. It's about finding the rich people, the high credit score people, and taking them and serving them better. Why isn't fintech making housing more accessible? And so I thought about that for a while, and then I came out to DC, and Lori and I sat down over lunch one day, and I said, I think we're thinking about this wrong. And that led to us unpacking what are the aspects of access that matter in the world of housing, and what can tech do about that, hence today's speech. So before I give the speech, I have to give you the legal disclaimer of everything I'm possibly going to say here. So let me say all of the things I'm not going to do. I'm on the Fannie Mae board, but I'm not here to speak for Fannie Mae. I work for Coinbase. Apparently, I'm not here to speak for Coinbase either. Lori, I don't even know what I'm doing here. I'm just disclaiming everything I could possibly say. I'm representing my own views here today, and happily, those are informed by some experience around housing and technology. But I'm also going to talk today about a number of specific companies as a way of illustrating what's really going on in the world of housing fintech. None of this is intended to endorse those companies. I'm not suggesting you invest in those companies. Well, I might be suggesting you invest in some of my companies, but I'll try and give you a trigger warning when we get to that. So I'll end the disclaimer. You can go ahead and click approve. That will be fully binding on my disclaimer. And with that, let me sort of walk through a couple of thoughts, right? Let's begin with the idea that there really is a true supply-demand crisis in the world of housing in America, a real crisis. And many people don't understand the demographic factors that are at work in this crisis. And so I want to talk about this a little bit. I see John Lawless is somewhere out there in the audience. John is the guy who taught me all of this stuff. So if I get the data not quite right, John, you can just go have a cocktail okay. So here's the data as I understand it, okay? Home construction since the financial crisis has not remotely kept up with demand. So there's this belief that before the financial crisis, what we had is an oversupply of credit, and that might be right. But since the crisis, when credit got narrower and the willingness to take credit risk got smaller in the economy, supply didn't keep up even close, okay? So home construction per capita since the financial crisis has fallen by about half. To give you a sense, in 2006, the average amount of unit production in housing was about 16.5 units per 1,000 people in this country. And since the crisis, 7 homes per 1,000 people are being built. 7 homes per 1,000 people. Turns out that 7 homes per 1,000 people is not enough to keep up with obsolescence, actually. So even if you thought there was overbuilding, even if you had ever driven to the Inland Empire of California and seen these empty subdivisions and believed that that meant that there was too much supply, obsolescence has overtaken construction in the last 10 years, and that is a disaster. That's not the only problem. That's the supply side of the problem. There is a demand side of the problem, which is there's a millennial generation coming up and finally coming of home ownership age. These people have delayed buying houses by 6 or 7 years on average relative to prior generations, but they are now beginning to buy houses. And the millennial generation is, by some factor, the largest generation ever to live in the United States. So we haven't even seen the demand that is coming through the pipeline fully mature relative to this supply crisis that we're facing. And so if you think house prices are high today, imagine what they're going to be like when millennials fully come into their home ownership prime years. That's going to be a big deal. The numbers are basically this. The numbers are, we're going to see 1.2 million new households form over the next few years, and that is relative to about 600,000 households formed in the years between 2010 and 15. So we have a halving of home production and a doubling of household formation. Now, I didn't do very well in math in school, which is why I went to law school and moved to Washington instead of New York. But even I know that when production is cut in half and demand is doubled, something bad is going to happen. And you see this playing out in places from Washington to San Francisco and everywhere in between. In Washington, D.C. today, the average home price is $800,000, which is sort of shocking, right? But what's really shocking is in San Francisco, where I now live part-time, where the average house price is $1.3 million. So it tells you something when my next-door neighbor in San Francisco, my former boss, the former CEO of Fannie Mae, and I are reduced to renter status because we can't afford to buy the average house in San Francisco. It's crazy times out there. There truly is a supply crisis, and there's a demand crisis, and all of this matures into a cost crisis. So with that setup, with that downer, morning, depressing news, let me tell you that there might actually be some kind of help on the way and that some of that might come from innovation. So I want to talk a little bit about what the tech industry from Silicon Valley to all of the Silicon Alleys around the world, here in Washington, in Boston, in Austin, Texas, and abroad, are doing to try and address this. And the way that I want to kind of frame this discussion today is to talk about 4 areas where tech might be able to add some value. So first I want to talk about what tech is doing to address the cost of housing supply, things that tech does to make it cheaper to generate new units of housing. Then I want to talk a little bit about what tech can do to change the curve of the cost of capital. In other words, the cost it takes to get money from one place to another in the hands of borrowers to buy houses. Then I want to talk about sort of a subcomponent of that, which I think about as the cost of risk, the likelihood that people are going to default on credit over time. And then finally, I want to talk about some fairly radical tech innovations that address the cost of administration, the cost of credit administration. You know, this is the interesting little backwater that nobody pays attention to, which is how much of your annual percentage rate is baked into the loan because it costs a certain amount to originate the loan, record your payments, service the loan, foreclose in the event of a default. It turns out those costs of administration are high, and technology may have something to do to make that better. So let me start with this supply idea. Here's a crazy thought. So you've all heard of 3D printing, right? We're all aware that 3D printers are now being used to build car parts, to build toys for kids, and all kinds of other things. What not everybody knows, interestingly, is that 3D printing is now being deployed to build houses, which is really wild. We have experimented on this at Fannie Mae, where you can see trucks backing up and using 3D printing technology to modularly print walls, to print internal plumbing fixtures and other things. It's really quite amazing if you've never seen these things. There are a number of companies that are doing things like 3D printing and then things that are a little bit less radical to significantly bring down the cost of building something. I'll just give you a cook's tour of some of these companies. So there's a company called Blockable, based in Seattle. Blockable, I'm just going to warn you now, is among the more normal names of companies. One of the things you learn in Silicon Valley is there are branding firms that are solely devoted to coming up with kooky names. So as we go through this, just keep that in mind, and maybe at the end we have a vote for who's got the weirdest name. But Blockable is an easy one. Blockable is a modular housing company. And their whole point is to basically build all the unit parts of a house in a factory and then ship them to a site where they can simply be assembled like they're giant Tinker Toys or Legos. Turns out that's way cheaper than having an army of carpenters on site sawing through 2x4s and building floor joists on a site. There's another company called Katera. Katera is essentially an outsourced general contracting firm that is able, in a factory, to do all of the assembly of the plumbing and the electrical and other things that go into building a piece of property, which normally would require lots of middlemen, but they're cutting out the middleman, which, by the way, turns out to be one of the key things that these tech companies do. Here's a really weird one. If you think 3D printing is a crazy idea, here's a really crazy supply increasing innovation. You ready? Self-driving cars. Now, when I give talks on this, people say, what on earth does self-driving cars have to do with housing supply? Turns out there's a whole project at MIT looking at the effect of self-driving cars on real estate. And the most important thing that self-driving cars do is they free up land. So if you think about it, the cost of building a house is a function of input costs, including land, materials, and building. But the land is the most expensive of those input costs. And what happens in a world of self-driving cars is that lanes are taken off of the highway, the need for garages and driveways goes away, and in a significant degree, land is put back in the system and made available for home construction, as well as green space and other neat things. There's an amazing yet sort of chilling book that MIT has put out called Infinite Suburbia that shows you what the world would look like if we didn't have all of those lanes of traffic out there with one person in every one of those cars. It's really quite astonishing as I look out these windows. Half of that land in a self-driving car environment can be made available for other things like construction. There are other things as well, of course, that are designed to make it so that you don't need as many houses, so the existing supply can house more people. One of my favorites on this is a company called Nesterly, which bills itself as the Match.com for intergenerational housing. Now, you love these slogans, right? It's sort of like movie pitches where they say it's Gone with the Wind meets Terminator 2 or something like that, okay? But Nesterly is the Match.com of intergenerational housing. They try and solve two problems at once. There's the idea of the elderly people aging in place and not wanting to leave their homes, but also experiencing social issues like basic loneliness. This is a real issue. Coupled with millennials and younger generations coming straight out of college who find housing costs expensive, and in exchange for providing some amount of cohabitation and companionship, they get lower rent brought to you by Nesterly. It's a matchmaking service for young people willing to live with older people. There are other things like this. Scarcity is one, which rents rooms in furnished shared apartments that it owns. It's almost like the WeWork of housing. There's Common, based in New York, which similarly owns a collection of housing units and then is able to rent individual space in those units, almost like a hotel, except for longer term stays. All of these things are designed to address some feature of supply, either by making existing units house more people, so there's less need for additional units, or by building more supply or creating more land. All of these things are being brought to you by tech innovators who believe there's profit to be made in doing that. Let me turn to the second issue to talk about, which is the cost of capital. The cost of capital. So the issue here is, generally speaking, when people want to buy a house, they have to take out a mortgage. So they have to take on a debt instrument that has to be repaid at interest, and they use that to lever themselves into a house that costs more than they can afford out of current income. So what can we do about that? Well, a number of companies are, first of all, challenging the basic idea that debt is the only way to finance a house. Point is an example of one of these companies. Point has the theory that you could use equity financing to buy a house. What does that mean? Well, it means that you could buy a house as part of a partnership. So today what happens is you buy a house and you're the sole equity owner, and yet you owe the bank money at interest over time, and the bank can foreclose on you if you don't pay. But imagine if you weren't the sole equity owner. What if you had a partner in this venture? But because it was an equity partnership, you didn't have to repay that person. It's just that you both had an interest in the future performance of the asset. So Point comes along, and what they say is, look, you can buy 20%, you can be the junior partner, I will buy 80%, I will be the senior partner, and nothing has to happen until you sell the house one day. And when you sell the house, we'll see what the equity appreciation is, and I'll take my 80% cut, and you take your 20% cut. It's more like buying stocks than the traditional way of buying houses. Interesting concept. There are other companies like Divvy, which are all about turning rent payments into down payments. So this is a little bit like rent to own. I'm not saying rent to own is a great idea, but it is a way, if you are a renter, to get some kind of equity appreciation over time as you seek to convert yourself into home ownership, which seems like for a generation such as we've just seen with millennials who are transitioning to home ownership later, might be an attractive way of banking at least some of their rent payment. There's a company, here's where you get into the funny names. There's a company called Easy Knock. I think they could have done better, to be honest, but there's a company called Easy Knock, and what they're all about is fixing the problem of refinancing by basically doing the shopping for you, filling out the loan application for you, and optimizing what the credit experience is in a refi. This might be the least revolutionary of the companies, but perhaps the easiest to deploy because we understand what it is. At the top of the funnel when it comes to these shopping around services is NerdWallet, which is, by Silicon Valley standards, a really well-established and mature company. NerdWallet basically is a technology app that does the shopping around for you. It's sort of an intelligent version of a lending tree, right, where it will optimize for your risk profile, your down payment, and certain other things, and it'll show you the best rates for somebody like you and the best terms for somebody like you. It's a more personalized experience so that you don't have to do the shopping. And for those of you who come out of government, I see Ed Golding out there and some other people, you know that one of the biggest challenges in home ownership is that even though RESPA entitles you to shop around, nobody actually does this, right? So we have the legal right to shop for a loan, the legal right to shop for an appraiser and for a title service, but in actuality, don't we all just use whoever our realtor sends us to, right? NerdWallet solves that problem, right, with one touch of a button on your iPhone, which is fantastic. Let me talk about the cost of risk. This is the other thing. This is the likelihood that a loan is going to default. So forget about how I get money to you. How do I price the money to you? How do I make sure that I can reduce the likelihood that a given loan is going to go to default, which is one of the main drivers of the cost of credit? Well, it turns out that data analytics is what the cost of risk is all about. And historically, data analytics have been shockingly clunky. Here's where, I don't want to slam any given underwriting engine, but in home ownership, there are two main underwriting engines. Fannie Mae has one and Freddie Mac has another. These engines are the best things that exist. They've gotten better over time. There is nothing more predictive than them today, and yet those credit models only predict a certain percentage of credit performance over time. I think the last I saw, Desktop Underwriter, which is the very best in the business, predicts a little bit more than 60% of the risk associated with a loan, and the rest is just really hard to capture. It's just really hard to capture, and the reason is because these credit models are built on a manual basis. So smart people, smart economists sit in a room and they weight or de-weight factors like FICO and loan-to-value ratios and debt-to-income ratios and things like that in an effort to try and capture just a little bit more of the last cohort of performance data that they've seen. But it turns out that new technology coming online might be able to do that a little bit better. These are not without controversy, but still they're quite interesting. So one technology that everybody talks about when it comes to credit risk prediction is artificial intelligence, which is instead of us telling the model which 10 elements to look at, how about if we let the computer look at all of the observations in the last 10 years of mortgage, and let's let the computer tell us which elements are relevant. Now this gets scary to some people and even presents fair lending challenges because we don't quite know what to do with a model where we're not sure what's driving outcomes. So there are fair lending requirements that you be able to determine that this model is business justified and it's not the product of discrimination. That's an important consideration we have to take into account. But an equally important consideration, in my view, is making sure that we're including in the system every person who is creditworthy and no people who aren't creditworthy. And coming back to what I said a moment ago about the manual, non-AI way of underwriting loans, the problem there is that we are bringing into the system some people who really aren't creditworthy because, again, we can only predict 60% of their likely performance. And we are excluding large numbers of people, including predominantly moderate income and communities of color, because we can't capture why they're creditworthy in our existing manual processes. This is where artificial intelligence really comes into play. There's another thing, and so here's where my pitch for sort of my new job comes in. So this is my trigger warning on that. If you don't love AI, there's blockchain. And what does blockchain have to do with credit performance? Well, here's what I'm going to suggest. Okay, here's what I'd like to envision for you. One of the other problems with credit performance prediction today is that the data we rely on to predict future credit performance is based on very limited observations, and only recently are we taking more into account. So the data that we rely on today tends to be really just 3 or 4 basic categories. It's what's your history of paying mortgages, what's your history of paying credit cards and other kinds of consumer loans, and then what's your history of auto loans. Those are the main observations that are driving most of the ordinary credit predictive models. Now, there are, in fairness, there are some initiatives in the traditional credit bureau ecosystem to make that better. So, for example, FICO XD is finally incorporating payment data from utility payments and some other sources. Experian Boost is doing some things like this. And there's also a company called Upstart, which is using some alternative data to enrich their data ecosystem for analytic purposes. But these are still all manual. They still all depend on someone making a choice to contribute a particular kind of data into the credit ecosystem to take into account. Where blockchain can be different, and there are some companies that are working to build this, is blockchains are all based on networks. This is the whole concept. Blockchain is just another iteration of the internet. So it's how many nodes can I attach to a network to get them all to voluntarily contribute some value. And in the credit ecosystem, that information is payment data. So there are blockchain startups that are working to connect every single recipient of any kind of recurring payment on a blockchain. And the idea is that once the Netflixes and the cell phone providers and the medical providers and everybody else who receives any kind of recurring payment are all connected, then instead of having 3 or 4 categories of data to base your credit analysis on, we'll have thousands of observations. And then we'll be able to include all the people who are excluded from the traditional credit bureau model, all of the low and moderate income people who pay their cell phone bills and their Netflix bills and their internet bills on time every month, but have never had a credit card or a mortgage, right? And thus are not part of the traditional, big 3 credit bureau ecosystem. That is a way that decentralized networks can actually radically change the amount of information that's available and would allow us to build new credit models that aren't subject to our 60% limited data set that we deal with today. These things are radical. So I would argue that blockchain and AI are big developments when it comes to credit risk prediction. Let me turn to my last little topic here. I do want to accelerate through this because I want to have time for dialogue and questions here. But let me talk about technology lowering the cost of loan administration. So depending on who you talk to, the cost of administering a loan, meaning the origination, the payment collection, the title search, the performing loan servicing, the default loan servicing, depending on who you talk to, these things can add between 100 and 150 basis points to the cost of a loan. And in an environment where some of us have 3% loans, 100 to 150 basis points is truly material. Imagine if I could just be taken out of the system in some way. So here again is where I want to just make a little pitch for blockchain. All right, so I'm going to tell you the story of an interesting little startup. There's a startup called Figure, which runs a blockchain called Provenance. What Figure has figured out is if you could originate a loan in a way that didn't require a piece of paper to be generated. So it's an electronic mortgage at its inception. And if that mortgage didn't have to be recorded on MERS, I assume in this audience everybody knows what MERS is, right? I used to own MERS. That was what was so great when I was at Fannie Mae. It was like my thing. And then we sold it, thank God. Imagine if you didn't have to register the loan on MERS, so you didn't have to pay ICE, who is now the owner. And imagine if you didn't have to pay a lockbox provider to record payments. Imagine if there was a smart contract that did all of the administration for you, okay? And imagine if payments could be made in a crypto token linked to your bank account where it would just release dollars on the first of every month so delinquency is reduced. Just imagine all of those things. This is what Figure is trying to build. So let me describe the Figure business for a moment. So the Figure business begins with an e-mortgage origination on a blockchain. So the mortgage never has to be moved and recorded somewhere. There's nobody who has to custody the physical note, right? You no longer have a show me the note problem. You're not paying Deutsche Bank 20 basis points a month to custody that or anything like that. It's originated on the blockchain. The blockchain now allows interest in the note to be sold, right? So you can still have securitization, but the note itself is this electronic hash inside of a computer program. And every transfer from originator to investor A to investor B is all right there inside this funny technology. And now imagine that the payment due dates are all recorded on that and the servicing is all there because the loan is at inception connected to a borrower's bank account, which is simply sucking the payment out on the first day of every month or the 14th day of every month or whatever the optimal day is for that payment to arrive. And now imagine if the default servicing is all able to happen inside of the smart contract. So the smart contract is a self-executing thing on a blockchain that tells you what happens in the event of a 33-day delinquency or a 90-day delinquency or whatever. And you don't have to pay the default servicer 25 basis points to do that work. If you could cut all of those costs out and pass even half of the cost savings along to the borrower, imagine the credit reduction that would occur without changing anything at all about the risk profile of that loan. If this is really doable, it would be amazing. And that's not the exciting part of the Figure business. The exciting part of the Figure business is that there's an internal token that's administering this blockchain. I'm happy to talk to you afterwards about how these tokens work. That's a whole other conversation. But there's this token that the nodes on their blockchain use. The nodes are all mortgage originators. They use it to bid on loans. So the idea will be that the way you optimize individuals and their potential lenders is to let the lenders look at the loan that comes off the wheel and say, this loan is most closely suited to my risk profile. I serve people with 700 FICO scores, so I'll spend more to acquire the loan origination opportunity than somebody who only serves 800 FICO scores. Imagine if you could do that. And this whole thing then allowed people to see loan offers that were more appropriate to them because people are bidding for the opportunity to serve them. This could potentially be a revolution in matching as well as a revolution in loan administration. So these things are all things that are really, I think, ultimately critically important to the future of the industry, ways of taking out fundamental inherent costs that are embedded in the current ecosystem. Having said all of that, there's one thing I didn't address because tech can't address it, and I never give these speeches without noting this point. Tech can't do anything about laws and regulations. And one of the things I learned at Fannie Mae when we first started looking at the issue of housing supply crisis is the effect that local regulations, zoning and permitting and environmental regulation have on the cost of construction. I'm going to guess in a room like this, at least half of you know this statistic, but this is truly, truly sad. If you talk in any major city to the local building trades, what you will learn is between $80,000 and $100,000 of the cost of new construction is regulatory permitting compliance. So before you put the first stick in the ground, before you build the first foundation, it costs $80,000 to $100,000 to get the permit and the zoning variance and the environmental review to even launch construction. And in a world where in most cities the average house price is in the $300,000 to $400,000 range in major cities outside of the DCs and San Franciscos of the world, again, this is a material component of what people have to pay for access to the basic human right of housing. There's nothing technology can do about that, and yet there are things that people in this room can do about it because you are the influencers of housing policy. And so while we in Silicon Valley are doing everything we can to bring units online, to bring the cost of credit down, to make supply more accessible and everything, that aspect is something that other people will have to figure out. But what I would say is there's still amazing things coming. I don't want to end on a downbeat note. I started on a downbeat note, but I'm very optimistic about this world. I'm very optimistic about a world where we can make the cost of building houses cheaper, we can make the cost of acquiring land cheaper, we can make the cost of assessing credit risk better, we can reduce the dead weight cost of loan administration, which really benefits no one. We can make all of those things cheaper. It's important, I think, that we lean into those things. It's important that we invest in innovation in this country. And I think that it is a real possibility that if we work in those kinds of ways, then when millennials fully come through the pipeline, when housing demand reaches its peak in 4 or 5 years, we might be able to avert the worst of the crisis. So I want to say thank you very much, Ellen. Thanks for having me here. Thanks, Lori, for having me here. Thanks, Elena. This is an amazing gathering. It's great to see so many friends, and I'd love to open it up for some questions. Thanks. I'm told that my responsibility is to actually point and call on people, lest we have like a wild west of questions. So let's start over here.
Clay Grubb, I'm actually a developer, and so as you're talking about AI, one of the things I realized, and you're talking about the cost of permitting, one of the things that I realized is probably the biggest cost for us as developers is not only getting that permit, but then having the inspector in the field tell us that the permit person forgot something. And so, and then that could be millions of dollars of changes on some projects. And so, just curious if anybody in AI or technology is thinking about how you could bridge those human mistakes that happen in the permitting.
I mean, I assume that in 5 years, our robot overlords will tell us what the solution to that is. They're unfortunately not here yet, but I assure you they're definitely coming. What I would say is, I think on the permitting part, on the state inspectors, governments are always the last to adopt technology, but there are definitely some analogous things that tech is looking at. So think about the problem of appraisers. It's anytime you require a human being to show up on the job site, there's the risk that they're not going to show up, or the wrong person's going to show up, or they're not going to have the right expertise, or whatever. And I would say that appraisals are an example of something where tech is really, really changing things. So, the clunky old AVM models that people used to use have now been replaced with much, much better models. There's a company called GeoPhi, actually, that Fannie Mae did a pilot with, which brings geospatial imaging data to bear on cost information. And it turns out that one way of getting a better view than sending a human appraiser out to a job site is to look at the distance from between a house and the nearest Starbucks. It turns out that's like the single most predictive thing to future house price appreciation. Maybe other than a Whole Foods. Anybody have a house in Logan Circle? Whole Foods is the best predictor. But it turns out these are better than human appraisers. So at some level, and I hate to say it, taking human beings out of the equation and replacing them with things that are just more predictive probably is better. But on the housing inspectors, God love you. Down here in the middle. I'm just going to try and scan through the room.
Brian, you mentioned the ICE acquisition. They've since gone and acquired Simplify.
Yeah.
Why are they doing that?
Well, I mean, look, ICE has an idea that they're going to gather up all of the major sort of registries and exchange platforms in the world as part of a vertical integration platform. My basic view is I think ICE believes, and what they said at the time of the deal was that they had better technology than MERS itself had. And they think if they do a vertical integration of some of these things, they're going to get efficiencies and that kind of stuff. My basic view is MERS and ICE's acquisition of MERS, it feels a little bit like, when the phone companies started producing fax machines in the late 80s, right? It's fundamentally not a long-term technology solution. It's a transitional technology. And I think what that acquisition shows is, hey, look, MERS itself doesn't work very well, but if we have something like this acquisition, we can make it work better. Kind of like when people realized, hey, caller ID is not as good as being able to send a fax to somebody, so that'll allow us to communicate in some new electronic way. But at the end of the day, the disruptive technology is blockchain. It's not an ICE acquisition of other pieces of a loan registry platform, I think, end of the day. Sir?
Question, you talked a lot about the struggles with local governments and trying to solve that issue. What is the role of the federal government in trying to solve this problem?
It's a great question. So, the federal government generally has been a lot more involved in multifamily housing than in single-family housing, as you know. Having said that, multifamily housing has become a much more material part of the market in the last 10 years since the crisis because we have many more renters than we had before. And I mean, look, just to give you one example from my adopted hometown of Los Angeles, there's a giant controversy over the building of a big apartment building in West LA. And the reason for the controversy is, have they set aside enough units for affordable or not enough units for affordable? And the local, sort of city council is now looking at a bill that would basically say, hey, if they build this building, we want a new law that says no more units can be built within a 2-mile radius of any existing luxury building unless X% is set aside for affordable. You know, you can imagine that the federal government, through HUD programs, would be well positioned, and I know Ed's here, and this is going to be controversial in some quarters. But my basic view is when you don't have enough supply, the answer is you need more supply. Like any unit of supply will bring down aggregate costs, not just units of affordable supply. And one thing the federal government could do, exercising its preemption authority, is have federal programs that say these programs, preempt contrary state and local zoning ordinances. Banks have been using their preemption authority for lending for a long time, and even for servicing. But when it comes to preemption for federal housing projects, sort of Section 8 type projects and things like that, that has not happened before, and I think that's something that, frankly, ought to be looked at. Why don't we go down here in the front? I'm migrating from right to left as best I can.
Thank you. My name is Li Yang. I'm thinking that now high-tech should produce everything cheaper than before. But now I'm thinking that a lot of people is homeless, not because they cannot work, but because their work opportunity was deprived of. And not only that, their resources, their home are robbed away, basically. So I just wonder, as a legal officers, could you do something about it? Because now a lot of legislators or 3 branches of government are not really functioning well. So I just thought maybe you can be a leader to change all that, get rid of the bad legislation and get rid of bad officers, or including the police brutality, that type of thing. We build a lot of resources to the mass incarceration rather than housing, and have a lot of job, a lot of homeless, you can send them to work rather than just homeless and walk on the street. So would you be able to do something? Because nowadays they have all those PPP, public-private partnership, and all those operations kind of like robberism.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm gonna call you to be my campaign manager when I run for Congress. No one's ever asked me to be a leader of anything before, but I love you. This is exciting. This is an exciting day for me. Here's what I'd say about the homelessness issue is, first of all, if on the one hand, if there were an easy solution to it, I feel like somebody would have found it. What I do know is there are places, including in my home state, where, but of course in the Obama administration, the HUD secretary did the same thing, where people have brought lawsuits against municipalities for their zoning codes and building codes on the theory that you're not building enough affordable housing, simply because you will only zone your town for single-family housing, and thus we can't build workforce housing, we can't build affordable apartments and the like. So there's a lawsuit going on right now where the governor of California is suing the city of Huntington Beach over just this. The idea is this city hasn't complied with its legal obligations to create accessible housing. My personal view is there's a flywheel effect out there that has to do with a combination of housing policy, tax policy, and credit policy that make it very hard for people relatively on the bottom end of the income distribution to access housing. And having said that, at some level, obviously there are other issues of social services and mental illness and other things that have, I mean, there is some background radiation of homelessness probably in the society that housing policy isn't going to be able to solve. But given the supply crisis, I think you're right. I think some amount of respect for housing access laws and fair housing laws may need to be dealt with through enforcement. I think you're right about that. Why don't we go down here in the front, and then I'll migrate this way, okay?
In the 51st year of the Fair Housing Act, we find that the data associated with opportunity and support for that opportunity through all the intermediaries, financial and otherwise, looks pretty much the same as it did in 1968. And so how do we address the matter of social mobility broadly in our nation that wants to think of itself as advancing social cohesion, which it ain't?
So, I mean, this is a great question, and like, not to be flip about it, but my life dream when I was a kid was that I'd get to be in a room having these kinds of conversations. I mean, these are really rich, difficult conversations. So I start with the following thought. Let me just give you 30 seconds of sort of story about me, right? So, because obviously it's all about me. So you know, I grew up in a small town. My dad killed himself when I was 14 years old, leaving us with a $50,000 life insurance policy. This was sort of our life, and a mortgage, you know, and it was not at all obvious how we were going to hold it together. But over time, the thing that was the family wealth generator is we did have this house. And yes, there was a mortgage, and I don't know how my mom held it together in those first few years, but over time the house became more valuable, and that became a source of strength for the family. So the question is, why isn't that kind of wealth generation more broadly available in this country? That's the question. What I think is interesting is there are some cross currents underneath this, though. So I think historically, as Americans, at least of my generation and older, we've always believed in homeownership as key to social cohesion and key to generational wealth, which is one reason why minority communities tend to have less household wealth than whites do, because they have lower homeownership rates. That's like a basic belief system that we have. What's interesting, though, is we did go through a period where credit got extended. I mean, a lot of these companies, I regret to say, were at one level clients of mine at one time or another, where they were making loans to people who really couldn't plausibly repay those. And so the result was that the foreclosure crisis of 2008, 9, and 10 really fell heaviest on those communities, and they wound up worse than they had been before they got into home ownership. So there's the question of what role does credit play in all of this? And then there's a discussion, this is the other cross current of, is the model of building wealth through homeownership the right model? So, you know, a lot of people look to, and I think it is, notwithstanding what I'm about to say, but a lot of people look to Europe, where in most countries the homeownership rate is far lower than it is in the United States, and yet social cohesion, I mean, at least until the last 3 or 4 years when the idea of social cohesion went out the window globally. But before that, social cohesion was stronger and homeownership rates were lower. So how do you explain that? I think the way you explain it in part is through behavioral economics, which tells us that the way we feel about ourselves and our neighbors is not how well we're doing, absolutely. It's how well we're doing relative to our neighbors. And so in a world characterized by income inequality, it's not a sufficient answer to say to lower income people or communities of color, hey, look, being poor in the United States is better than being middle class in most of the rest of the world, because look, you're renting a 3-bedroom house and you have 2 cars. I mean, that's not obviously the way we think of things. Where I come back to is the idea of there was, I think, a time in the 2000s, before 2006, where homeownership rates were growing relatively steadily without a complete deterioration of credit standards. And what I think the answer is, so here's my real answer to your question. What I think the answer is it doesn't do anybody any favors to make housing credit available to people who can't repay it. But the bigger problem in this country is there are, in fact, a significant number of people, I think it's about 40 million adult Americans, who probably are able to repay it but can't get credit because the traditional credit system doesn't capture them. And that's my point about these blockchain-based credit ecosystems. If we could find a way to base my next credit approval decision not on your mortgage, credit card, and auto loan, but on your Netflix bill, your phone bill, and every other recurring payment you make, there are probably, in that 40 million people, 20 million people who should have access to a mortgage and would be able to repay it, who we've just missed. I think that's the problem. There are a lot of credit-worthy people who we've just missed, and that's what tech can solve for. Probably have time for 1 or 2 more. So let's do here and then here, and I think that'll probably bring us to the end.
In that vein,
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, sorry. Okay, we'll do 3. Chairman's prerogative, we'll do 3, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
We all have blind spots. Some are credit blind spots, some are literal blind spots.
2 things in regard to what he said. What about going to the VA's approach of using residual income? And that considers, like in high-cost cities where people already pay a lot of their income for rent, it's how much extra capacity you have compared to your new mortgage payment. Secondly, since supply and demand are both greatly influenced by the cyclicality of mortgage rates, why hasn't there been a portable mortgage introduced here where people can move up in high interest rate markets and help keep supply and demand more in balance?
Yeah. There's a lot in that. So first of all, on the portable mortgage concept, I would say personally, I've been a fan of that for a long time. In fact, 10 years ago, I was a big advocate for this Danish mortgage model everybody was talking about, where mortgages were financed through an individual bond tied to an individual property. And you could simply buy out your own bond if your house was underwater, which made it easier to kind of move around in the lending ecosystem. So I think portable mortgage is a really interesting idea. I'm not sure I fully agree with you that supply is a function of the cost of credit, because I think the last 10 years are the weird sort of counterexample to that. So, rates are low. It should be super easy for people to be borrowing at the moment, but somehow still supply has not come online fast enough. So you could ask why that is. The interesting data, again, so I'm just channeling my friend Lawless, who's out here somewhere. One of the interesting things is after the housing crisis of 2008, 9, 10, what happened was huge numbers of people left the building trades, and for weird reasons, by the way. It turns out a lot of the building trades were immigrants who left the country, and there's a lot of evidence for that. So those contractors are gone. And then young people didn't go into the building trades because they saw that the housing market had imploded, and so they chose other professions and so we never caught up to that. So at some level, the normal market signals of price, whether it's price of credit or price of properties, haven't solved this problem. So I don't know what to think about that, but I do think mortgage portability, that's a key thing to think about. We had a question over here.
Hi, Garrett Hartzog, MGIC. So, when we think about deadweight costs, right? One person's unnecessary
Definitely not mortgage insurance. We love mortgage insurance.
Mortgage insurance is awesome.
Totally good, yeah.
So when we think about one person's deadweight costs, that's really somebody else's livelihood, right? So, if you go back to, say, NAFTA, right? I've gotten goods and services cheaper as a result of it. Meanwhile, I had an uncle who ended up unemployed, in his 50s as a result of it. And, when you're in your 50s and you're working in a textile factory, or you're working building furniture, or, you're working coal mine or whatnot, right? You're not going to transition smoothly into another job. And even some of the folks that work in mortgage servicing, there's not necessarily other jobs they're going to transition to. So I guess my question is this, as we use technology to try to figure out ways to wring out cost out of things, don't we need to start changing the paradigm to where we look for a matched book type of solution where, hey, we're going to reduce the cost by this amount, and by the way, there are these knock-on effects of people losing their livelihoods. And so while we're coming up with this great solution to make the cost cheaper for everybody, don't we need to figure out simultaneously what are we going to do about the people who are displaced? Because at the end of the day, coming up with a solution for them in 5 years doesn't really put food on their table or enable them to make their mortgage payments in the meantime and sustain those communities.
Yeah, look, I think that's totally right. I guess my initial perspective on that is that it's another one of these kind of a behavioral economics problem where you have concentrated costs and highly distributed benefits. And I would argue that's one reason the status quo has persisted so long, right? Is that the people who benefit from a 50 or 100 basis point reduction in the cost of credit are millions and millions of potential loan applicants, but the amount they're saving is, a few $100s a month on their mortgage payments. So that's a relatively diffuse, relatively minor, positive impact, but across a huge number of people. Versus the people who might lose their job as an appraiser or as a person working at a loan servicing company. For them, it's their salary, like they're out of business, and that's sort of catastrophic. So I think that's true in almost any economic disruption moment. It was true when the buggy whip manufacturers went out of business. It was probably true, when email came in and the postal service was no longer really relevant. It's been true at a lot of those moments. So I think you're right. We need to take that seriously. At the same time, to me, what happens in this tech-enabled world is it's not as though the people who used to work in mortgage insurance now have to retool to become like rocket scientists or iPhone builders. They'll still work in mortgage credit. It's just that particular function is not as relevant as some other function inside of their institution. So my belief would be that the MGICs and the other MIs of the world will still be deeply relevant to all this. They'll have more credit underwriters and they'll have less appraisers or whatever those aspects are. But I think the core skills are probably still relevant. But the function itself, like if we're going to take policy seriously, and we're here at a think tank talking about policy, we have to take seriously the impact on millions of people and the effect on the ecosystem, not only on the relatively small number of incumbents. And I say this as a lawyer who spent my whole career representing the incumbents. So, okay, one more over here.
Brian, thank you so much for all of your insights. I'm glad you teed up some of the zoning and land use constraints. Great segue to the next panel, so thank you for that. I did want to ask about some of the unintended consequences of technology and how either technology or policy. Yes, right. Well, and to get the juices flowing, I actually just want to use a specific example of one of the innovations you mentioned, and I'm glad Elena gave me a minute to do this because it's going to be a therapeutic moment, which I spent 6 years running the nation's largest philanthropic investment in addressing the foreclosure crisis in communities of color. And MERS was in some ways one of our biggest headaches because for borrowers facing foreclosure who were trying to engage in some sort of negotiation with their lender and achieve some sort of loss mitigation, MERS made it next to impossible because it was hard to identify who you needed to approach. There were a bunch of lawsuits about this, you remember. So as FICO is sort of MERS on steroids, making it easier to kind of reducing the transaction costs, how might we deal with those kind of collateral challenges that will face for consumers who may not have sort of the access to the same technology, but may be harmed by the kind of the process or the complication of how loans are processed?
Right. I mean, it's such a great question, and believe me, I mean, I ran one of the largest loan modification lenders in America, so I have been painfully on both sides of that issue. Let me give you some Silicon Valley happy talk. Right, this is the last question, so let me just conclude with some happy talk. The problem, I would argue, with things like MERS, it's the same thing that's wrong with the credit bureaus. And I used to represent one of the big three credit bureaus, and I used to, be at Fannie Mae, which was, one of the two principal owners. So there's a statement against interest at some level. Whenever you have a technology that is dependent on a human being sitting in front of a computer terminal typing in, okay, we transferred this one from Deutsche Bank Trust 2009-6 into the IndyBank Trust 2010-11, they might fat finger it. They might just screw it up. There might just be a data error. And one of the big issues with MERS, of course, was, at least if you believe the litigation record, a non-trivial number of mom loans and other things on MERS, they just had data errors. It's sort of like one of the problems with the credit bureaus is about 20% of the entries in your credit file are just wrong. That just wasn't your credit account, but somebody mistyped it. Sorry. The thing about blockchain is it doesn't depend on anybody typing anything. Right? The whole thing about blockchain is it's a self-administering technology where the original loan was originally created on the blockchain, so there was no intermediary back at the Citibank office who's typing in the stuff from your paper note and getting it wrong. Right? The original document is on the blockchain, and all movements are on the blockchain, which, by the way, by definition, is fully transparent and visible to all blockchain participants. So it does not depend on any administrator getting it right. That's the happy talk. So the idea would be the more you can take human error out of the equation and let the technology do what the technology does, you don't have that problem. MERS was a bunch of guys sitting in front of terminals typing into Lotus. Kind of crazy that you have an $18 trillion industry based on that. Listen, real honor to be here. Thank you very much. It's going to be a great conference. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. That was a terrific conversation. We're going to go into a short break and then come back. So some coffee, networking, refuel. We have some new folks that have entered the room. So we'll just get our bearings and come back with Rethinking the City Panel 1 at 10 o'clock. See you at 10 o'clock. Good morning. How are you? Yeah, now that you're like not frazzled from all the shots.
Relatively. Are we getting ready to get started? Should I bring it? All right, let's get started. Bring everyone back to the stage and to their seats. My name is Solomon Green. I'm a senior fellow here at the Urban Institute in our Research to Action Lab in our Metropolitan Housing and Communities Policy Center. And I'm really delighted to kick off this discussion and our first panel discussion this morning at the Reimagining Housing Symposium with a conversation about local innovation and land use regulations, zoning policies, and neighborhood planning to close supply gaps and improve equitable access to housing. And I really want to thank Brian again for doing the work for me of really motivating this panel in terms of his sort of challenge to the room, which is that technology can solve some problems, but not all of them, and regulatory and policy strategies certainly need to be a big part of the solution. And we do see growing awareness around the country at all levels of government about some of the barriers that local regulations place on the production of dense multifamily housing generally and affordable housing and dedicated affordable housing specifically. And what's interesting, I've been doing work in this space for a long time, and it always local zoning, local land use regulation, even neighborhood planning have been sort of kind of the dusty areas of our conversations or remote areas of our conversations about how to improve access to affordable housing. And they've really taken center stage, I think, in recent years. And we see this with growing bipartisan support at the federal level for federal action to address local regulatory constraints. If you look at the Democratic candidates who are running for president and their housing plans, virtually all of them prioritize easing local regulatory barriers. President Trump recently launched a White House Council to address regulatory barriers. We even have a bill proposed in the Senate called the YIMBY Act, proposed by Republican Senator Young. So clearly we're starting to see some interest at the federal level for a stronger role. But I think the real action is at the local level. And this is where we see across the country cities innovating within the power that they have, and we'll talk a little bit more about the power that they have during this panel discussion, to revisit, rethink their own planning processes and their own land use regulations. And we see this in places as diverse as Buffalo, which recently eliminated minimum parking requirements. Minneapolis, sort of the star of the show these days in terms of banning single-family zoning. In San Jose, that has gone through a process of expediting review of infill housing and affordable housing. So I think this innovation at the local level isn't surprising. We do see a growing need across the country, not just in big cities, rural places, smaller towns as well, where supply isn't keeping up with the demand for housing and a growing affordable housing crisis. So I'd really characterize this innovation using the old proverb, necessity is the mother of invention. This is not innovation for innovation's sake. It's really trying to address a very real and pervasive problem. And so in this session, we're going to delve into some of those innovations, and I'm really excited to have a conversation to learn from three experts who approach these issues in different market contexts and from different positions. But I just want to also suggest that as we talk about innovation, we also want to think in a challenging way, as my question to Brian before may have signaled. What are some of the limitations of innovation in local regulations? Are they going to be enough to really meet the needs, particularly of very low-income households and communities that have historically faced the greatest barriers to housing? How do we know if they work, where, and in what combination? And then also, it's not just about changing regulations. It may also be fundamentally about how we plan for and build neighborhoods and who has a seat at the decision-making table. So we've got a lot to cover during this panel, and I can't imagine a better group to help us tackle some of these pressing and important but complicated questions. Before I introduce them, I just want to let you all know we will have time at the end of the session for Q&A. So if you hear anything you want to ask the panelists, please keep your questions in mind, jot them down, and we'll turn to you, the audience, and engage in a discussion at the end. I'm going to start with introductions. farthest and move closest. I'm going to actually dispense with the full bios. As impressive as they are, you all have them in your packets, and I think I'll set the trend for future panels and just delve into the conversation. But Clay Grubb is the chairman and CEO of Grubb Properties, which is an integrated real estate developer, investor, and operating company, which I think is owned by its employees and its board members, and based in Charlotte, North Carolina. Elizabeth Kneebone is the research director for the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at UC Berkeley, where she provides strategic leadership in designing, managing, and implementing the center's research agenda. And John Michael Cortez, closest to me, is the special assistant to Mayor Steve Adler in Austin, where he advises the mayor on some of the city's most challenging issues. And I'm going to start with you, John Michael, on one of those challenging issues, which is that Austin faces extraordinary housing pressures, in part because of the city and region's rapid growth. And I know the city has tried, when I talked about innovations and just used some of those diverse examples from the cross country, I think you've tried them all in Austin. And I want to hear a little bit more about what some of your current challenges are, what you've been doing to innovate to address those needs, and what you've learned from some of these efforts.
Well, first, thank you for the invitation. Appreciate it being here. Yeah, we're facing some pretty significant challenges in Austin and Central Texas, and I think they're not altogether too different from what other growing cities and regions are facing all around the country. I just think that in Austin, the impacts of those challenges may be a bit more pronounced. You know, there's a lot of cities that are growing, but Austin seems to be growing at almost a ridiculous rate. I think we're the fastest growing large metro area in the country 8 years in a row. And so keeping up on any challenge that we're facing in Austin is a big deal. We're also one of the most economically segregated places in the country. And that's not a new phenomenon, but it's becoming increasingly worse. People tend to forget about where Austin really is and what Texas really is. There's a perception that Texas is a kind of a western state. It's not. It's a southern state. And there's a long legacy of segregation by race and now becoming even more pronounced by income. We do have increased housing costs and rents. I think it was mentioned that here the average housing cost is about $800,000. In San Francisco is about $1.3 million. We just crossed $400,000 median home price in Austin. So we are catching on to the problem early, but if we don't really do things aggressively and at scale soon, we'll be right in the same territory as those other cities very quickly. But we still have time. Because of our rapid growth, we have strained infrastructure, especially transportation. We have failed historically in Austin to make the kinds of transportation investments that other cities have, and it's really put us in a difficult position of being able to adequately serve people, especially with transportation in the places that tend to be the most rapidly growing in our region. There's lots of people who are living in our community with no choice for how they can move around the city to meet their needs. And I think something that is more an emotional challenge and a very visceral challenge in Austin is people who move to Austin, even if they think they're only going to be there for a couple of years, end up staying a long time because it is a wonderful place to live. It's got a great culture. And for folks who have been there a long time, many of them feel that they're losing that culture, losing the diversity that made Austin special in the first place, our live music culture. You know, we're a city that has prided ourselves on creating lots of art. Well, you can't make a living as an artist now in Austin and be able to actually live in Austin. And just one statistic that's really very depressing, but I think illustrates the challenge quite well. Until very recently, Austin was the only large, fast-growing city in the country that was losing its African-American population. It was not just decreasing as a proportion of our population, but we were actually, that population was decreasing in absolute numbers. And that's a very harrowing statistic. So as you mentioned, we're doing all the things that we can. Our strategy is really pretty simple. We're trying to harness all of that growth, all of that prosperity, all of that investment that we're getting in Central Texas, and trying to capture that and apply it to the challenges that we've faced for years. And any idea that we come across that even sounds like it might be something plausible, like a 3D printed home, we're doing those. We're going to try them. And the things that work, we're going to do our best to take them to scale, and kind of focused around a new paradigm for how our region is going to grow. But as we identify the ideas that we want to try, as you alluded to, we also are very mindful that we live in a very constrained environment in Austin. As I like to say, any progress that we make in Austin as a city on these issues is largely done despite the machinations of our state legislature. We don't have many of the policy tools that other cities enjoy, or at least enjoy the opportunity to try. Things like source of income protection, we took a shot at that, and the state legislature quickly preempted us. One interesting thing, we weren't even really talking about it as a policy, but people started to talk about whether we should talk about something like a linkage fee for affordable housing. I mean, it wasn't even on the council agenda. People started talking about it, and almost immediately somebody went down to the legislature and filed and successfully passed a preemption bill on like, so we don't have inclusion, the ability to do inclusionary zoning, rent control. We're a state overly dependent on property tax. It would take a referendum statewide to even institute something like an income tax, a personal income tax in Texas. Despite that, there's now, and it's early voting right now, there's a constitutional amendment just to ban any notion of a personal income tax in Texas altogether. So that's the environment that we're dealing with, and I could talk about that all day, that we're dealing with in Austin. But any idea that we do have the ability to try to implement at a local level, we're doing.
Yeah, great. Well, on the political environment and context, I want to move to you, Elizabeth. And California and Texas, in some ways, couldn't be more different politically, but in some ways, Austin's experience and the challenges, affordability challenges it's facing are felt throughout the state of California. So I want to hear from you a little bit about what's happening at the state level in California to address some of those affordability challenges. What are some of the barriers that you see for progress, further progress? And then how is the Turner Center really helping support better decision making?
Well, thank you again for the chance to be a part of this conversation. And there is a lot going on in California. I think, if anything, that's indicative of how deeply the crisis is being felt across the state, is that for the last few years, we've seen a lot of bills introduced, a lot of legislative efforts at the state level trying to attack different elements of the affordability crisis. So some of those have tried to focus on production, spurring production, or paving the way for more housing to be built. Some are more focused on near-term strategies on how do we preserve and protect sitting tenants against these increasing price pressures that are being felt across the state. So there's been a lot of activity. Some of it has passed and some of it has become law. In the production space, we have things like SB 35, which, in California, we have something called the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. So the state looks at how much growth we're expecting and puts to that a number of units that we think is appropriate to plan for that growth, and then hands it down to the regions, which then have to allocate out to every jurisdiction their goals at all income level, affordability levels for how much you should be zoning for to be able to make space for the new growth. SB 35 said if you're not meeting those goals, then you can be subject to streamlining for projects that meet local zoning. And just for context, 97% of jurisdictions in California are not meeting their regional housing needs allocation. So that means in much of the state, a developer could go and get ministerial approval for a project that had that meets local zoning requirements and has certain affordability set-asides. And we've seen that start to really work in places, especially for 100% affordable projects. This session, there was even some adjustments to SB 35 to make it hopefully more of a tool for unsubsidized projects, so playing with those affordability set-asides in high-cost markets. We've seen a lot of movement around accessory dwelling units, and notably in this session, it's now allowable to have 2 ADUs on any single-family lot. I mean, essentially, that's an end to single-family zoning. Any single-family lot can have 2 ADUs. Multifamilies can have even more. There have been a number of efforts trying to pave the way, including making it illegal for HOAs to ban ADUs. So a lot of movement in that space. We've seen movement in the funding space as well, both legislatively and in the governor's budget, and actually just dedicating more funding to planning and production. And some big movement, most notably this session, around protections. Like we passed the statewide anti-gouging rent cap, which also included just cause protections in the state. Again, that doesn't apply to all rental units, but it does extend protections to millions of multifamily units that didn't have any previous protections. What hasn't moved forward is the more ambitious production-oriented bills that have been circling around, particularly around zoning reform and trying to get more density allowable in especially transit-oriented areas. Senator Wiener had 827 a couple years ago that failed. It was really focusing on upzoning in transit-oriented areas. That came back as SB 50, which included revised provisions, trying to hear some of the concerns that emerged around that initial proposal. And it expanded it to focus on higher opportunity suburbs as well, sort of jobs-rich areas and areas with good schools to increase zoning in those areas. That has stalled. But the governor is now signaling that that is not over. And whether it's that iteration of SB 50 that passes or not, I feel like the zoning reform discussion is just front and center. Because when you talk about barriers, what are the barriers to meeting these very ambitious goals the governor has laid out? And just the shortfall we know we have in California. I mean, one is just costs, which we can dig into, but some of those are related to local decisions around zoning and land use and permitting and the processes that go into building at the local level. So I don't think that that's an issue that's going to go away. And when you ask around what the Turner Center is doing, so a lot of it is bringing evidence and data and stakeholder engagement, convening power to these discussions to be able to help inform these real-time discussions. Part of that was being able to not just sort of advance or come up with the idea of what a rent cap might look like, but putting data behind how many units might be affected. And more presently in the zoning reform discussions, being able to weigh in real time on SB 50 to put some evidence behind what does it actually do, right? Because there's a lot of concerns that are raised both from the sensitive community side, places that might experience displacement if this were to pass and this upzoning were to happen, and to places that don't want to see more building or a change in neighborhood character in their communities. And some of that is just being able to bring down to the local level and show examples of how this would actually work, and that just passing zoning reform on its own does not then lead to more production, and how that production will play out will look different depending on local market conditions, local land use beyond just those, the zoning pieces included in that bill. And so being able to bring more evidence to that and inform that discussion. Next week, we're convening a discussion with people from outside of California who've been able to pass zoning reform to really think about lessons learned, so that, again, we can kind of use the best real-time evidence that we can muster to inform these discussions, because clearly so many changes need to happen in concert at the same time to be able to address the severity of the crisis.
I'm going to ask one quick follow-up question before I turn to you, Clay, because I think that's interesting that you pointed out. I mean, passing rent control, a just cause eviction, is no small matter politically. Yet the state managed to pass it, but hasn't been as successful in passing some of the bolder zoning reforms. Oregon did, for example, pass not a prohibition, but eliminated single-family zoning across the state. Why do you think in California the tenant protections were an easier fight than some of the zoning reforms?
Well, I wouldn't call it easy.
Yes,
Everything that
relatively
went
easy.
into it, yes. You know, I think that some of this is the stakeholders that were able to be brought to the table to be really, even when, so for instance, when we first put out this brief saying, you know, at the time, Prop 10 was on the table, which was going to be a repeal of Costa-Hawkins, which puts guardrails around rent control in California. And as that was moving forward, we pulled together some different stakeholder groups and engagement with advocates, with apartment owners and people in the industry to think about what's a middle way forward, right? We can't do nothing to, you know, there's real pain being felt, and it really is a crisis in so many communities. How do we protect renters from these most egregious rental increases, but without doing things, moving towards such a strict form of rent control that you end up stymieing production. So that really came out of a stakeholder engagement process, trying to hear different voices and saying, this seems like something that had traction, that seemed politically feasible, that apartment owners could see as a way forward, that advocates felt would be meaningful protection. And then when that actually turned into legislation, I think David Chun and others continued those engagements, and there really was a back and forth. There were a lot of revisions to the bill, a lot of amendments that came out of subsequent conversations. What's interesting is that actually with the governor's involvement, he really championed that bill and stepped in so that it reverted to, even after some of the amendments, it was amended again to return to, rather than 7% plus CPI, it returned back to 5% plus CPI because the governor really pushed for that. So I think it was that stakeholder engagement, the support from the governor that signaled like this is important. Similar themes you hear coming out of the Oregon conversation, right? The coalition building and really signaling this alignment of support. I think with SB 50, we haven't seen that same alignment, and there are a lot of, Senator Wiener and his staff and the sponsors of that bill have done a lot of stakeholder engagement post 827 because they heard so many concerns on both sides from sensitive communities and from from places that just don't want more development. But I think, again, that coalition building, there's more room, and that's part of what the conversation we want to have next week is, what are we missing? Who else needs to be at the table? What do we need to be considering in light of what others have been able to do that can inform that more coalition building approach, and then having that support, that alignment from the leadership at the legislature and the governor, I think is key.
Great. I want to come back to that when we talk across the panel, but Clay, I want to bring you into the conversation and give us a little bit from the developer's perspective. You invest in and build housing throughout the Southeast and across a broad range of markets. I was hoping you could tell us a little bit more about Grubb Properties and its history. In the perspective of a developer, how have you tackled some of these regulatory barriers to housing, and what innovations have worked for you?
Great. Well, thank you, Solomon. And yeah, it's a really interesting time because, you know, as a developer, I mean, the first thing you hear is, you know, you already know how difficult it is to build in California, and we heard Brian talk about, you know, the riskiest money is pursuing an opportunity and trying to get the permitting, how costly it can be. Well, those dollars can disappear if you don't get your approvals. And then now you've got to worry about rent caps, so it just kind of scares the development community even more. But going back to Grubb Properties, I'm fortunate enough to run a company that my father started in '63. He actually started it as a home builder in redline neighborhoods, and back then, you know, we didn't have the CRA, and so he actually created what I'll call a not-for-profit finance division, that if you couldn't get a home because of the color of your skin or your race or your community you lived or whatever it may be, you know, he would just match whatever the advertised rate was at the bank. And my joke is always that the way he was able to justify a not-for-profit finance division was he broke all the child labor laws. So at age 12, I got to collect mortgages and do amortization schedules instead of playing sports every day after school. And but it was a great experience because, you know, as I was telling Elizabeth, you know, back then when, you know, if you broke your leg and couldn't go to the factory, well, we knew you couldn't make your mortgage payment, so we would waive 3 months payments, or I guess curtail, didn't know that term back then, 3 months, and build it back in, and you'd start paying an extra $10 or $15 a month, and there wasn't any defaults or usury. And, we did 400 mortgages and foreclosed on 6. And these were people who have been completely cut out of the system. And so that has kind of stayed in the DNA of our company. Today, we are building a brand called Link Apartments, and our goal is to be the most affordable new urban housing that's getting built on a market rate basis. So it's not really affordable housing by any means. It's a value-based urban product. But 75% of the housing that's getting built today in the multifamily world is for folks making over 140% of median income. And today, 80% of Americans can't afford the average price of a new apartment in America. And so we've really cutting everybody out of the system. And that's driven by a lot of things. Land prices is a big component. Construction pricing is a big component. You heard Brian talk about, a lot of our trades left in 08, 09, and we haven't been able to capture it. What was really interesting is we saw a dramatic drop of construction employment post 08, 09. But my understanding is we've continued to see a drop of construction employment every single year since then, as it becomes less and less desirable for folks to go into these dangerous jobs and these very taxing jobs. And so today, an apartment that we would build today costs literally twice the construction price we would have paid 6 or 7 years ago. And the land price is probably 4 times. We've got some creative ways that we're getting to land prices. I don't know if you want me to show that now or later. But yeah, so one of the things that we have is we have an office division. And so, and unlike most of our peers, they either are solely focused on multifamily or solely focused on office. And what we realized as we've started evolving is that, the car is the number one enemy, I think, to affordable housing, or one of them. The average American spends 15% of their income on their car. And I have to spend about $300, $250 to $300 a month just housing a car. So like in downtown Charlotte, if I were to build a 300-unit apartment community without parking, I could build that community for about $60 million. If I have to park that community, it costs me $75 million. That's $15 million change, but it also uses up more land, so I have less land for housing. And so as we started moving along, we started realizing that our office division was a great source of raw material for our multifamily. And so this is the view actually out of my office, and this is a very traditional view of what we've seen for many years, where you've got 3 acres of surface parking. As we were looking at it, we're like, wow, this is really an opportunity. And so we came in, this is an example in Charlotte, where we bought these 2 office buildings, both kind of 60s, 70s vintage, sit on about 11 acres in an urbanizing area. Well, the reality is that each of these office buildings requires about 350 parking spaces. Well, a 280-unit apartment community requires about 350 parking spaces too. The reality is the way we build today, that'd be 700 parking spaces. But if you can combine these two, we can actually get away with just building 480 parking spaces, and that's about a $6 or $7 million savings on the construction costs. But more importantly, it's about a 50%, or it's about a 40% reduction in recurring costs, because a 480 space deck to manage is about the same price as a 350 space deck to manage, but now you're splitting that cost 50-50. So today, the office folks park there in the daytime, the multifamily folks park there at night, and there's about 130 extra spaces for those who sleep late or work late. And then we come in and do another one in the back, and then that frees up this front for whatever may happen there. And just here's a quick snapshot of taken a couple weeks ago. Our deck is now open, and our apartments are open here in a couple of weeks. But it's a way to recapture a lot of land, and this is actually working very well in liberal communities. We're finding a struggle in more conservative communities, which typically have been pro-development. but they're not as interested in the having a value-based housing as many of the liberal communities.
Did you have to get a zoning change for that, to do that?
Absolutely.
So we're in the process of completely rewriting our land development code, which is almost as old as I am. And what you're showing there is currently illegal in most of our commercial areas. So one of the things we're doing is saying in all of our commercially zoned areas, you can do housing by right. So if you want to make it mixed use, go on ahead. Because right now, you would have to go through one of those very arduous rezoning processes with, in some cases, very little chance of success to even contemplate doing something like that.
Well, and what was really cool and what got us excited was, hey, we're basically getting the free land for housing. But what we've realized on the backside of this is, I think Ed was talking about the value of walkability and what it does to home values, but it actually is greater impact to the value of commercial buildings. I believe it's something like commercial buildings with extremely high walkability scores get almost double or more than double the rent of those that are truly suburban drive-up. And so you're now turning a historically suburban area into an urban walkable environment. And the restaurants, unfortunately I don't show it on here, but the amount of restaurants that have come in this neighborhood. So this neighborhood didn't have a brand. We actually went in and tried to create a brand, created a neighborhood association. We had 650 neighbors actually log on to a Survey Monkey. They came up with the name Montford Park, and Charlotte Magazine a year ago listed 4 of the top 50 restaurants in Charlotte as being in Montford Park, and so it was real exciting to see.
Great. So much here. I'm glad we already started the conversation across the panel, and I want to continue that with a couple of questions across the panel. But I was so busy jotting down notes that my pad memory is full. Really interesting. Some cross-cutting issues. I want to pick up on this question about, you just mentioned, the barriers may vary across communities based on how they approach land use, their thinking about development. You just mentioned by right development as an alternative strategy, granting more projects by right. And I want to talk about this community engagement question, right? So one of the things we know from the history of land use and zoning is that it's often been used as a tool of exclusion. And that has been often because either originally overtly racist policies were enshrined in zoning codes, or later sort of, kind of fiscal protectionism, wanting to build fewer multifamily housing in communities because you may be having people who are using more in taxes than they are contributing. So whether it's overt racism or, kind of what we call fiscal zoning, we've seen this history of exclusion that's often summed up as being about NIMBY attitudes. At the same time, one solution to address some of the current crises in affordable housing, the undersupply of affordable housing, particularly in low-income communities, communities of color, is to strengthen community engagement, community power, community voice. And I'm just wondering, what are your thoughts about how local should these decisions be? How much weight should we be putting on communities being able to kind of set their own destiny? And is there a way of balancing some of these competing values about sort of having self-control, but also not doing it in a way that is exclusionary? Any thoughts from California context, Austin, or your work in the southeastern U.S.?
Well, something that we're going through right now, again, with our land development code rewrite is somewhat similar to what you mentioned was happening in California with the legislation that allocates by region. We've recently put together a strategic housing blueprint for the city, which sets a target of 135,000 new housing units over the next 10 years, but also within that goal does some allocations as far as where and in what form and at what income levels. Actually, with respect to housing supply, of course, as fast as Austin and the overall region is growing, We're not able to keep up, but we're not doing a terrible job. The problem is that most of the new housing supply that's being built is being built in the wrong place in the wrong form. And what our blueprint is all about is steering that growth to the right places where we have plans for more transportation infrastructure and in different forms. So we've started with this housing plan that's getting translated into our land development code, and we're mapping our new code to reflect that. But yes, we're running into a lot of barriers. I think what we've done in Austin, again, very similar, is we've started to build coalitions around housing, around more dense, compact living that didn't exist before. Instead of just housing advocates, we now have housing advocates lined up next to environmental advocates, lined up next to social justice advocates, lined up next to people who are advocating for public schools, because we have a declining public school enrollment in our central city. So all of these folks coming together to say we need more housing. We need more housing in our central city. We need more housing around transportation. We need less sprawl. And it's really taken that coalition to come together to actually move us off dead center on some of these issues. But more directly to your question, also with that is, how do we empower our local communities to have that growth happen in a manner that's not threatening to them, that yields outcomes that they want? I think that what we need to do is, once we've gotten to a place where some of the things that were illegal before are now legal, beyond that, we do need to do more real planning, right? I think it's not a good idea for us to be trying to plan these communities at a citywide level. We need to go district by district and actually engage people and say, here are the goals that we need to meet. Here's the change that we're going to allow at this point. Beyond that, what do you want to see?
Great. Elizabeth?
Yeah, I think that you hit on something really important there, which is there is a path where you can say, at the regional or city level, this is where we need to get. You have some local choice in how you get there, to whether that's handing down, like, around BART-owned properties. That's something similar that's happened in California, is you can come up with standards about how you're going to develop around this, and if you don't, here are the defaults. So if that were built out, I think that's an opportunity to say, this is where we want to get. You have some choice in how we get here.
Yeah.
What becomes important is being able to account for that fair housing lens in that process.
Yeah.
And California has voted to do that. It has passed legislation to do that, to include that fair housing lens in state policies and programs. But I think the coalition building is so key in sensitive communities and in places vulnerable to displacement, being able to have that local voice in deciding the destiny of that place. What is also important, though, is in places where those voices aren't yet present, in the more exclusionary communities, how is that taken into account? And we've seen in the Bay Area, there's an organization called SV at Home, Silicon Valley at Home, which is doing that to sort of proactively build networks of, yes, the traditional advocates in the housing affordability space, but bring in new voices that may have access to different tables and networks. So business leaders, local officials who see the need, who are seeing the negative impacts of not building enough, so that when a project does come up, you already have a network that you can activate to be a positive voice in that room, especially in communities where the more vulnerable populations who would benefit aren't yet necessarily there. So I think that's the network and coalition building strategies can look different depending on what communities you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's any question that it's education, it's dialogue, it's critical. I mean, you just take California, for instance, now, one of the very top concerns now is homelessness. And so all of a sudden, that's become an issue that's bringing other people to the table. And I mean, we just went through a very challenging zoning process on a 70-acre parcel next to the University of North Carolina in Chapel Hill. And it's one that for decades I was like, there's no way we're going to ever attempt to do anything. And sure enough, the second they heard us potentially attempting to do something, they created GlenLennox.org and SaveGlenLennox.org, and everybody had Save Glen Lennox T-shirts, and the neighborhood filed their own zoning across us. So we had no choice then to engage. But what I realized through the process is that when you asked folks what was important and you had them actually articulate it, it really had nothing to do with these 1949 buildings. It had to do with the character of the neighborhood more than it did the physical buildings and the makeup of who lived there, and the fact that, we had Roy Williams and Choo Choo Justice and other celebrities lived there, but yet we had lots of immigrants live there too, and lots of, just a variety. And so you realize that, hey, it's not necessarily the density that scares them potentially as much as it's just, being able to articulate what is important and then knowing that those things are protected. And through that, it took us about 5.5 years, and I was clocked at 37 neighborhood meetings through that process. But the town of Chapel Hill gave us the largest zoning they'd given in decades. And we've since brought in Copenhagen Eyes, who is designing all of our cycle infrastructure. They're the premier cycle designers out of Copenhagen, and we're the only North American developer to bring them in. And it's really neat because now I go to the mayor of Chapel Hill and talk about, they pride themselves on being one of the most progressive communities in North Carolina, and all I can say is, hey, you're not progressive enough. Look what we're doing. We need to get them engaged, and here you've got all these bike paths that aren't connected. And so it's been an exciting time to see the engagement that's happening, and people's priorities they're starting to appreciate that, there's a lot of competing things that if they can talk about them, that you can figure that out.
You hit on something that reminded me of something similar that we're dealing with right now. We do have lots of existing single-family neighborhoods kind of in the core of our city. They're in traditionally more wealthy areas, where what they're responding to when we come in and talk about our new land development code and allowing for more ADUs to be built, actually allowing for somebody to convert their home into a duplex, what they're viscerally reacting to is what they see today, which is, and I think they are a little bit more connected when they think of neighborhood character. They're thinking of the eclectic little bungalows and cottages that they have, and what they're responding to is under our current code. We are seeing a lot of demolitions of that existing housing stock to be replaced with a much larger, newer, more modern-looking, expensive single-family home. And so any kind of change they're associating with that. So one of the things we're going to try in this new code, kind of say, okay, if that's really what's bothering you, we're creating something we call a preservation incentive, where on all of these lots, if you preserve the existing structure, you get some bonus density. You get some bonus floor to area ratio. Maybe you'll have additional impervious cover allowances. So we're incenting you to preserve that structure. You can add on to it. You can renovate it. And if we calibrate it correctly, we'll actually get additional housing units on the property, as opposed to what we're seeing today, which is they're just scraping the house and just building a much bigger house.
So Tulane has a really great Master's of Science in Real Estate of Sustainability program, and they invited me to come here. The lectures, and it was really neat. One of the students was talking about, she was talking about odd lots and setbacks. And she was really more urban, but it really started transitioning to the suburban, because the reality is with your typical setbacks, which feels kind of colonial, you to buy this house and say, especially in opportunity zones, to then double the value, you got to tear it down and build a bigger one. Well, the reality is you get rid of the side lots and the setbacks or whatever, and you can build a house beside of it. And my dad actually started this business by buying a house with a yard big enough to build two in. He moved into one, sold one, and rented one, and that's kind of, but it actually can enhance character versus detracting from it, and you don't get the McMansion or whatever, and so.
Great. Well, I'm going to ask one more question before we open it up to the audience, and Clay, you hit on something when you pointed out what the current market rate multifamily housing, what price point and what affordability levels they're hitting, and they are certainly not reaching even moderate income families. And I guess my question is about how far we can go with regulatory or deregulatory strategies to meet the needs of very low-income households. I think that part of the conversation, we often blend affordable housing, meaning any housing at any price point that is affordable to 30%, to what is affordable housing that is dedicated, whether it's through public subsidy or an inclusionary zoning that has like deeper affordability levels. And I just wonder, is your reflections on, are regulatory strategies a substitute for deregulatory strategies, a substitute for public investment in housing in order to meet those deepest housing needs? And what is your experience in each of your respective states or markets?
From my standpoint, there's no question that developer is not much different than a stream, and it's going to take the path of least resistance. And so those markets where there is less regulations are going to typically be more attractive. In those markets where the building inspectors are going to work with you. I mean, it used to be, I'll pick on the town of Chapel Hill again. I remember we were building a road to an apartment community, and the road that was supposed to be $200,000 cost us over $600,000, and the building inspector came out and bragged about how he'd had the local grocery store shut down for 4 straight months, and he was proud of that. And you're like, oh my God, this is how you go out of business. Yeah. And so we chose not to build and go to another community. And but the reality is it's a lot more than that. And to me, a lot of it has to do with infrastructure investments. And so, I go back to the car, the scooter and the bike and all these alternative means of transit, whether it's light rail, bus, streetcar. These are dramatic changes that will take a lot of burden off folks and free up a lot. I mean, right now we still are, I think our auto debt is 40% higher on even inflation-adjusted basis than ever in history. And so I think we've got to think differently when we're making community investments and when we're rewarding. I think there's, Charlotte's trying to expedite permitting for those folks that have some type of affordable component. The other thing is also going back to the concept of that scary zoning thing. When people think of an affordable housing project, everybody still has Cabrini Green in their mind or whatever it is, and we still have federal policies that promote concentrated affordable housing. And so I think from a regulation standpoint, to get to where we really have truly inclusive communities would be fantastic. But I mean, you're probably much more suited to be answering this than me.
No, I agree. I think it's a both and that, if we're not going to get our goals of production and affordability without addressing this local land use and policy landscape. There are a lot of barriers put in place that vary from place to place that only complicate the process. So I think getting those levers aligned is critical, and the market will be able to produce more, which will take the pressure off. Like you're looking at California, there is just a shortfall across the income spectrum. So we need more production at all levels to ease the pressure, particularly for moderate and middle income, which would help ease the pressure for very low income. But it's hard to see a way where just building is going to deliver that affordability for very low income. Yeah. Like if you think about the federal poverty level for a family of 4 is about $25,000. That to be an affordable monthly rent, you're looking at $630. The typical rent in the Bay Area is 3 times that. So you could imagine making some progress and bringing that down, but I think you're still going to need subsidies to be able to reach that very low income market. They will be more effective and go further if we address the overall price pressures and lack of supply. And then we can think about things about like how do you set those in appropriate ways that doesn't stymie production, but does open up access to neighborhoods that may have been exclusionary or unattainable before.
Yeah, and if, oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, if people want to experience this firsthand, we actually at the Urban Institute developed a tool called Penciling Out, which is a game version of trying to build enough affordable housing in a hypothetical market to meet the needs of very low-income families. And you could adjust regulatory constraints, you can adjust the cost of capital, and you see just how challenging that is for anyone who hasn't tried it. I encourage you to play the penciling out game to kind of put yourself in the developer or the policymaker's shoes to see what some of those challenges are.
Well, you know, similar to Elizabeth here, I think it's yes and no. There are things that we are doing on the regulatory side to really just kind of get out of the way for affordable housing developers. We actually have a number of sophisticated, typically nonprofit organizations in the city who are leveraging public dollars, doing tax credit projects, using philanthropy to build significant amounts of income-restricted affordable housing. So a lot of what we're trying to do is have our land development code allow them to actually get those projects done. Actually, there was an initiative that was just approved over the last year that was called Affordability Unlocked, where if you are building a multifamily development that has significantly or a significant amount of income-restricted long-term affordable housing, you actually get a variance from a lot of the more burdensome parts of our zoning and land use controls. So that we're already starting to see the first projects get through the pipeline through that, but that's still going to be very limited because it's going to rely on, again, public dollars and philanthropy and tax credits, which we know are in short supply. The other thing I would say is within Central Texas, the market is producing housing that's accessible to very low-income households. Again, it's just in the wrong place. And it's not terribly, really, when you add in everything else, it's really not affordable. You know, I really like what Clay said. You know, it's a different take, but the car is the enemy of affordability. I like that. I'm going to steal it. You know, you can drive 10, 12 miles outside of downtown Austin and find places that are outside of the city limits, but in Travis County, which, by the way, in Texas, counties don't have zoning or land use authority. And you actually see a lot of housing out there that is clearly accessible to very low-income households. So you'll see an older manufactured home park there, but with 6 cars parked in front of every single unit. And so a lot of those households, I'd be willing to bet all that I have, are paying significantly more for transportation than they are for housing. They have to drive 10 miles to get to a grocery store. They have to drive 3 or 4 miles to get their kids to school because the buses don't pick them up. So we need to be mindful of where housing for low-income households is actually going. We need to make sure that we're allowing for it and investing in it in those places where they have access to other resources, to transportation infrastructure. And on the other side, we actually have to bring those resources to those communities. You know, policymakers need to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We need to not only put more people where the stuff already is, but we need to put more stuff where the people are.
Absolutely. Okay, we have a few minutes for questions from the audience. I also want to encourage folks who are live streaming to put their questions. They'll beam them into my magical pad somehow, and we'll be able to ask them to the panelists as well. So I'm going to go to the back of the room over here with our first question.
Good morning, and thank you for a very insightful panel. My name is Kay Pearson with United Planning Organization. My question is for Mr. Cortez. You made a comment about accessory dwelling units, ADUs, and I wanted to get a little deeper dive into that. What, if anything, did the city of Austin do to facilitate the construction of ADUs? And I know it's probably early because ADUs are relatively new to most markets, but what, if any, impact has it had on affordable housing?
It's a good question. Well, in 2015, well, first, we made it legal because in a lot of our single-family zoned properties, which is the predominant zoning in Austin, either accessory dwelling units were illegal or they were legal, but they were so hard to build that they were practically illegal. So one of the things we did was we liberalized the actual, liberalized them as just a permitted use in more single-family zoning districts. And the other thing we did is within some proximity to transit, we allowed you to build an ADU without parking. And that was probably the most significant change that we made, because one of the barriers that we have to infill development in Austin are impervious cover limits. Austin is one of the most flash flood-prone places in the world. So people are very, very sensitive about impervious cover. And so what would happen is, even if you had the ability, a big enough lot, you had the zoning that allowed you to have an ADU, you had to build a parking spot with it, and you couldn't get there because of your 40% impervious cover limit. So what we did was we said within about a quarter mile, I believe, of transit, we said you don't have to park that unit. And we've now started to see more of those units get on the ground. But what we haven't done, which we should do, in addition to that, and it needs to be, I think, something that the city does involve itself in, is for more moderate and lower income households who own their property. We need to provide them with some finance tools. We need to provide them with other support so they can actually get that unit onto their property. One of our city council members actually was one of the first in the city to build an ADU a while back, and he's an older guy. He's in a very quickly appreciating, gentrifying area. He moved into his ADU and has been renting out his main house. So he tells a really good story about that. But we've done quite a bit to make them more permissive, but not enough. In our land development code rewrite, we're actually now taking that even a step further. Saying that it can be all sorts of different kinds of units, a manufactured unit, it could be a trailer, it could be an attached ADU, which is essentially a duplex. So we're allowing different forms of accessory dwelling units to be permitted.
Great.
I'll just add on to that really quickly, because we, in California, we've seen a lot of movement around this. And one thing that the Turner Center had fielded a survey of localities about their local land use and zoning practices. And the working paper series we've had coming out of using that data, there's one specifically on ADUs that has found that adopting an ordinance in the first place makes a difference. And then the elements of the ordinance, like around parking requirements, really has impacted the permits that we've seen issued for ADUs. There has been a real noted increase in places that have adopted these ordinances and made it easier to get an ADU built.
Yeah, great. Another question? Oh, sorry, did you have a question? Yes, with the blue shirt.
Hi. Are you aware, has anyone developed a methodology tool of assessing ADUs? My county, Montgomery County, Maryland, just introduced legislation, and I've done a lot of research in this, just researching on the area. For example, Oregon, they just in the last year instituted a contractual obligation to keep rents affordable in exchange for waiving the impact fees. Because they did research and found that 80% of the ADUs were renting for at or above market rents, 10% for basically nothing, friends or family. So there's the financing things, there's startups in California that will finance, build, and rent an ADU in exchange for a portion of the rent. So there's a number of critical success factors, and I haven't seen anything integrated that local governments can use to see, is this going to work? In Montgomery County, no one ever looked at the fire sprinkling standards, which is very expensive. And so I think that's one thing that would be very helpful. And I wondered if you know if anything like that's been done.
Yeah, I don't either. I mean, I think one of the things that suggests, and maybe a takeaway from this panel, is we tend to think of these interventions in kind of silos, right? You've got the ADU, legalizing ADUs, and then you have things like inclusionary zoning or other kinds of methods to kind of preserve affordability? And how do we start, as we think about these innovations, how do we start to kind of layer them to be able to kind of have the greatest impact and the need? I think it's a great question. I also love that we're learning from each other in real time, both about what's working and where we could go further. So,
one thing I would say, though, not directly related to that, but one thing that I do think is a challenge with respect to ADUs that everybody needs to be mindful of, especially in a city like Austin or a city like DC or others, these places that people visit a lot. We need to be careful that those ADUs just don't become short-term rentals.
Yeah.
Because we do find that some people do, and I don't blame them, because it is very, it makes a lot of economic sense when you look at what you're able to rent those things for. But you know, with allowing for more ADUs, we do need to take care to make sure that they're actually contributing to addressing our affordable housing challenge.
Great. Well, I tried to get one more question, but I got a shake of the head in the back of the room. So we do have to wrap up. I just want to say thank you, really incredible insights. I'm just going to say there are 3 things that I learned from this conversation that take away with me into my work going forward. One is the importance when you are trying to innovate, particularly on very complicated issues that have lots of competing interests, is that importance of having strong leadership and building a coalition and sitting down before you push forward with the innovation, whether it's rent control or single family zoning bans or source of income protections, to really bring folks together and listen to what their concerns are and try and address them. The second is the importance of really taking seriously at the neighborhood level what some of those concerns are, and really pushing past, if it is some abstract idea of, or not abstract, real idea of your neighbor's house being torn down and built with this kind of giant multifamily development. Is there a way to address that through solutions, taking seriously what neighbors' concerns are? And I think the third, and this goes to that last little conversation we had, is really the importance of learning from each other about what works. Really, you know, the ADU solution, just using that as an example, may look different in Montgomery County than it does in Austin or in other markets. But really, you know, there's a lot of places that are grappling with these issues, and there's so much we can learn from each other while recognizing the differences across markets. So I just really want to thank our panel for bringing some of those insights into the conversation. And I know we're going to turn from policy innovation to technology innovation, or come back to technology innovation in this next panel. I'm really looking forward to that discussion as well. So thank you.
Thank you.
Have had a conversation that really lays some groundwork on the policy as good backdrop for the rest of the day's conversations as we talk about technology innovations. This panel is going to be talking about building technologies. I'm going to turn it over to Michael Neal, Senior Research Associate, who is going to be moderating this discussion and introducing his panel.
Yep.
Michael, take it away.
Thank you very much, Elena. Good morning, everyone. I've got to say, I am fairly excited. This is going to be what I hope will be a very exciting conversation. We've had conversations leading up to this 11 o'clock hour that have been fairly insightful, fairly informative, and fairly diverse in terms of their opinions. So let me get through my intro so that I can get out of the way and let them come with the big bets. So we're going to, as Elena's already said, we're going to continue the discussion of housing supply, looking at another potential solution to the lack of site-built housing, that is factory-built housing, off-site housing. This panel, panel 2, will cover recent developments in building systems that can be alternatives or even supplements to traditional construction methods. We will also discuss which of these techniques, if any, hold promise for the residential construction industry. To engage this topic, we've invited people who have thought very deeply from different perspectives, and I'm going to introduce our esteemed panelists now. From my right, going to my left, is Lynn Fisher, who is a Senior Advisor of Economics at the Federal Housing Finance Agency, John Lawless, a Vice President at Fannie Mae, Leslie Gooch, an Executive Vice President at the Manufactured Housing Institute, and Jerry McGaughey, CEO and Chairman at Integra, an off-site building company based in California. An expanded version of their bios are in the material that you have with you. And of course, as Elena's already said, my name is Michael Neal. I am a Senior Research Associate here at the Urban Institute. Just for some housekeeping, we will start with prepared remarks from each of our panelists. I will then ask each of them a question after the remarks have been made, after all of the remarks have been made, and then we will open up the floor to questions from the audience, both those that are here and those that are watching us on the web. And to ask your question, if you're viewing us on the web, please tweet your question at @MortgageLaurie, and we will make sure that that question gets up to us. Thank you much. Lynn, take it away.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Just quick disclaimer. I'm going to be speaking to you today as a researcher, not in my role as a senior advisor at FHFA. I'm going to talk a little bit about research I did over the past year. We published a paper on home building earlier this year, and so I want to speak to that in particular. Michael, do you have the slides? So I just advance. I only have one. And there we are. So I only have one. I'll pass that back to the middle. So I think the chart on the screen kind of encapsulates the motivation for this and a lot of conversations that we've been having in the current housing cycle. Housing starts, especially in the single family side, are lagging way behind what we would have expected to be their historical response to a change in house prices. So the blue line here, you have year-over-year change in house prices. The red line is single-family housing starts. And you can see historically, pretty close correlation between those things. This time around, just a much less responsive supply side. And so in the face of a lot of demand, right, we have sort of a favorable demographics, we have a steady job market, we have low interest rates, rising credit accessibility. That lack of supply response is certainly responsible for a continued increase in single-family house prices. At the same time, because house prices are so high in the single-family owner-occupied side of the market, a lot of folks aren't coming out of rental housing and into the owner-occupied side. And so that's continued to keep pressure on the rental markets at the same time, right? These things are all interconnected. So in certain markets, we're behind in building due to high demand and very high cost of building, and the fact that it's very hard to come by permission to build, right? So there's sort of these high demand markets. I would also point out there's some other markets where demand might not be as high, and in fact, it's hard to build profitably because house prices are so low and there's so many competing substitutes for new product that it's hard to build. In either case, the cost of putting a home on the ground is prohibitive, but for slightly different reasons. I think it's sometimes helpful to remember there's a lot of different contexts there. And so home building, I think home building in the US, few would defend as a particularly efficient sector. And in fact, when you look back over the last couple of hundred years, that's been said time and time and time again. And so asking this question about how new technologies can actually come to the rescue, maybe provide lower cost housing, I think is an appropriate thing to ask. Now, there's a lot of other moving parts here, land use regulations, et cetera. But asking this question about technology is a good one. And about a year ago, my co-author, Scott Gans, and I started down this path. I had noticed a good bit of history, a lot of literature about prefabricated housing, especially in the era of the Great Depression and around World War II. And we just wanted to go back and ask the question, how has home building evolved in the context of a lot of different technological change? And so that's the title of our paper there on the slide, Will Home Building Finally Evolve? There's some definitions and things. I'm not going to go into that in great detail. I think Jerry might want to refer back to some of those at some point. We focus mainly on single-family housing in the paper, but we refer to some of what's going on in the multifamily space, and maybe others have some multifamily experiences to share. So let me share just a couple of our findings from the paper with you about what we learned. And I think the first fact is that the fact that we don't see a wider prevalence of industrialized housing production in this country is not due to a lack of trying. I mean, we literally, starting in the 1800s, as we started moving westward, there was great interest in actually development of panelized homes. They were an innovative solution when you're moving out to a place that might be relatively barren, without a lot of skilled labor. There were a lot of factories actually on the East Coast that put together panelized houses that were shipped west. Turn of the century, early 1900s, kit homes, pre-cut homes. Think Sears and Roebuck's, and there were lots of other versions of this, Aladdin and other regional providers. They were huge. I mean, we think maybe 500,000 of these homes were actually built. I lived in one in grad school. I lived in a Sears and Roebuck home. It's a beautiful little gingerbread-looking contraption that had absolutely no insulation in Pennsylvania. And I mean, the wind blew straight through those walls, but it was adorable. There was huge interest in prefab after the Great Depression, right? You have all of these idle factories. You have the car coming off of factory lines. You're like, certainly we can produce housing like we build automobiles. There's a ton of interest in the private sector, public sector. The modernist architects got into it. But they came up with these ideas that really were not well adopted by consumers. And I think one of the quotes I have here is, there was a lot of government-built housing in the New Deal. And so that type of sort of prefab housing was often stereotyped in the public mind as a dreary shack. So you had either these crazy space-age things or these kind of very dreary offerings. And so the consumers didn't really buy in. World War II, we actually focus a lot on factory production of housing in the war effort. And then immediately following the war, of course, we had the Veterans Emergency Housing Act. Did you know we actually had a housing expediter for about a year? Actually tried to funnel different materials and kind of continue time controls to push towards building of homes here in the US to handle soldiers coming home. Pretty much a fantastic failure in a lot of respects. Very big ideas, scale wasn't achieved well, and many of these attempts right after World War II failed. The mobile home, I think we argue in the paper, is probably one of the more disruptive things that have happened in US history of home building, and one of the more successful. Right? It was a completely different idea. It came from a completely different industry. It was really centered on the industrial organization of the car. And had a great takeoff in the 50s, 60s, and even into the 70s, and is still with us today, now called manufactured housing throughout the country. 70s, Operation Breakthrough is actually a program of HUD, tried to, again, demonstrate that scale in production could deliver lower cost to housing. A lot of design flaws in the actual program itself. It tried lots of different new things, none of which really worked out. There was very little that came out of that process. Continue on to modern day, a lot of lean manufacturing techniques that have been tried, and to use computerization to come up with different techniques, following again on the heels of auto industry and other things. And modular housing, right? As we have a trucking industry that develops in interstates, shipping three-dimensional chunks of houses out to a site becomes a more plausible way of going. But the stark fact of the matter is the way in which, the process by which we deliver the vast majority of our single-family houses has changed very, very little since the 1830s, right? When we first discovered the balloon-framed house. It's just the techniques, the materials and components have changed, right? You can think of all the different types of materials And given the way that the home building industry in this country is set up, the one way in which some prefabrication has been adopted is when it just sort of slots seamlessly into the home building industry, think prefabricated trusses and other things. Promised cost savings really haven't, in that context, been realized. Home builders felt at different points in times like it brought outsized risks, right? Once things left the factory, they were no longer flexible to be adjusted on site. Consumers repeatedly, when you look back at this history, have been indifferent between site-built and factory-built product, even if the latter was of higher quality. And most of as I mentioned, the cost savings have really come from just fitting into the existing process. The actual process of building a home hasn't changed that much. So I would just, I tell this history not really to be off-putting, but rather to raise and think about all of these failed attempts and understanding why they failed and what we might do differently this time.
Yep.
So with that, I'm going to hand off.
Yep, thank you, John. Thanks, Lynn.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having me here. In Washington, D.C., the home of the future World Series champs.
How many games?
4.
4. Get it done.
I hope. This is personally a great panel for me to be on. After high school, after I graduated, I took a job in construction, and it was so miserable and hard. I did what a lot of people who work in construction do and say, I got to go to school. So after years of schooling, I find myself back here on a panel about construction. So it's super special for me. For Fannie Mae, obviously the supply issue is huge, and even just thinking about it from the business side, our business is mortgages. Our customers want to do mortgages. And when rates go up and there's no refis to do, we look to the purchase market, and the lack of supply is just going to slow down business, period. I personally work at Fannie Mae in a group that does product development, particularly focused on affordable housing. A bunch of us got together 4 or 5 years ago, started the team, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed. We're going to do some great work, and we're going to really break the cycle of intergenerational poverty and help low-income consumers. We launched a bunch of pilots, and very quickly after, we realized they weren't working. I'll give an example. We did this really interesting pilot in Seattle where borrowers could source their down payment by using Airbnb revenue. Literally the day we announced it, we had thousands and thousands of millennials so excited that they're going to buy a house using Airbnb revenue, and 6 months later we had 2 loans. And the reason was every time these people went out to buy a home, they were getting outbid by cash buyers. So it dawned on us at that point that the solutions that we had been thinking about as a company were all demand-side solutions, right? They were all about finding new ways to find borrowers and underwrite borrowers and allow them through the door, which is great work, and it's work that we continue to do, but it's work that we shouldn't do without having a response in supply. Creating demand without creating supply, you're just going to push home prices up, and you're going to push them up, make them more volatile, at a point in which everyone says there's going to be a recession next week. They said it for 500 weeks now, but a recession looming, it becomes a really, really risky strategy. So we've entirely shifted our focus to this issue of housing supply and some of the solutions that have been talked about and what we're talking about today. One of the things I'll say, we have had the pleasure to sit on a lot of these panels, attend these events. We collected something like 1,000 different solutions that we've heard. Some really amazing, which we'll hear some about some of these solutions. One of my favorites was Fannie Mae should really focus on houseboats because the combination of supply and climate change will result in a need for water. No judgment, but in any case, so we spent a lot of time thinking about this, and I want to talk about a couple of things in terms of the outcome of the supply issue and the way that we see it, because the outcomes and the way that we're dealing with it societally have a lot of implications for how we think about solutions like factory-built housing. It's really going to change what types of housing we need, where we need that housing, and then, of course, as we're talking about how we build that housing. So first of all, I look at a lot of different stats to sort of measure affordability in this country, and you can look at percentage of homeowners that are cost burdened or renters that are cost burdened, and those stats have been relatively, they're high, don't get me wrong, they're actually very bad stats, but they've been pretty constant, right? Everyone's like, there's a crisis, it's getting so much worse. You don't really see it in those numbers at the level that you expect given all the talk we have about it. Where I start to see it is in things like commute times. So if you look at stats on commute times, everyone who lives in Washington, D.C. has already had a horrible commute time. Every September you get in your car, you're like, oh my God, I've got to move away from it. Anyway, this whole country is suffering from commute time changes. And what's really happening, what's very fascinating is, as we know, we've made a drastic shift to urbanizing. I mean, we passed 50% urban in 1916, and right now we continue to urbanize, but what's been even more fascinating, if you look at the top 50 cities in this country, typically in those cities, 10% of the growth comes from that core downtown area. Now that's 30%. So we've seen a big shift. Of course, all the growth in this country is happening in urban areas, but a lot of that growth is being concentrated in the center of cities. And so we talk about building factory-built housing, and you think about where people want to live as close to their jobs, which is in the center of the city. Is what does factory-built housing have to look to address that particular problem? Another stat that I look at often and find fascinating is the number of people that are 25 to 35 that live at home with their parents. That's 16%. And also how many people are living with roommates. I think the average number of roommates right now for like the junior staffers in my office is like 6 or 7. Like they have to spend $8,000 a month for a 1-bedroom place. And anyway, there's a lot more co-living that's happening both with sort of older parents, but also with roommates. And that sort of co-living lifestyle and adapting to the changes that we've seen is now becoming common and expected. And that, again, changes the type of housing that I think we'll need to think about going forward as well. But, the last thing I'll say, and, a lot of our focus has been on rural communities because of our duty to serve. And, in rural America, the problem has become very different, right? And it's, interesting to kind of drive through the Mississippi Delta, and here we have a supply crisis because you're just looking around. You're like, there's nothing but land, right? But the challenge in a lot of rural America is that the brain drain and the income that's left those cities has left the remaining income so low that they can't afford to buy a new home. And the existing home in these areas has deteriorated so far that a lot of times they're just not even healthy to live in. And so you've got a very different supply problem in rural America, but that supply problem feels a little bit more solvable in a lot of ways by factory-built housing. But a lot of, it's just the income gaps are really, really a challenge, and we have to get the cost much lower in order to address a lot of those needs. I mean, we need, in a lot of cases, we just need to rebuild some of the homes that are there. So, so rural is a very, very different story. Across both the cities and rural America, the challenges of housing supply is breaking down communities. We see gentrification. It's just dealing with the supply issues, just changing the way we live, and it's really changing the way we think about how we live as a country. And those things will just have to factor into the way that we think about the solutions and think about factory-built housing. So I'll just wrap up my statements by saying, we know we have a lot more to do on supply. The reason we're sitting here on a panel on construction technology is not because I have some experience in construction, but it's more about the fact that Fannie Mae really can drive standardization. And a lot of what Lynn's brilliant paper sort of points out is that a challenge that factory-built housing continually has is we just need to do it more at scale. And so you think about manufactured housing, great industry, ships 100,000 units per year, should ship 300,000 per year. But how fast can an industry grow without a lot more capacity in factories, a lot more automation and technology? So in any case, I just say all of that to say that setting standards and driving adoption of these things is something that I think a lot of players like Fannie Mae can help do. And we're super happy to be here on the panel.
Yeah, excellent, John. I think that's a perfect segue to Leslie and the comments that she's going to make.
Yeah, well, thank you so much, and thank you, Lynn and John, for your comments ahead of mine. I'm here to paint a little bit more of a positive picture about manufactured housing. I'm with the Manufactured Housing Institute, and we're really excited about the potential for the future. When you look at the site-built market not serving those individuals who are looking to purchase a home at $200,000 or below, that's where we see the market opportunity. And so what I'd like to talk with you about today, I have some stats and information. There's the supply question, and we think that we've solved that with respect to efficiencies and production to be able to hit that $200,000 or below price point. But it's also making sure that we're producing homes that consumers want to live in. How many of you went to the National Mall in June for Homeownership Month and looked at the houses on the National Mall? I'm glad that you did that because what you can see there, we had 3 HUD code manufactured homes on the mall, and then we had a number of other kinds of innovative building technologies, prototypes and such. What I was excited about is that everyone who came through those 3 HUD code manufactured homes were totally amazed. We asked the person at the door, what are you hearing the most? And the thing was, everyone said, wow. this is manufactured housing. So we know that we have a stigma that we need to overcome, but people are excited when they see what they can have, that they can actually envision themselves as being homeowners at a price point that they can afford. And so some general information for you. 22 million people today live in manufactured homes. We're currently at 10% of all new single-family home starts. So like John said, we're at about 100,000. We think that we can do better, we can do more than that, and we know that we can be a part of solving the affordable housing challenges that this country faces and offering consumers a home where they're not having to say, okay, well, can we actually have a family here? And you know, not kind of changing their idea of what a home is. Our average sales price is $72,000. And the important thing that I love to point out, if you look at the average cost for a construction of a site-built home, price per square foot versus manufactured home, it's $50 a square foot for manufactured, $111 for site-built. And it's interesting because there were container homes and other things on the National Mall, and I think consumers were struck by the cost per square foot of some of those other innovative technologies where they were right around $90 to $100 a foot. And then they come to our home, which reminds them of the kind of house that they would want to raise their family in, and it's so much less. And so we're excited about what we can offer and the price point. Now, a lot of people are worried about the stigma and is this something people would actually want? And so we do really need to look at the demand. And so we did at MHI some consumer research, and it was a national study. We partnered with a third party to look at who currently lives in manufactured housing, and then we looked at their satisfaction rates because we think that that's really important for people to understand. Something that was really interesting for me, and I want to drill down more in the future, so stay tuned, is that 64% of the owners of manufactured housing are women. And that's really important because this is providing an affordable housing source for women where they can feel safe and raise their families. When you look at minorities, 9% of owners of manufactured housing are owners. We also looked at renters too, so the numbers are there on the screen. And then you look at the age of the homes, and for the 18 to 39, you can call that millennials, I suppose. Somebody here could probably tell me exactly what that endpoint is, but for the 18 to 39, that's what we looked at. 23% are owners, so we've got some work there. 40 to 59, 28%, and then you look at the baby boomers, and you've got 48% as owners. And so those are the categories that I want to talk to you about. How do we get more interest in our homes? And I want to show you what manufactured housing is today and how exciting it is, what we're providing. But when you look at satisfaction overall, we were really pleased with the numbers that we saw. 90% of the people living in manufactured homes are satisfied with their homes, and 71% of them cite affordability as a key driver for choosing manufactured housing. Then we ask the question that everyone wants to know, right? Do you anticipate staying there, right? Because that really tells you how happy are they really, right? 62% anticipate living in their homes for more than 10 years. That's really important. 38% don't anticipate ever selling their home. Then we did research about people who are interested in purchasing homes in the next 5 years. And so it was a different study, but we were interested in what are people who are considering getting into the housing market, becoming homeowners, what do they know about us, and what do we need to do as an industry to get them more comfortable and excited about purchasing a manufactured home. And what we found is that there's not a lot, there's slightly somewhat familiar as 73%. 13%'s never heard of it before. So we see that there's some opportunity here for education. I'll tell you, the people going through the National Mall, they were really impressed with what we had to offer. And so I definitely would say if we are producing the homes with the amenities that consumers want at the price point that they can afford, we are going to be able to address the supply of affordable housing in this country. So what we did a focus group where we broke down millennials, immigrants, and baby boomers. And so for millennials, it was a US citizen born between 1980 and 1996 that does not currently own a home of any type, and they're looking to buy a house in 5 years. For immigrants, it's not a US citizen, currently does not own a home of any type, and looking to purchase a home in 5 years. And then for baby boomers, that was a US citizen born between 46 and 64, currently owns a site-built home and looking to downsize in the next 5 years. So it was really interesting to show them pictures of manufactured housing and get their reaction. So look at the millennials. They said, nope, this isn't appealing. The look of the house is not appealing to us. Rather wait and save up enough to buy a site-built home. And this was a picture of a traditional manufactured home that a lot of you probably have in your mind. One opportunity, and I've heard this a lot from our MHI members, you don't have that stigma with immigrants. They're happy to have a quality home, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, to raise their family in. And so you see, they said, okay, this is appealing to us with flexibility of the land, changes and affordability, like the idea of being able to own a home on an open plot of land. And then the baby boomers, right, the ones that have seen the evolution of this type of housing, says it's not appealing, doesn't fit their view of what they would downsize to, not the type of community that they would live in. I just want to pause for a moment and point out what we're talking about are the HUD code manufactured homes. So Lynn talked about, the change in the law in 1976 where we had a federal building code. That's really created a lot of efficiencies in the production of manufactured housing. But if you've heard Secretary Carson talk, where we are today, our homes are resilient, and our homes, their quality and their safety, there's been a lot of care and concern put into the HUD code, the federal building code. And so that's helped us a lot when it comes to housing. So back to this though, how do we change the perceptions? And so I thought this was really interesting as a part of it. So the home on top is what they were shown, right? And that's the stereotypical image. It's not a positive reaction, right? But then look at the picture on the bottom. You add some different character to the home, and all of a sudden, people's opinions change. These are both factory-built HUD code homes, and you've got this change. And so as an industry, we really took this on. We did this research a couple of years ago, and we said we need to change the roof pitch. We really need to look at porches and dormers and all different things, garages, and we need to produce the homes that consumers are interested in. We did ask that population for this study, what are the features that you're interested in if you were to be a home owner? And the top 3, they wanted a garage, they wanted energy efficiency, and they wanted a pitched roof. And so we've spent a lot of time, I heard when I first joined MHI, if you go into one of these homes, that we are advanced. Like the interiors of these homes are really advanced compared to what you could get at the similar price point for site built, right? But it's the outside, it's the exterior of the home that really would turn people off. These homes are built on a chassis, they don't have as much character, and so that would turn people off. And so we've taken that to heart as an industry, and we are providing the features that consumers want. I was really impressed to hear that someone from the home builders during this innovative housing showcase actually thought that we were a site-built home being displayed on the National Mall. And so I thought that was cool, because we're to the point where we're virtually indistinguishable. If the 2 homes are placed in a neighborhood, the difference that you'd see is you've got your HUD code label, but you'd have to go into the home and you'd have to see that label. From the street, you would not know the difference. And so I brought some photos of HUD code manufactured housing just to give you a sense of where the opportunity could be. We obviously would need to create industry capacity through automation, and a lot of our newer factories are incorporating a lot of that automation. So there's an opportunity for that. But we also need to make sure we're building these homes where consumers are interested. Here's a neighborhood that you look at it, and that's a neighborhood that consumers are going to want to live in. This is affordable housing. We had someone who bought a house there was interviewed, and they saw the home and said, we didn't realize, walking in, we couldn't believe this was a HUD code manufactured home. Like, this is totally different than whatever we had in mind when we first heard manufactured housing. Look at the interiors, they're spectacular. And so we are doing what we can to make sure that the population is interested in our houses. I did want to talk just a little bit about these different populations because I've got some new data that I thought you'd find of interest. With respect to baby boomers, they have different factors that they're considering than others. They want to downsize, they want affordability, amenities are very important to them. And so they're interested in making sure they have those features within the house. Less maintenance is important, so a new home is very attractive. 54% of baby boomers today want to downsize. When we talk about millennials, they choose a house based on, here we are again with finances, right? Financial reasons. They're also interested in the size of the home, the layout and design, the neighborhood, the quality of construction. We know that there are financing challenges with millennials, and we need to address that, but we feel like if you look at the cost side of that equation, that's really important, and we can address that. 96% or 93% of millennials want a home. And then finally, my last slide, it's about immigrants. And I already said that the immigrant population doesn't have that stigma against factory-built housing that we find with others. They are interested in purchasing a home, but 56% of them don't see that it's an option because it's not affordable. But they do have a strong desire for homeownership. So I've got to wrap up at that point, but thank you so much for the opportunity, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Sure, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me here to speak this morning. I don't know when Leslie was speaking there, if she's actually referring to me, because I'm obviously the immigrant on this panel. So, which, just to put that in context as well, to go back to what Lynn was saying about the history in the United States of offsite construction not really having worked. I come from a family that's been 50 years in the offsite industry. I myself was co-founder and CEO of the largest offsite company in Europe that we sold in 2005. We were doing 8,000 houses a year. We had 5 factories. I'm going to make this very quick and get through this thing, because I have a few slides that I want to go through. But in Europe, it works. And that's the point I want to say before everything else. Off-site construction works in Europe. I think part of the problem here is the United States is so inward-looking about the situation that it doesn't look out around the rest of the world to find the best practices that have occurred somewhere else and say, can we apply them here? It's not made here, therefore it doesn't work here. It works. There is a solution here. I'll go through some of these things now. So there's a long history of wood framing in the United States. This is a photograph that was taken literally 5 weeks ago in California. That is what happens on a lot of building sites in this country. That is an absolute disgrace. That is somebody's home that's being built there. It should not be allowed, but it goes on. That cannot happen with factory-built housing. But that is somebody's home. But what might surprise a lot of people in the United States is that wood framing, although it accounts for approximately 93% of all the total houses built in the United States, around the rest of the world, wood frame may not necessarily be the most common method of construction. But there is one thing for certain. In the Northern Hemisphere, excluding the United States and Canada, where wood frame is built, it is always built off-site. So there again is the proof that it works. If you go to Europe and you want to get a wood frame house built, it will always come out of a factory. Always. Why? Because I'll ask you this question very, very quickly now. If you go out this afternoon, you leave here and you walk down to the BMW dealership and you say, I want to buy a new car. And the dealer says, I'll give you 2 options. Option 1 is I'll have all the parts shipped to your front yard. I'll have 5 guys come out in a pickup truck with pneumatic tools and welding gear and put it together for you, or I'll have it built in BMW's factory. Which would you take? Hands up now who wants it built in their front yard. Exactly, nobody. So we accept as intelligent, educated people that products built in factories are built to a higher quality. So does the rest of the world when it comes to housing, and yet in the United States we have some belief, as Leslie was saying, that somehow there's a stigma because it's done in a factory. Believe you me, the quality control systems in a factory are far higher than can be applied on any building site. These again are just some samples of around the world of the different types of construction. So again, I want to emphasize that there's no limitation to the design when it comes to factory housing. Well, that's another fallacy that's out there. It does not exist in Europe. Everybody knows you can build whatever you want. Once the software takes the design in, the machines don't care what's going down the line. But this is probably the most shocking statistic, or shocking slide that I have seen in US construction in the last 10 years. And it should embarrass everybody in the construction industry in the United States. Because take a look at the US construction sector. Look where it is.
Jerry, if you took that back to the beginning of the century, it would be the same flat line.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Correct, no, absolutely. But look at that. Because talk about innovation, somebody also said the United States construction industry has 200 years of history without the benefit of innovation. It has not changed. The iPhone is 10 years old. The flat screen is only 15 years old. We're still stick framing. The only difference that's happened on the building site is the addition of a hard hat and a skill saw. So there has been no innovation. There has been no technology. This is where the key lies. So you add then into this what's actually happening. People told there's a shortage of supply on the supply side. Look at that there, what that will tell you. What that will tell you is that the population of there's not enough people in the building industry at the moment, but it will also tell you that the age of the ones that are there are very high. They're going out of the industry, and there isn't enough coming in below it. Which means if you think there's a problem now, 10 years from now, this thing is going to multiply by a quantum factor. Because millennials do not want to work on building sites. These are the people who grew up with an iPhone in one hand and an iPad in the other. And they look at a building site that hasn't changed. They don't want to work with their hands, that is correct. And the industry is doing nothing about that. Zero, nada. They keep thinking, oh, we need to go out and try and train more people to come on building sites. The reason why we don't have more trade schools with people in them is not because there isn't people out there. It's because the reason why we don't have people going into the industry is not because we don't have trade schools. The reason why we don't have trade schools is because people don't want to go into them. And that's what people keep missing. So again, down to the types of offsite construction. There are multiple different types of offsite construction. I don't have time today to get through this, but there's also a problem with the definition in this country, and Lynn referred to it. Offsite construction, as we know it in Europe, doesn't comprise really of any of the terminology. I don't mean with the exception of modular and manufacture, which is built completely in the factory. In terms of the other systems, there's a complete misnomer of what actually offsite construction is about. And what we say is offsite construction is not about panels or components. It's about a process and a system. 80% of what we do in terms of bringing efficiency to a building site occurs before anything ever hits the site. It's about that design engineering. Our software costs more than our equipment because that's where the automation takes it. We build the house twice. We build once on a computer screen because we make sure we take the problems out before anybody stands on a building site, because that's where it starts to cost you money. That's what the builder then has to build into his cost when he's trying to rectify it. So he has to have it there as an overhead. Take the problem out before you ever get to the building site. The building site is the last place you want to work the problem out. So I'm going to run through this quickly. This is an example. I'll start and I'll speak over it. So this is an example now of 3 stick frame houses and 3 of our houses that were started on the exact same day for a very large builder in California about 2 months ago, where he wanted to test out himself what the effect was. So on the left-hand side, you'll see those houses are being stick framed. On the right-hand side, these 3 are being done by us. And you can see now what's coming up here. So basically at the end of this, which was 6 days it took us to put the 3 houses up, we frame walked the 6 houses with the builder on day 7. 2 of the houses were rough plumbed with the gutters on them, and this was the state that the stick framing site was still in. We had 1 crew on the 3 houses. They had 3 crews, 300 times the amount of labor, and still weren't finished. And ours, if you walked around them, and even the builder said it himself, he said he never saw such tight framing in the last 30 years he's been on the building site. Because in a factory, the quality control is much higher than can be achieved on a building site. It's CNC controlled. We are measuring things in points of a millimeter, not in 1/8, 2/8, or 1/4 of an inch, but in points of a millimeter to tightness on a site. So in terms of productivity, what it does, if you take that an average house in California is taking 15 days on site, or 71 man days in total to get up, it takes us 4 days or 14 man days, which equates to a 500% increase in productivity. Now, so when people say there's a labor shortage in the construction industry in the United States, actually it's not true. There's a process problem. Because it's as simple as this. If your current building process is labor constrained, and you can't change the labor constraint, then you need QED, you need to change the building process. There's the building process that ups the productivity 500%. If you up the productivity 500%, you don't have a labor shortage. So the industry is completely focusing on the wrong question. How do you get more people into it? You can't get them and they don't want to go unless you modernize it. But you can actually change the process by how you go about it. It'll obviously increase productivity. But what I want to get to is, here's what it does. That building, the green building on the right-hand side of that slide, is the world's first 6-story wood frame building that was ever built. We did it in my company back in Ireland in 2001 to change the building regulations. The building regulations now in the UK will allow you to go 7 stories plus with light framing, because we did that. as an industry, and we got government involved, and we proved to them that it actually worked. But the government actually said themselves is, however, it can only be done if it's done off-site, because the only way to ensure the quality in a building of that scale was actually that the components came out of a factory. So it's the complete antithesis, opposite of the way people have an approach here. But look at the level of equipment that's being used in here. This stuff is literally space-age technology. This is our training room in our factory. We take 18 people in at a time, and we put them through a training program. We get them an education qualification at the end of it. Because now these people want to come and work in the industry, because now they're using computers. There's guys actually at work. And this is what we help save. Because if you think of building sites, we are sending people from relatively less affluent areas out into these areas, especially in the Bay Area, and they're having to travel 3-hour commutes. We can put the work right in their backyards. So they can actually travel 15 minutes and go to work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jerry. That was quite insightful, illuminating, I think is the word that comes to my mind. So I'm going to go with kind of a few questions quickly here. If you can limit your answers to 1 minute or 2 minutes max, that would be terrific. Lynn, starting with Lynn, I'm going to go from right to left. Lynn, factory building has generated a lot of buzz. As Jerry has talked about, its perceived ability to meet the shortage, the labor shortage, improve productivity, things like that. But you've demonstrated fairly convincingly that, at least historically, we in the United States have not been able to do that successfully, or as successfully as we would like, or as we need. So if that doesn't happen this time around, what are some other ways that that affordable inventory can be expanded? But more importantly, kind of what do you see as the role of federal public policy in kind of meeting those needs as well?
Well, there's a couple of things. I mean, I think I mentioned at the beginning, it's not just technology, but it's land use regs, it's the other pieces of the puzzle that have to come together and to allow home building to occur. Could I flip a little bit of this back to Jerry? Because one of the things we've seen historically that has been problematic is all of that fancy cool equipment takes very large sums, very large upfront investments. And so that's the reason you need scale, is in order to pay off, right? Basic economies of scale. You have to have a lot of scale in order to pay off that equipment. And in the US, our home building industry kind of looks the way it does for a reason, which is with housing cycles, it's easy to scale up and scale down, right? You assemble teams, you put them back. You don't employ a lot of people, you have a lot of subcontracting. And so that's partly a function of these housing cycles. So I wanted to ask Jerry before we got going, this is a really fundamental issue about factory production. How do we overcome those issues of scale, and how do we get diversity to get through the cycle?
Because, I mean, that be under no illusion, every single market in the world goes through housing cycles. So I've been through multiple different housing cycles, and our business survives it. Because I think what part of the problem here is again, is this definition of what an off-site company is. An off-site company doesn't exist just to make residential homes. So it has to diversify itself. So we ourselves will supply, whether it's single-family, multi-family, hospitality, office, commercial. So the tentacles get spread out. So depending on what's actually happening in the market, you have the ability to move around. Which is why home builders, and I mean, I'm not going to name the home builder, but some home builders have tried this in the past and made a complete failure out of it because they were tied to one market. So the housing market, they win the investment, the housing market goes down, they're out of it. Whereas what happens in Europe is very rarely does the home builder actually own the off-site company. The off-site company supplies to multiple different markets. The builder happens just to be one of them. And that way the off-site company can justify its investment and protect itself in the economy.
Yeah, great.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lynn. Thanks, Jerry. Turning to John, I mean, you talked a lot about the issues that are out there. What are some of the policies that you're thinking about at Fannie Mae? But more importantly, kind of, are you thinking about the intersection of supporting supply, but also maintaining appropriate levels of credit access, particularly for underserved communities, African Americans, Hispanics?
Yeah, great question. So I'll start with manufactured housing advantage, and sort of one place that we've been really focused on, working with Leslie at MHI and other manufacturers, just to create what has been called a new class of home, just start combating that stigma. You know, in our industry, we often hear from lenders that the second appraiser gets on site and sees, even if it's just modular factory built, they'll knock 20% off the cost, which is just, you know, to Jerry's point, sort of this disillusionment that it's like lower quality, and so therefore it should be worth less. And so being able to educate and bring those partners together with our MH Advantage program, I think is going to be really, really good for the MH industry. I guess I'll mention one other one, which is, you know, with a lot of these new technologies, you often have so many other problems you need to solve at the same time, as Lynn mentioned, that you need somebody who can bring people together. And so can you find a city who's interested in doing it, a developer who's interested, a technology like 3D printing, I know it was mentioned earlier. We've been working really closely with the team at Icon Build just to figure out, like, where can we start bringing and introducing this technology? What other partners can we bring to the table? And then from our side, of course, we have sort of financial subsidies and other ways to make the transaction better and smoother. And so, so that sort of partnership and bringing people together is another aspect. I'll just wrap up with by saying a lot of times the financing is tricky, and I mentioned sort of the way we live is different. A lot of builders are thinking about how do we get sort of co-sharing, different types of living arrangements. Those are really difficult to mortgage, and so financing solutions on that are important. To your second part of your question, we are always focused on low income. What's interesting about supply is it kind of doesn't matter where you put it. More supply will make prices go down. For a long time we thought, maybe we should figure out how to incentivize people to make big, rich people homes. So rich people will sell their small homes and buy into a bigger, it's a big problem that we're not seeing that sort of filtering. And so are there programs to encourage that? So I think when you focus on supply, I mean, of course we look at solutions like MH, which focus on lower income. But for me and for us, all supply is good supply. If we can just get more supply in the market, we'll reduce costs, which will help low income consumers.
Leslie, you had some very interesting slides, and this is I think they actually quantified the extent of the stigma across different groups, which I think is something new that's been brought to the discussion. In a perfect world, there's no stigma. Everybody wants a manufactured home. What are the potential supply constraints that could keep those homes from actually being shipped?
So at MHI, we're working on two main headwinds that we have in terms of moving forward and growing the market. One is regulatory, because we are a federal building code, and we need to make sure that the building code is evolving along with all of the innovations that we're talking about. And so, John, thank you for mentioning MH Advantage. We talked about people wanting this improved roof pitch, and we're changing how the exteriors of the homes look with garages and others. Fannie Mae has MH Advantage, which is a finance program for that. Freddie Mac has one as well. The challenge then is to make sure that the building code is updated so that we don't slow down the process. It's not that these homes could not be built. It's just if these specifications aren't included in the building code, there's a whole alternative construction process that the manufacturers have to go through. So it just slows everything down. And so what we're working on at MHI is to look at how we can improve that federal building code. I'm sure for all of you, you're here in DC, you know how slow anything. When I first got to MHI, I said, why would you ever want HUD to be your regulator for a building code, right? I mean, it's just, that's gonna really be slow. We're really pleased that this administration is committed to improving that process. We wanna get on a 2-year code cycle like other building codes are doing. So that's a constraint that we have when it comes to the supply. It's just the pace of that. We also need to focus on the financing side of the equation. Currently, we've got 76% of the homes being financed as home only, which means that the home's being financed, but it's not the land and the home together. If it's a chattel product, which is the personal property loan, that interest rate is higher. So the duty to serve for us is really important. Both Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac have announced that as a part of their duty to serve plans, they're going to start looking at pilot programs for chattel loans. It's really interesting when you talk about why consumers choose, why so many consumers are choosing to go chattel rather than land home, even though the interest rate is higher. Some people think that it's an education question. We would argue it's actually a process question. It's all about you're buying a house that's built in a factory, you've got to prepare the land. And so then you've got this issue of needing 2 different loans. And so Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are actually working on that as well to make sure that we can transition some people. You know, they're making decisions based on what's best for them to get into that house, and that affordability question comes along with that, but it doesn't necessarily translate into the interest rate. We also had some other regulatory challenges that we're facing, but we're really looking at financing and then our building code to improve supply.
Got it. And then finally, just Jerry, you pointed out, which I think is exactly the right thing, that that offsite building is much more pervasive in other parts of the world than it is here in the U.S. What specifically do you think the reasons are behind that, number one? But number two, what's the role of public policy in that? Where can public policy address that gap?
Well, I think the initiatives that are being spoken here about for the MHI are, if we had a similar process for the offsite industry, I think that would go a long way. I think at the moment, there's so many disparate regulations between states, but even within states. You have this crazy situation where you have a California State Building Code, for the sake of argument, and then every single municipality can decide what it wants to do. But even it gets down then to the individual regulator. The individual regulator acts like a god on the building site and decides because of his personal preference for something that he's going to stop something happen, even though in general the product, the home, complies with the California state regulations. Now, I don't know if that happens in other states around, but the fact that that is allowed to happen, that's ridiculous. That's like buying your car, but when it comes out to the dealer or somebody else has the decision at the last minute, no, I'm not happy with that. It's just no other product would you put up with it. But that happens in building. Why? Well, I think it comes back to, and it's very hard to answer that question, Michael. I have the answer to it, but it would take far too long to explain why I think stick framing has been pervasive and that offsite hasn't made significant inroads. It's a very long, detailed response to that, and I have written some stuff, and you can find it on my LinkedIn post about that. But what I think is that if we don't find a way. Even at the moment, the codes, for example, in California, you have the factory-built housing code. It was never thought about in the context of offsite construction, as we know offsite construction. It was thought about in the context of modular. And so I was explaining earlier on, for example, if the modular companies, say a building, and I don't mean the use of the term box disparaging, I'm not meaning that at all, but if there's 4 boxes that have to go out to put a building together, in California, the modular company will pay approximately, I think, $5.95 per box to have his insignia, the California state insignia, put on that. If we want to run our system through the same factory-built housing code, we have to pay that $5.95 for every panel. We could have 250 panels in the house. So we're already at a disadvantage because that code was never set up for somebody like us. Now, we don't have to use that, but what it does is it inhibits innovation, because the reason why we would want to use it is so that we can make innovative changes to our product to bring better performance on site. But the minute we go to do that, we're going to be hit with these charges per panel as opposed to one box. That's a disincentive for innovation in the housing industry that's been overseen by the state of California, yet the state of California is complaining that it has a housing crisis.
With that excellent remark, I'm going to open it up to the audience. Those that are watching on the web, again, you can tweet at Mortgage Lori for a question, and it will get up to us. Yes.
Hi. So, looking at the kind of the new version of manufactured housing, you look at it and you go, well, this looks just as good as a stick-built house. But then you look at the pictures of, the house in Germany, the house in Japan, and you go, I don't even care how that's made. I want to live in a place that looks like this, right? So I guess the question is, can the MHI or any other associations represent manufactured housing builders? Are they in a position to really try to drive like a reimagining of what manufactured housing can look like? So you get away from this looks just as good as a stick-built house, but it's going to cost you less, to all of a sudden, you don't even care how it's built or whatever. This is fantastic. It's like a Tesla or a Prius where you just look at it and go, this is different. I like this. And this has got all these advantages. How far away are we from being able to see something like that?
So at MHI, our builders, we have different councils. So we have the manufacturers division, but we also have the modular housing council. Manufactured homes are the HUD code homes. Most of our builders also do modular homes, but that's where you get into the challenges with the state and local building codes and those regulations. So at MHI, we are looking at that in total. But what we see, and I think what you've heard today, is that we do enjoy efficiencies through the HUD code in order to build and to place homes more quickly. We still have zoning constraints. We get zoned out. And so that's something that as manufactured housing has evolved, looking like the site-built homes, we're really taking an aggressive stance and effort to show localities. And what I've seen is that the local mayors and others are saying, oh yeah, we want that, right? We had this image in our head, which was that original picture I showed you, but no, we'll take this over here. So we are overcoming the ones that do look similar, but part of that is the HUD, it's the building code itself. Congress, it's through the law where it says these homes must be built on a chassis. So when you imagine a chassis, you get the shape that looks that way. And so one thing we have been looking at is we need to change the definition of what a manufactured home is in general so that we can then go and update the HUD code to allow for some of these more interesting shapes and boxes and things as well. So we are working on that. That's a vision for the future. But we are really excited about this new class of home because we know we can do that right now and move forward. The other things that Jerry's talking about, he's having to deal with the state and local building codes for that. So.
Yeah.
No.
I was just going to say one other thing, just in terms, because I've asked this question, actually, Lynn and I were just talking about this last week. Why aren't modular developers doing more of this? And it's one of the challenges too is when developers are doing a massive project with multiple units, there's just a risk to doing anything different, and that often gets reflected in the financing. So there's a finance challenge there too. But you talk to the 3D printers, and they're like, I mean, sort of similar to Jerry's comment, like, I can put anything in this. I can make a home look like a circle. I can do anything. It's limitless. Why am I printing it to look exactly like the home next door? It's very bizarre, but I think there's a financing risk that's a component of it as well.
There's a consumer risk, there's the price point, there's the appraiser, there's the lender. It's a whole world that thinks a house is supposed to look like this, it's supposed to have 2x4s, it's supposed to have. So it's not just education of even local land use regulators, it's the whole supply chain. Yeah.
We have time for one more question. I think there's one over on the side here.
Hi, Kirsten Johnson. I'll be with NeighborWorks America. First of all, go Nats. And then secondly, just wondering, you guys are talking about construction, really talking a lot about stick-built, which means wood, which is sort of, it is a renewable resource, but one that is, I think, more costly in some regards and has other issues with it. So I'm wondering if you're looking at alternative materials in your construction of modular or, I don't know what to call your stuff, Jerry, but the housing that you're building off-site.
Well, we have, I would actually say we are material agnostic. Whatever the best material is to make the house more efficient in terms of building, we will use. So currently as it stands, we have done both 2x4, 2x6 regular walls. We've done light gauge steel and we've used SIPS panels. And we've looked at numerous other different combinations of foam-based wood and steel-based products. So we ourselves are material agnostic. I love wood, by the way, but I'm not a promoter of wood. I'm a promoter of efficiency. So to the extent that there's something there that would allow the building to be built more efficiently, we're certainly all open to using it.
Well,
the reason why people stick with wood in the United States is quite simple. It's still the lowest cost way to build a house. That is, honestly, we've looked at it every which way. It's still the lowest cost way to build a house is to use wood. Unfortunately, it has had consequences in the US because when you look at the quality of wood that's being permitted for use, the standard has continuously gone down and down and down and down. Now, if you go and you go walk onto a European wood framed house, you won't recognize it because you could nearly varnish the studs because of that higher quality. The same thing is true of the United States and Canada are shipping their best quality wood at the moment to Japan. It's actually under a special grade. It's called J grade, and there are only certain mills in the United States and Canada that are permitted to actually do it. And they take the highest grade material in the United States and Canada and they ship it to Japan. And they use pretty much the lowest grade material here to build the homes.
Can I just point out, because it's been mentioned twice, and we like to refer to it as factory built versus site built. When there's this image of stick built, it's like, okay, well, what's going on in the factory? What is that material?
we use the same materials that the site builders use. And it really is about consumer preference and efficiency as well in the factory. But I just want to make sure that you understand how we distinguish between the material.
The comment just about sort of environmental concerns with housing. I mean, one of the great things about the sort of factory built, you look at the waste per
That's
house,
right.
it's so much less. And the energy efficiency is so much greater. So, I mean, they're doing great things for the environment. I think, moving with new materials like the 3D printers we're looking at will be even better. But just as a start, it is so much better.
Yeah, and I just touched up, I don't know if Lynn has any statistics on this, but I can give you the statistics. When we were running, what my previous company was called Century Homes in Ireland, we said we had 3 factories in Ireland and 2 in the UK, but we were ISO 14001 registered. So we had cradle degree of measurement of all our wastes. Our waste to landfill was 3%. 3%. I mean, we're basically down at zero. One of the UK companies at the moment is pretty much at zero. That's what you can achieve in a factory.
Yeah.
You cannot do, you walk on the building site and you see that dumpster. It's not full of wood, it's full of money.
And with that, I think that we're going to wrap up. I want to express my gratitude. I want to thank our supporters, obviously, for their support. Thank the audience. Thank you guys for your attention. We love that. And our panelists. A round of applause for our panelists for their expertise. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Very exciting. Thank you all. That was a great conversation. So we spent the morning talking about supply. We're now going to go eat and refuel so we can get into innovations on the equity side. We'll have a great lunchtime keynote panel that's going to talk about high LTV lending. And then this afternoon, we'll talk about politics of housing, what's going on in the environment, as well as fintech. So thank you guys so much for a great, great conversation. Please go have lunch and please be back by 12:30 for our lunchtime panel. Thank you. Hello. I saw you. If everyone could start making their way back into the room for our lunchtime keynote panel, and find a seat in here. Feel free to bring your food in. That would be great. We're going to start in just a couple of minutes.
Green? Yeah, but what happens to my first slide? Ah. There we go. No. There we go. Hello, everyone. I gather that we're going to have people trickling in, and this is a short panel, so we want to get started. On this panel, we're going to explore the roles of the GSEs and collaterally the MIs and the conventional part of the market, and the FHA, and collaterally the USDA and VA in serving the high LTV market. And for purposes of clarity, we are defining the high LTV market as the part of the market that's at 90 and over. So we did it that way because that's the part of the market where there's overlap. More significant overlap. The impetus for this panel is the growing call, most noticeably, but not exclusively, in the Treasury and HUD housing reform plans for greater coordination, less duplication between the GSEs and FHA. We've got three really thoughtful experts. Ted Tozer, once ran Ginnie Mae and now at the Milken Institute. Rot Gupta, who's the CEO at Genworth, and Ed Golding, who in addition to being one of the founders of the Housing Finance Policy Center, was the head of the FHA and is now at MIT's Golub Center. And so I'm going to start with a question for Rohit. Well, first of all, here we go. Just a reminder, this is basically what the relevant mission part of the two groups of entities is. The FHA, interestingly enough, unlike the GSEs, doesn't really have a sort of explicit mission in their organic statute for what they've actually been doing. But I think we all know what they've been doing. And we have some slides here that help us understand that. So we frequently assume that when we're talking about high LTV borrowers, we assume that they're almost exclusively first-time home buyers, frequently Black or Hispanic. And the new 2018 HMDA data tells us that while the median purchase CLTV for Black and Hispanic borrowers is indeed higher than for whites and Asians. And as shown on this slide, over 60% of Blacks and almost 50% of Hispanic borrowers use the government channels for USDA for financing. But So do about 12% of Asians and 30% of whites. And conversely, this slide shows, and the new HMDA data tell us that about 25% of conventional conforming purchase market has LTVs over 90%, and that share is growing. So, Rohit, why don't you start us off on who really is in the high LTV market, and to the extent you either know or want to speculate, why?
Sure, Ellen, thank you for the question. So this is not a surprise to us. We have seen high LTV market, and I would say high LTV to us means greater than 80% LTV. That's where mortgage insurance attaches for GSE loans. That market has been between 30 to 40% of total origination market for the last 40 years. So that's always been in good times or bad times. We always have that portion of origination market coming from people, from families who actually don't have 20% to put down. And those are typically very diverse groups. So folks who are actually accessing mortgages with less than 20% down do have racial diversity. There are also a significant portion coming from first-time homebuyers. So within the MI industry, I would tell you that 60% of our insured borrowers in purchase mortgages are first-time homebuyers. And I believe that number is even higher for FHA. It's closer to 80%. So I would say they are diverse. They are first-time homebuyers. And on top of it, they are moderate income. So 40% of our insured loans in 2018 actually had household income of less than $75,000. An average loan amount for these borrowers is about $240,000, $250,000 in mortgage insurance book. So you can see that we can talk about the entire population as a group, but there is a lot of diversity, both in terms of economics, racial diversity, as well as the source of origination they choose in terms of mortgage insurance, FHA, VA, or USDA.
Ted or Ed, do you have any gloss, comments, thoughts on
I mean, I always used to ask people, if you don't have either MI or go through the government route for your first house, usually the source of the down payment's a gift from either a soft second from your relatives or a gift from the relatives. So it really is that bifurcation of family wealth that determines who goes to the high LTV market.
I agree. And you kind of showed it, I think by showing different ethnic groups, it showed like the Asians had the smallest amount of, and I think that kind of goes with their culture, because when I was traveling through Asia, home prices are very high in Japan, Hong Kong, and where there the custom is, the parents basically put down 50% down for their kids to buy their first home. So I think it's carried over into here. So I think a lot of it, like Ed said, a lot of this is based on the intergenerational wealth that's available, and that's the reason why I think what we're saying. Also, technical problems. I also think what's really interesting about this indication also is that years ago, people at FHA told me that they were the kind of the entry point, the first rung on the rung of home ownership, and subsequent home, once they built equity, would become conventional type space. I think it kind of reflects that. So I think the idea of kind of downplaying the non-conventional space, I think that really does show again that FHA is doing its role. I think this what reflects here. FHA, USDA, VA, they actually put that first rung on the home ownership ladder for all these various ethnic groups. So again, it shows again, I think that the process is working, what we're seeing in this slide here.
So let's sort of, now that we have an idea of who the population is, let's talk about what might happen if some of the recommendations in the Treasury and HUD plans were actually adopted. So the Treasury plan says FHFA and HUD should develop and implement specific understanding as to the appropriate roles and overlap between the GSEs and FHA, for example, with respect to the GSEs' acquisitions of high LTV loans. While at the same time, the HUD plan recommends that the FHA, like the GSEs, engage in risk-based pricing for high LTV loans as well as risk-based capital standards. So Ted, we're going to start by looking at the impact of these kinds of recommendations on the entities. So what would you see as the impact of these kinds of recommendations on both the GSEs and FHA, of bifurcating the market on explicitly set criteria such as LTV, house price, or borrower income? And how would that affect both access to capital, the health of the entities, and the FHA's countercyclical role?
Well, I think in the end of the day, I think the thing that it's important to look at is, I think the speakers earlier this morning kind of show it, is we have to grow the pie. Historically, what's happened is you had Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, the FHA fighting over the same borrowers by trying to, whatever they were doing as far as cutting their pricing, whatever. And I think the key thing needs to be is how do we grow the pie? And I think that's where the role I think the GSEs could play, because I think FHA, just because its limitations on staff and its ability to really understand the market that well, isn't that really that equipped to kind of grow the market and try to look at some of these unique things, whether it's different types of properties that the previous panel talked about, or other things that can be done. And I think that's really the key, because I think what we've seen in the past, once they have them going against the same borrowers, you start having issues where credit quality deteriorates, you start having mispriced activities. So I think it's one thing I think about is we need to look at it, but I don't think it's as simplistic as saying it's LTV or loan amount. It could be, but I think the key thing is, at the end of the day, what are we doing to grow the market? And I think that's where, so I think to some degree, we need to kind of frame it different than what was said in the paper of saying that FHA is going to do what the private sector won't do. I think it's more the question you need to ask is, what could the private sector do that FHA won't do? Because of the fact that we're trying to grow the pie. As far as risk-based pricing, the question with FHA's point is, again, I'm kind of torn by that, because it's great to say risk-based pricing, but as long as it's a situation where there's no adverse selection going on, because before, FHA was hurt because the GSEs or the PLS market took the good quality loans away from FHA, or because they weren't risk-based pricing, left them with really bad quality loans. When the recession in 2008, it blew up. No insurance company can be adverse selected. So if we're not going to have the adverse selection, then the question I guess I have is, I don't know what the value is of the risk-based pricing, because the concept is you do have this kind of sharing between good and bad, but still the question overall, I think it's good to have this kind of this standard type pricing with first-time home buyers, that they kind of know what they're kind of getting into. And as far as risk-based capital, I think risk-based capital is great, because this 2% that Congress put on FHA is so arbitrary. I mean, it's great to have something that's really based in fact of the risks that the FHA program is taking on. And since they don't have a return on capital type requirement, it's not really going to affect what they charge for their premiums, because again, it's not like they've got to hold more capital. Because really, as far as I'm concerned, FHA should bank all of its additional money that it gets from its premium should go right to its reserve, and it should just keep building over time. There shouldn't ever be a situation where FHA, like in today's world, any excess premium money that FHA collects gets turned over to HUD, as they call it, as a offset, which means it's additional credit going to HUD for their budget. And I think that's inappropriate. I think that we should have it now where FHA keeps all of its funds, gets reimbursed them all, and just keeps building reserve. But so I think risk-based capital, I think makes a lot of sense. We can actually see something that really is tied to risk of how much they're holding. And one thing I want to throw out just quickly too is also recommend, we're talking about capital, is I think FHA should get away from government accounting and should have the same accounting that Rowan has, that Genworth, every other private sector has. That way you can compare their financials. That way their loss reserves are calculated, everybody else's loss reserves, everybody else, so you can see the risk-based capital and compare it against other people. Because with government accounting, right now you really can't look at FHA. That's really that's actuarial study, because even Congress doesn't even know how to look at their financials. So that's something I want to throw out. I think was missed in here is the need to treat FHA like a private company from their accounting perspective, as well as putting the risk-based pricing in capital.
So I can disagree with my friend. We've done this before. We like to disagree. First of all, to answer your question, the status quo really has worked relatively well for a lot of years. FHA's market share is roughly 13% if you look out over history. There's some variation. You mentioned it was countercyclical. There were periods it was up to 25%. There were periods it was down to 3%. But generally, it's averaged around 13%. And they've figured out there's a natural divide in the market. I'm going to do a plug for the Urban Institute's chart book. There's a very good description of which mortgages are best execution or it's cheaper for the consumer to go to FHA and which ones are more likely to go to the conventional. Depends on lots of factors like, the Ginnie Mae, Fannie Mae MBS price spreads and the like. But basically, it turns out there's a break-even credit score or FICO score that if you're below, say, 700, you're better off in the FHA market. If you're above 700, you're better off in the conventional market. It's not an exact science, but that's basically what the chart book shows. That has actually worked out relatively well. The high risk or the lower credit quality borrowers who've had trouble on their credit cards or their auto loans are going into a government program. And it's a good government program. It's one that has promoted homeownership on this. And that division has actually worked out very well. A government program doesn't need capital. It has the U.S. Treasury behind it. It's a huge advantage to have the U.S. Treasury behind you. But you don't need to go to GAAP accounting. It is a government program, very similar to the FDIC, very similar to Social Security. These government programs actually do work and have worked for 80 years.
So, what do you think?
I'm not sure if I'm agreeing or disagreeing.
That's why you're in the middle.
Exactly. So I'm going to agree with
middle.
part of what Ted said and part of what Ed said, but I'm also going to disagree with portions of what each of them said too. So I think that we need to make a decision on how do we want government to play a role in housing policy. And I think that should dictate what GSE role is and what FHA role is. So the first slide you put up actually talked about the role of GSEs and kind of they are supposed to bring distribution of capital, kind of circulation of capital into the market. And that means even bringing private capital into the market, like private mortgage insurance companies, to fund those mortgages with private capital first, if that is an option. So I do think that that can create some clarity on what the role of GSEs is versus what the role of FHA is. But I do think that it's healthy for FHA and GSEs to coexist because there are points of overlap where GSEs play a role and MI industry plays a role and FHAs also can play a role in the same segment. Theoretically, you can come up with a solution where you say, okay, there is probably a line at which GSEs and private capital cannot insure a borrower at a reasonable and sustainable cost. And if we can theoretically find that point, then you can create a bifurcation between those two markets. Reality is that point is a combination of loan to value, debt to income, FICO, borrower, co-borrower, and that's only the first 5. There are probably 10 more that I can name. So given the fact that we are never going to be able to build that model in the near future, it's okay for those two entities to coexist and play the cyclical and counter-cyclical role that they play and actually reduce the burden that gets created on taxpayers. Because if you didn't have private capital, a lot of the loans that can be funded by private capital would actually go over to FHA, which is 100% tax-backed program. The one place where I do think I struggle with this answer of FHA is a government program and should not have any capital. I do think that at the end of the day, FHA should have some capital, so you at least have a way of pricing loans just beyond losses. So when you do get into a downturn, you're using that capital to actually pay the losses and actually run the program in a healthy way. And I think that played out very well during this downturn because as MI industry took a step back, as GSEs took a step back from high loan to value market, FHA was able to step into that market because they had not depleted those reserves.
Any more? Ed, you want to?
Well, we did deplete. We went negative on the accounting.
Right.
It didn't matter. I always liked
$2 billion.
It was $2 billion. It was $2 billion. It's just an accounting entry that only people at OMB understand. There was no taxpayer taxes didn't go up in order to put cash into FHA. This is sort of FHA's, that 2% number, and I followed it very closely. I always wanted to tell legislators, don't you understand random walks? As long as we charge more, there's a few economists here who like that. As long as it was intended to be a mutual type of insurance fund. It was supposed to charge basically expected costs. If there was a surplus, it was supposed to rebate it back to the homeowners. It's not doing that exactly today, but it really doesn't need to charge more than expected. And the reserve fund, which is out there, will bounce around. In good times, it'll go way up. In bad times, it'll go down. It does provide some discipline, and I do think information and metrics are important, so I don't want to get rid of it. But it's not true capital. It's a model-based number that there are probably, 4 people up on stage and 4 people on listening in on their computer, and half the audience here understand. But it really is just a model number. It's not true capital. It's very, very different than shareholder capital.
But again, I'm back to this whole question of, is the concept of FHA right now, today's premiums, again, they're not really prohibitive, what we're collecting, but it's proved to be, based on the modeling that OMB has, it seems like it's more than what needs to be charged. So the question I have is, why should that go back to HUD? Why not just keep building the reserve, the capital, and just keep it going? I mean, that's my concern. And again, the issue, getting back to Ed, the reason I talked about GAAP accounting, it's not so much changing how FHA does their business, but enables them to actually, people can look at their financials and say, how they're doing. So that way their loss projections are the same way that Genworth does their loss projections for the financials. And everything is just more of an apples and apples comparison. So you report to Congress, they can look at it and say, okay, how are things trending? How are your administrative costs? Like this whole concept of FHA having to go to industry to get money to fund its technology was ludicrous. The money's going back to HUD. HUD's choosing not to put it in FHA's technology, and they got to charge the industry to to pay for the technology. They should have this financials. The money should all stay within FHA, and they should have the financials to reflect it all like just like a government-owned corporation, like Ginnie Mae is. Ginnie Mae, we're on GAAP accounting. We have GAAP accounting when I was at Ginnie Mae. The only 2 things were different is I was told by OMB a government cannot make money. So we never made money. Our income statement said the bottom line, we had excessive revenues. So we had excessive revenues because we can't make money. And also our stockholder equity section of our balance sheet didn't say stock equity. It said invested by the U.S. government because we had 1 stockholder. Everything else like that, our financials look just like Rohat's, except for those 2 items. And that's why I think it was great, because you could compare Ginnie Mae to any other private company and see how we were doing on our perspective. And that's what I think we need to do. We need to bring not so much a change of FHA does business, but enable to take away some of make it more transparent, so people can kind of see where the money's being spent, how it's all being operated, to hopefully become more efficient and more effective, and also be able to control more of its own destiny than it is right now, where it's got to kind of go hand in hand to the Secretary of HUD for its money for salaries, for technology. It should be able to fund it out of the premiums it's collecting.
So Ed, let me just, because I think Ted's asking, essentially raising 2 issues. One is how one would do the accounting, whether or not the money was real. And so you could theoretically keep a set of books that looked like a regular insurance set of books, whether or not the money went back to HUD or to the U.S. Treasury. But then you're also raising the issue of whether the FHA ought to essentially run like a separate corporation without having to go to HUD or potentially even to Congress for appropriations. Doesn't that sound tempting for somebody who ran the FHA?
Yeah. So having a government corporation makes a lot of sense. So I will very much agree with Ted on that. You basically have to be able to fund FHA. It has, basically half the credit risk that's being created in the market right now is going through FHA, and yet they have 700 employees in the single-family business compared to the GSEs having roughly 10 times that each. So yes, you need...
Plus the MIs. I mean, if you
Yeah.
include the MIs with the GSE
Right.
number.
Yeah, would be even higher. So you have, you clearly having a government corporation. And better transparency would be very useful. I think you get that more by providing loan level data, very similar to what the GSEs have done through their credit risk transfer. FHA should be providing that type of data to the public. I don't talk accounting in public among in polite company. You know, whether CECL and reserves based on GAAP accounting would help with transparency. I think we're supposed to say it will, but having run investor relations, I don't think anyone understands the GSE balance sheet or income statement. So I don't really think that's as important of an issue, but yes to the government corporation, yes to loan level data out there so people can understand what's going on at FHA.
So Rowan, now that we've gotten Ted and Ed to agree on something, are you going to disagree?
Yes. We are getting pretty close to FHA reform right here, so I might as well complete it. So I would say agree with the first part, if you agree with the second part. So first part is creating a corporation, FHA as a separate corporation so it can have its own funding. If we go in that direction, you have to address what role does FHA play in the marketplace? Because if you ask private capital to compete with FHA that has expected zero return that Ted just talked about, and at the same time actually has no investors holding them accountable for expense ratios, loss ratios, or anything else, you are essentially telling private capital to go home, which I don't think is generally what we learned in the last cycle. We learned that if you actually are trying to reduce taxpayer risk, you have to increase the role of private capital and have them earn a reasonable return for that risk. So I do think on the second element, without creating a gap balance sheet or some kind of articulation of capital, I'm not sure if you can clearly articulate the mission and purpose of FHA versus private capital serving the same market.
So this is,
And I know you disagree with that one.
well, this is where I shock the audience by saying that, you know, the model that Rohit just described really is FHA for all. And why not just have an FHA, you know, the whole mortgage system go through FHA? Why have all the extra expenses of private capital? And it's an interesting way of thinking about the market because in many ways, FHA, from a bearing credit risk, the taxpayer is much better than the stock market for distributing that credit risk. It can do it across generations. It can do it with the tax code. So for just a pure economics 101, private capital brings nothing to the table from a risk-bearing perspective. Now, so that sounds like FHA for all and sounds like a great idea. Why it's not a good idea, and I've lived in the belly of both beasts, of both the GSEs and the FHA, it's what the GSEs and private capital do a lot better. And that's the innovation, and that is where I think, Ellen, you were going with some of your questions, that if you really want to figure out how to get lending into the condo market, if you really want alternative credit scores, if you really want all the fintech stuff that Brian Brooks talked about, as much as, even with FHA as a private corporation, as a government corporation, that's not going to happen. The real reason you want private capital is because that innovative dynamic efficiency. It is not for the absorption of risk. The government is really good at that.
One thing I think that kind of puts a limitation, Rowan, on what you would do is, being a government corporation, there's still going to be a government corporation. There's not going to be any stock options. There's not going to be any, I mean, they're going to be a nonprofit. So from that perspective, there's no incentive to really grow the business because you're not going to, there's no financial gain of anybody being there. Plus, there always the politics involved. Even when I was at Ginnie Mae, I was talking to you about some congressional people talking to me about Ginnie Mae having some sort of congressional oversight or some sort of a board that would be put together that would, again, to be there to kind of look to see how Ginnie Mae was operating. So you're still going to have that kind of oversight. But the big thing is there's no profit incentive. So I think because of that, the idea of growing FHA, just to grow FHA, there's no benefit to the people running it to want to squeeze out the private sector unless they just have some axe to grind against the private sector because they're not going to be financially benefited because it's all, whatever you make just stays there. It doesn't, like a Ginnie Mae, we'd made over $1 billion a year. We just keep building capital. Like right now, Ginnie Mae's got like $16 billion worth of capital because it keeps building capital. I never got a piece of that $1 billion when I was running it.
Although,
So.
Ted, I do remember the day that Ginnie Mae became larger than Freddie Mac and securities outstanding. You had a little party in your office.
Oh, yeah, well,
Yes, I think Rohit's point is that it would happen naturally. Because of the cost, the differential cost of capital.
Yes.
The FHA needn't want to make it happen, it would just happen. So I want to go in a slightly different direction here, which is that let's assume for a minute that you did bifurcate the market. And I want to take this from a slightly different direction because I know that it's a question that has really plagued the advocacy side of GSE reform for the whole time people have been talking about GSE reform. So what if you had a bifurcated market? What would be the impact on low wealth, traditionally underserved consumers' access to credit? And also, what would be the impact on the communities in which that group of borrowers lives? Ed, you want to take that?
Yeah, I mean, this really playing on my point of you don't want a separate system serving certain communities. And there's, two reasons. I go back to the first one, which is the innovation. Take something as simple, or if it's simple as homeownership counseling, and trying to get that into the market, lowering your guarantee fee for reducing the credit risk. That's a place where the GSEs and the MIs can innovate together. FHA has a very hard time innovating. So this is the community where, as we discussed earlier today, this is where you want to focus the innovation. This is where you want to cut out the fixed costs of doing a mortgage and reducing servicing costs. This is where you want to find alternative underwriting. That innovation needs to come from the private sector. It's very hard to put that through FHA.
And why? And would a government corporation change that?
It would make it a little bit better, but it's still, I've been in both. The government is not going to be at the forefront of technology on this one, and it's not going to have the incentives to do it. So I worry about not having the innovation, just saying you can only go into the government program. I also worry about even, and this is sort of more of an externality argument, if you don't want high default rates in certain communities. It's not exactly what you proposed in your statement, but you don't want certain communities being thought of as FHA communities. Because you don't want it all to be 97% lending. You want them to be built, you want all the financial services in that community. And people have used things like, they don't want separate but equal type financial systems. I may not use that exact term, having worked at FHA and thinking of it as a very good mortgage. But even so, you really want the competition, both from the innovation and from the fact that you want financial services in these communities, and you don't want high default rates in downturns.
Philip, did you?
Surprisingly, I agree with both points.
But getting back to Ed's points, I agree the innovation's got to come from the GSEs. Like you talked about the 97% loans and so forth. The key is wealth building. And the GSEs are in a perfect position, for example, to get the 20-year mortgage to work. Because again, they've got the infrastructure. So the question you have is, again, trying to pull some of these things out. So an FHA community moves from being an FHA community to more diverse by doing more wealth building type activities that the GSE innovations, I think, it could deal with. Because I think the concept of saying an FHA, like I said, the FHA loan, I think, was designed to be the first step on the ladder. But subsequent loans should be doing things that are building wealth. So getting back to your point, when you get back to the second, third loan, it shouldn't be 97% loan to value. You should be building equity. You shouldn't be doing cash outs. You should literally be building equity. So again, the idea that FHA doing cash refinances, I don't understand why they do them. I mean, literally, they should be there to help people either buy a home or if rates fall, help them get a lower rate. but not to help them upgrade the home to keep them in the 97 all the way along. So that's one thing I think is really important is FHA needs to look at some of the things like, again, like cash outs to be wealth building. But again, I also think that GSE should look at trying to do other things like a 20-year mortgage, because years and years ago when Fannie came out with 20-year, they cut the G fees and did different things, realizing it was a wealth building, but that's all kind of gone by the wayside. I think that Fannie Mae needs to use the capital markets to try to help develop a 20-year security, all that kind of good stuff. So I agree with Ed. And also, too, my time at Ginnie Mae is a government corporation. We're part of HUD. We're a government corporation. But I'll tell you that, again, the concept is we didn't have the incentive from a financial perspective to do a lot of things that Fannie and Freddie would do. And I think that's where, and plus the data that Fannie and Freddie have is so great to be able to do lots of innovation that FHA may not be able to have that same kind of data. So again, I really feel like that's the reason why innovation's got to stay at the GSE side.
So, Rowan, I'm sure you were planning to say something more than, yes, I agree with Ed.
Yeah, so I'll give you two examples just to put a finer point on the innovation side. I think we are just beginning to scratch the surface on machine learning and machine learning usage in mortgages. I frankly think that in mortgage industry, we have generally priced loans and kind of did data mining at a very macro level. We price on LTV and maybe FICO, not deeper than that. Now that mortgage insurance industry has gone to risk-based pricing, now we are activating somewhere between 11 to 18 attributes on every single loan, and we can go further than that. The way that benefits the borrower is upstream when we are underwriting a mortgage, can we actually get all these data fields from the borrower in different ways and close the mortgage cheaper and somehow put the borrower in a better position. So that's one aspect of kind of on front end how innovation can benefit the borrower, and as a result we should have the entities coexist. The second reason is much more on the back end. So when we fund the capital to fund these mortgages from a capital markets perspective between GSEs and MI industry, we have done so many insurance-linked note transactions and reinsurance transactions that cost is reducing compared to where it used to be in 2007, 2008. And now we are 6th year doing those transactions. So as we move forward, we can innovate more and hopefully reduce that cost to the borrower as that borrower gets into a new home.
Terrific. Okay, time for the audience. And I'm not entirely sure how web questions are coming in, but I'm sure someone on the staff will get them. But anyone in the audience here want to take up this question? Well, okay, Frank. I think you have to wait for a mic because of the recording.
Hi, Frank Notaf at CoreLogic. So delinquency foreclosure rates, they're at a really low level right now, lowest level in 20, 25 years. So is the FHA and mortgage insurance premium, is the GSE G fee, is it set right? Is it too high, too low? What are your thoughts on that?
So I'll take that one. No, they're clearly, too high. The government's using it as a source of revenue. I have a very small footnote in history. The first executive order with the new administration was to reverse the MIP reduction. I looked at the numbers of FHA premiums. Some of it has to do with what you think about of reverse mortgages, which we won't go into. But if you surely look at the forward market, there was room to cut. In fact, we cut only, I think, half of what we could have cut. And on the other hand, it was reversed on January 20th in 2017. So clearly on record that FHA could be charging less on that. And similar, I think the GSEs are using their G fees and LLPAs to build up capital. In a competitive market, they would be lower.
So FHA, I disagree. I believe FHA, and we started off the argument on capital, so I believe that FHA is an insurance company. The fact that it's a government corporation is the second fact. The primary fact is it's an insurance company, so you price for losses, you price for expenses, and you got to pay for capital. And if that capital partially is coming from taxpayers, whatever that subsidy is, we can reduce that, but you got to price for the rest of it. So I believe FHA premiums, given the profile of those borrowers and the losses we saw in the last downturn, are appropriate. On the GSE side, it's more difficult to call because we don't have a GSE capital framework which is final. And at the end of the day, GSEs are monoline insurance companies, pricing credit risk, interest rate risk. And if we don't know how much capital they need to hold in future, they can price for losses and expenses, but capital is probably the biggest cost in their entire pricing. Until the capital framework becomes final, it's difficult to say whether they're overpriced or underpriced.
Okay, so Cheryl has some questions from
I think it's
the ether.
Kevin Park, who's former FHA economist. 2 questions that he tweeted. Doesn't shrinking FHA's market share inherently mean inviting adverse selection and raising FHA's average but not necessarily marginal risk? And would allowing Ginnie to wrap conventional loans help high LTV lending by allowing secondary market execution to be separated from primary mortgage insurance?
Okay, Ed, why don't you take the first one and Ted the second?
Yeah, if you're artificially, if you're artificially shrinking FHA, that does, raise its cost, doesn't change the overall mix. So if you're sending just the better stuff, you're sending the better loans to the GSEs, you're doing nothing but raising the cost. And as I said, the equilibrium over time without any intervention, letting the market sort it out seems to have worked relatively well, resulting in that 13% market share.
Okay, Ted, the Ginnie wrap question?
Yeah, I mean, basically, the Ginnie wrap is, that's what's so controversial about it, because basically once you put the Ginnie wrap around other people besides Fannie and Freddie, it takes away Fannie and Freddie's monopoly. I mean, that their monopoly is because they have an implied guarantee on their debt. And if everybody else has an explicit guarantee on the comparable security, it opens up, it's a direct challenge to the GSEs. So that really is the challenge, because really the MI companies would probably, to some degree, probably benefit, because the Ginnie execution for a issuer who had Ginnie wrap would be better than the implied guarantee. You see today, Ginnie Mae's trade probably about a point better, a quarter point yield probably better than a Fannie Freddie comparable. That will go right to the consumer. So it probably would be better, but it does change the dynamic, because that government guarantee on the MBS is where Fannie and Freddie get their pricing power, that monopoly.
And Rohit, can I assume that you think that would be a bad idea?
I agree that on Ginnie Mae, it's much more of a competitive offering. On Ginnie Mae, it would be a competitive offering, and I think it would be good to compare what that execution looks like compared to Fannie Freddie execution, so don't disagree at all. And I also agree with that on the first point on FHA, that at the end of the day, you got to figure out what FHA's role is. So it might not be adverse selection, that might be the book that FHA is meant to get for the borrowers that they're insuring.
Did I see one more question in the audience? Yes, but you need to wait for the mic.
Hi. So, recently there have been a few bills that have been bandied about that would talk about changing how FHA premiums are charged, like limiting the upfront premium and whatnot. I just wanted to get everybody's comments on whether this was something that's helpful, or if it would be better if Congress kind of stood back and let the FHA manage its own premiums.
Again, goes back to FHA as a government corporation. The more flexibility that you give it, I think the better. You don't want to statutorily set G fees. One of the big issues has always been whether or not you can cancel FHA insurance or stop paying the premium when you get after a certain point. I think of FHA premiums much more closer to G fees. The GSEs charge. The insurance is out there for all 30 years. It's better to allow it to persist for the whole time rather than making it cancelable. But those are the types of things where Congress from time to time wants to weigh in. And I don't find them helpful, but they are Congress, so you listen to them if they pass the law.
Anyone else want to take that?
I would just add that as long as the premiums are priced properly, whether they're collected at time zero or collected over the life of the loan, as Ed said, the premiums need to account for the cost as well as the capital.
Also, too, getting back to your point also, you brought up the cancellation issue. Another problem is Congress, I don't think a lot of times doesn't understand how the whole process works. And like, for example, if FHA, for example, dropped the insurance at 80% like you do with MI, the issuers in the Ginnie Mae world are the mortgage banker. There is no Fannie Freddie in the government space. So that'd be the same thing as saying that Fannie and Freddie couldn't do CRTs or anything else. So these people become naked as far as, and that's what I think Congress really understands. So I'm also scared when Congress tries trying to take away flexibility, they may do a lot of things that have unintended consequences because they don't understand how it all fits together, because they oversimplify a lot of times really what's going on. I think it's very dangerous when they feel like they know more than the people running the various organizations.
So I hate to make that, actually, I think that's the perfect last word. So I think we will end with the notion that flexibility is good and statutory micromanagement is bad, and thank our panelists. Thank you all. We are going to move right into the next panel, so hold your seats, please.
Are we all good? I don't know who I'm supposed to ask that question of. Yeah? Okay. Thank you guys for being here, and thank you guys up here for doing this. Let me introduce you first, and then we'll jump right in. So first we've got to my left Jared Bernstein, who was an advisor to then Vice President Biden back when we were both in the Obama administration, and is now a senior fellow for the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities. We've got to his left, only literally, Doug Holtz-Eakin.
Audience, right.
We could move it around. It's almost ironic. Where's Ed Pinto? We'll get him to get all the way. Doug was director of the CBO, formerly is now the president of the American Action Forum. We've got Lindsey Johnson, who was an advisor to Senator Mark Kirk, and now is head of USMI. And then we've got Jeb Mason, who was Deputy Assistant Secretary under Secretary Paulson, and is now a partner at the Cypress Group. And we had, just in case you guys are curious about the R-D dynamic, where we do have 3 R's and 1 D on a political panel, I would say that that's because we want to overcome this charge of being a left-leaning think tank every time we're referenced in an article. But it's actually, but we had Barat, Senator Warren's advisor on domestic stuff, slated, but he had to cancel for family reasons. So Jared's going to carry the water.
The harder they come, the
my
harder
side
they
of the
fall.
aisle. Yeah, right. But thank you guys for being up here. It's funny, it's putting together the panel. It occurred to me how hard it is to find folks that can speak to both the policy and the politics of this issue. Most policy folks swear off the politics. Most political folks don't know enough about the substance to really talk policy. So appreciate you guys talking about the intersection of the two here, because it's important. Housing policy has, despite everybody in this room thinking it's very important, it pretty rarely breaks through politically at a national level. It tends to be It broke through a little bit during the crisis because it played such a role. But even there, it was relatively incoherent. Presidential candidates and even those who were president would weigh in briefly and get out. The politics of it seemed to be, for whatever reason, pretty forbidding. But yet, here we are, on the Democratic side of the aisle especially, in the presidential election cycle, it seems to have broken through. It seems to be something that's gotten a lot more high-level attention than we've seen. Jared, what's going on? What's changed in the politics of this that's made it more compelling than it has been before?
Well, before I answer, let me just say thanks to Jim for inviting me to be on the panel and to be at these great new digs, talk about housing, of the urban institute, real upgrade there. I just want to say a word about Jim. So we were in probably about 50 housing meetings, probably at 500, or maybe 50 that felt like 500 back in the day in the early Obama administration. And after those meetings, I would pull Jim aside and say, could you tell me what the heck we were just talking about for the last hour? and why everybody's talking about waterfalls? And he would explain that to me. And then he'd say, okay, first, here's the substance, and second, here's the politics, and then I'd walk away being fully informed. So thank you again for that. And to this day, he'll get obscure emails from me at 2 in the morning saying, could you explain this? And he always does in English. So.
Right, I've got to go on TV in 5 minutes. Can you explain?
Exactly, right, yeah. What should I say? So I guess the short answer comes from the couple of realizations. One, I was just talking to a billionaire real estate investor the other day, who I won't name, and he buttonholed me the way billionaires often do. He's like, I was just in California and I was talking to a bunch of people, a bunch of homeowners, and I said, not just a homeowner, just a bunch of constituents. I said, what's the biggest problem you face? Did they say college tuition? Did they say job quality? Did they say childcare? No, they said housing. They said housing was the biggest problem we face. Now, that is something that shows up on actually a lot of those lists of things people care most about. A lot of us walk around in Washington, it must be the budget deficit. That's like number 1,000 now.
You're an optimist.
Yeah, it's up there because the gap between whether we're talking about rental or home ownership, the gap between incomes, wage growth for the bottom half, and the cost of housing yourself, however you want to do it, is large and growing. So it is a key living standards issue. It is a key income insecurity issue. It is related to inequality, and it persists in an economy at 3.5% unemployment. So the longest expansion on record. It not only does it persist, but it's getting worse in a lot of places where people want to live. So this means that policymakers who are trying to get people to vote for them have to try to talk about this. What's remarkable, as you said, is how little they have. And in fact, in preparation for this panel, I did a lot more work of figuring out what some of the housing policy ideas were among the Democratic candidates. And I think it's a failure of the process so far, which has been a pretty horrible process in these debates I'm talking about. It's been a failure of the process so far that the issue hasn't gotten the kind of attention it should. I'll just start with that.
Okay, but so the bottom line is it's become such a pocketbook issue for voters that it's in essence forced candidates to come up with a plan.
Correct.
What do you think about it? So, Doug, is there any equivalent going on the Republican side? Is there a rethinking, a reprioritization of the political relevance of housing policy?
Less so. It's a little more modest. I think it has a lot to do with the geography, the sort of affordable housing crisis in the big cities. Those aren't usually Republican strongholds. So less impact on those members. Probably the biggest difference is Republicans have said for a long, long time that the housing problem is a state and local problem. It has to do with the zoning and land use restrictions. And so go complain to them. And the only difference is now the president's taken the step of having an executive order and putting together this affordability council led by Carson and basically mimicking with less teeth the approach on the left of saying we're going to have some federal levers to get the state and localities to do better things. But that's a modest step.
So, which actually brings me to the plans that a lot of the candidates have put out, which that segues to, which is, if you look at the proposals that the presidential candidates thus far have put out there, and almost all of them that are left have some version of a housing policy platform. And as you wade through them, they vary in their granularity and robustness, but most of them, I mean, with a couple exceptions, have a pretty significant affordability crisis focus, which we all take for granted now, but if you went back 10 years in time, that wouldn't be the focus. But that's the focus of almost everybody's proposals now. And they, interestingly, they've got a demand side component, most of them. So they've got down payment assistance proposals. They've got subsidized savings accounts proposals that may help for purchasing a home or renting. They've got rental tax credits. There are a lot of sort of steps that would help on the demand side, which isn't surprising. That's been a traditional sort of component of Democratic sort of focus on this in the last 5-6 years anyway. But what's more interesting is there's a supply side focus, which you haven't seen as much of until recently. And there's the zoning part of it, which Doug just mentioned, which is, as you put it, there's some teeth to it, which is not just a wagging a finger at locals for NIMBYism and making it hard to build, where there are jobs, but hooking federal dollars, HUD dollars, DOT dollars, to inclusionary zoning and the like. That's a part of a remarkable number of these platforms. I mean, if you went back in time, even 2 years, you wouldn't see zoning come up as an issue for many. And then you've got housing trust fund funding, and there's other supply side, LIHTC and the like. Lindsay, is there it feels like the supply side stuff, as Doug pointed out, may intersect a little bit with how Republicans come at this. Is there an overlap there?
I mean, I think that there absolutely is an overlap, and I'm not taking the opposite position. I'm probably agreeing with you. We've seen for quite a while, county cities in California have had affordability issues, but you pick up a paper, you can't go a week without picking up a paper or without seeing a headline about affordability. And just last week, it was USA Today, one of their front pages featured an article about 46 different major metro areas where housing prices have increased 70% since 2012. Those are major markets that we all know: Riverside, California, and Phoenix, Arizona, or Orlando. Obviously, those saw some of the most depressed prices through the crisis, but 70% in that short amount of time, it's a lot. So California has struggled.
Riverdale's one of those?
Riverdale's
Isn't
one
that
of
where
those.
they were going to do eminent domain?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. So, but then you look in the middle of America where we haven't seen. I mean, you've got better zoning laws. You've got, some just differences, land generally to build on. Areas like Texas are also seeing some specific markets. Austin, has some zoning issues. Dallas just has had a massive influx of people. Boise, Idaho. So suddenly these, typically red states, some of them are turning a little bit, but typically red states are now seeing these same challenges. And so it has become a national discussion, and so many of us in this room that focus on these issues, we've been talking about this till we're blue in the face, and then you say it 3 more times, and finally you hear somebody, a policymaker, actually start talking about it. And I think we're finally seeing some of that pay off. And it was great in my mind to see folks on the presidential candidate, from the Democratic presidential candidates, focus on the supply side. And there's very little that you can do in terms of sort of the levers you can pull at a federal level, but using sort of the monies that they get from Department of HUD and USDA and other sources, and using that as one of their sticks that they can say, if you don't fix your zoning, that's an issue. And that's where you see a lot of alignment with some of the Republicans who also see that as a major issue.
It's funny, I live in Chapel Hill, this college town, and it struggles mightily with the tension between affordable housing, the need for affordable housing, and in local interests that push back against inclusionary zoning. And so while it's increasingly taken for granted almost at the federal level that exclusionary zoning is a problem that you need to address. In fact, it's increasingly hard to find folks that would disagree. It hasn't necessarily translated at the local level. You go and you sit in on a town council meeting, And you still have traditional coalitions of environmentalists and others that push back against what they see as impacting things they care about. So it'll be interesting to see how this, or if this, filters down to the politics at the local level, because it hasn't so much yet. So Jeb, to bring you into this, is there, I realize this is a bit of a reach, but in a world in which Congress can function, pass things, what would it take, given that we've identified some overlap, at least in theory, about how the two parties think about at least some of the affordability problem, what would it take for that philosophical overlap to translate into something happening legislatively?
So we're in fantasy land.
Yeah, right.
No, I'm kidding. I'll choose to be a little optimistic. I mean, one, going to the shift in the debate, I think one could look at that and say, look, we've actually done a decent job of remembering at least some of the lessons of the financial crisis. And so all this talk about housing finance reform over the last decade, maybe is like seeped through into the consciousness to realize that you can't just solve the affordability problem on the demand side. And so people are talking about it on the supply side. And I think it's encouraging. You have people like Mark Calabria at FHFA who comes to this, I think, affordability question with a little bit of a libertarian mindset. And, I was sort of grew up intellectually, as a youth on that sort of side of the spectrum. And land use restrictions aren't very pro, landowner, right? So you can kind of see a dovetail of those perspectives. And so it's useful that people are taking a broader lens now and thinking about it both from a supply and a demand side. And I think, you can conceivably see a world in which there's this dynamic that presents maybe a unique opportunity to rethink the coalition that would try to move what we were thinking about as housing finance reform legislation for a long time and really make it more about housing legislation and addressing the supply issues alongside trying to address the financial stability concerns related to the GSEs and making sure that we have a financing market for ownership that is where you basically people can access loans and achieve home ownership when they're able and when they want it. In a more stable environment in which ownership becomes a source of wealth accumulation rather than wealth destruction, but also that really recognizes that you've got people have to be housed somewhere, and therefore you're addressing the supply side with both multifamily and arguably single family options, and ultimately recognizing that most Americans are going to be both renters and homeowners in their life cycle, and we ought to have a housing policy that recognizes that and meets people at their point of need, I think.
Yeah, let me respond to some of this conversation. I actually feel a tiny bit hopeful about this inclusionary zoning idea. So at least at the level that maybe many of us hang out at, certainly that I do, the panel think tanky level, as Jeb said, this is an area of pretty strong agreement. If you ask a progressive who thinks about housing policy, give me an issue that you think both sides could agree on here, they're going to say inclusionary zoning because it happens to fall under that label pretty handily. As you correctly raised, though, this has never happened in any systematic way at the local level because if you're a local politician with any aspiration to keep your job, you have to be extremely brave to go there. So I actually think that it has to come from the federal sector if it's going to pervade the supply side of the market at all. And there are some interesting ideas. You mentioned tying grants to inclusionary zoning policies. Well, about a third of our non-defense discretionary spending, the non-defense part of the spending we appropriate every year, so not the entitlement stuff. About a third of that are grants to states, and states care a lot about it. Now that's been a very insufficient part of our budget, so there's another really serious concern there about the fact that right now only 1 in 5 of the families who are eligible for housing vouchers get them. So there's a lot more work to do on the affordability side from the perspective of existing policy, and that really needs to be fixed. But if you tie some of that funding to inclusionary zoning, perhaps we can get somewhere at the federal level that we haven't before. I saw Beto O'Rourke had an interesting idea. So the tax plan, as we all know, that's now in effect, 2017, it capped the SALT deduction, state and local tax deduction at $10,000. Now, I actually thought that was an important advance. I view the SALT deduction, I'm not running for office, obviously, and I view the SALT deduction as both regressive and a big revenue loser. So I would keep that cap in place. But I think that's going to be an extremely heavy political lift. Others may want to weigh in on this. I think there's a lot of, again, bipartisan energy for eliminating the cap. Well, he had an idea that said you don't get cap elimination if you're in a place with exclusionary zoning. So I'm not saying that's a great idea. I'd like to keep the cap where it is. I think it's gutsy. It's an interesting, gutsy idea. And it's, I think, emblematic of the way, of a kind of maybe somewhat creative way people are thinking about the issue.
Yeah, it's funny. We, back in the...
Can I just...
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to destroy any hope Jared might have.
Thank you.
That's what I do. It is intellectually correct that if you want to deal with a high-price problem, you have to deal with the supply side. That's absolutely right. But you very eloquently stated the local case for not doing that. You may do it everywhere else. My town's different. And that think tank panel agreement's fantastic for the rest of the world, but not here.
I'm sympathetic with that view.
And since everyone gets elected from somewhere, it's a lot harder to get a federal policy than that might first appear. And so it will be much easier in the end to go look on the demand side and take so a low ball policy like Elizabeth Warren's $450 billion of demand side subsidies and do that, because that will in the instant alleviate the affordability problem, but it will exacerbate the price problem in the end. So I would say that we will have another panel 4 years from now, and we can get the same people together, and we'll be asking how can we get a really serious supply side response, because we have a really big problem now.
Just a factual thing, is that Warren or Sanders? I thought that was a Sanders policy you're describing, but
I thought it was Warren.
Oh, no, his
but
is
I could be
bigger.
wrong.
Oh, his is bigger?
His is bigger, yeah.
Because
I picked the low ball. I was trying to be fair.
Yeah, that's right. You picked the moderate, yeah. I mean, it's as an example of how hard this is. Back in 4 years ago, I was trying to give the then Clinton campaign advice about the zoning issue, and we were struggling with how to tie federal funding to exactly where folks have wound up going, and we went to Department of Transportation money because it was the biggest bucket. And the initial thought was, so I don't know a whole lot about DOT funding other than this one sort of work effort, and the largest segment is almost a pro rata sort of share, like it's not a competitive sort of basis. It just goes out on the basis of per capita, I suppose. And then the rest of it is through Tiger grants, and it's competitive. And so initially, those of us who didn't know the politics around DOT funding suggested, well, let's go for the bigger bucket. Let's not fiddle around with Tiger grants. And those who knew anything about DOT funding, they laughed us out of the room. It almost cost me my role in advising them about this because it was such a naive way to put it. They said, no, you can. And they walked me through all of the democratic politics around Department of Transportation funding. And so we ended up sort of forced into the smaller Tiger grant funding. And all we could do politically was get sort of one extra component in the grand sort of evaluation of how much funding you got that would take affordability into account. So in the 15 things you think about in weighing a community's Tiger grant competition, we got to add one bullet for affordable housing, and it was sort of seen as a big victory. And that was all because of the political headwinds around DOT funding, which reminded me, or it didn't remind me because I didn't know it before, but how difficult, even at a federal level, the territorial, turfy-driven politics of tying federal funds to local decision-making will be. All right, so let me, with whatever time we've got left, pivot to another political topic on housing policy, which is housing finance reform, because what would a panel be without GSE reform as a topic?
You didn't get enough of it in the last panel.
Yeah, all right. So that too has become politically more salient recently, mainly because the administration has dropped its plan finally for reform. Jeb, why don't you bring us up to date on where we are, what the field of play looks like, and then we'll wade into the politics of it.
So, look, high level, I think most of this audience is aware. The administration put out a proposal that included both legislative and administrative recommendations for how to reform the GSEs, long awaited. They essentially embraced an ideal end state in their legislative recommendations that is a multi-guarantor model, which is sort of consistent with the Corker-Warner frameworks of old, in which basically a full faith and credit guarantee is available on qualifying MBS, but it's credit enhanced by recharter GSEs or new competitors to the GSEs. And there stands behind an ample cushion of private capital, and essentially the taxpayer has moved into sort of a catastrophic risk position on the MBS, and so that allows for guarantors that theoretically can fail. Hopefully, infuses the system with new market discipline, and helps ameliorate boom and bust cycles, and ultimately create a healthier housing finance system. There's also a lot of, the administration is also very clear that reform need not and should not, they said, wait on Congress to enact. And I think really underscores a point that a lot of people look at GSE reform as a binary event. I mean, my view has always been that it's an evolutionary event. It's been happening and will continue to happen. But the administration gave some specificity to where they see the roadmap heading next, and specifically they clarified, I think, what was reasonably obvious, but maybe not to everyone, that the PSPAs could remain in place post-conservatorship. So that the PSPAs, of course, are the preferred stock purchase agreements, or what we used to call the keep well agreements, that are obligations by Treasury to stand behind the GSEs, and those commitments have effectively served as the GSE capital throughout the conservatorship, but that they're going to restructure the dividend sweeps and start to build capital on balance sheets, so that'll add additional loss absorption capacity at taxpayer expense. It's worth noting, but additional loss absorption capacity, and then they'll have PSPAs conceptually that will not only address this dividend or Treasury's compensation for the guarantees long term, but also probably embed additional reforms that limit the risk that taxpayer contributed capital is consumed in risky activity by the enterprises long term. And they also spend a lot of time talking about leveling the playing field and really encouraging alternative execution to the enterprises. So that's harmonizing capital requirements for the GSEs with that of other large systemically significant financial institutions. That's addressing ATR-QM and getting rid of the GSE patch. That's Reg AB2. That's democratizing the data that the GSEs possess. And so there's a lot in there. And I think at the end of the day, I think the way to look at it is the legislative is sort of like the ideal end state. And you saw this in the hearing yesterday. I mean, the administration sort of almost begging Congress to engage on the issue in a meaningful way. But the meat of what's going on is really the administrative. And I think these reports can be read, sort of a Rorschach test for a lot of people in this space, in the sense that there's a lot in there for sort of people that have been in the recap and release mindset for a long time to grab onto and and there's a lot in there that I think people that sort of more seriously focused on reform and sort of the systemic risk issues and stability of the housing finance market can grab onto and support. And they tried to marry these both in one report. And at the end of the day, the truth will be told, I think, about which camp is winning out based on the sequencing and just how much commitment you ultimately see to some of the reforms that are alluded to in the report, and can they actually be implemented in a reasonable time frame.
So, let me play that back to you briefly, so make sure I've got it right. So the idea would be if Congress does enact, they're going to plow ahead in any case, and the way in which they would plow ahead is to reduce the risk and likely the footprint of the GSEs and get them out of conservatorship. And there's different ways in which they would do this, but that's roughly the trajectory they want to put the GSEs on. And so a possibly reformed version of recap and release, with an open question being how much reform you see and how quickly they're recap release. Is that sort of fair?
That's right, and I'd say how durable those reforms can be outside of the legislative action. Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the path on the table, I must say that if you told me 10 years ago that we would have a Republican administration who would finally weigh in on GSE reform, and that their plan would be at its core re-privatizing Fannie and Freddie, I would have thought I'd like landed on another planet or something. So, Doug, what the hell's happened?
Good question.
Like, what's happened to the politics of this issue where a Republican administration is going to spin it back out again? I'm not blaming you. I'm just asking.
Welcome to Jupiter. So we were talking prior to the panel. Jeb had sort of framed what went on for a decade as there were sort of the reformers versus the recap and release crowd, and the reformers, actually there are a lot of different flavors of them. Like, you know, people like me who just want to burn the whole thing down, and others with more gentle approaches to the reforms. And the only thing that united the reformers was don't let them be recapped and released. And what that produced, since it was inconceivable that that would happen, that anyone would actually recapitalize, release such a flawed business model, they never had to come to agreement on reforms and did not come to agreement on reforms, ever. Didn't even come close. And so what they've just decided to do with this is just play chicken and say, okay, we're going to let them go back. Now, are you going to actually get it together and do something? And the trouble with that is chicken is a really risky game.
Reminds me of the sequester gambit. Which
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing. Like, you know, we're going to put together a scenario so unbelievable it will never happen. And then it happens. And so, there is now a chance that they're actually going to have to recapitalize and release them. And I'm with you. I just couldn't imagine that we would ever be in this position. And I want to emphasize something that Jeb emphasized, which was how durable any potential administrative reforms are. I mean, they can be awfully ephemeral. And that cuts both ways, right? Because number one, it allows you to fear that they could go back to being the Fannie Freddie of bad old days. But number two, it's pretty hard to imagine investors recapitalizing them when their actual business operations are so uncertain in the future that they could be anything. Like, are you really going to invest in that? Because the next administration could come in and just start doing net worth sweeps again. Right. What do you get out of this? So the whole thing's sort of perhaps even less clear now than it was when they were just sort of de facto government agencies in disguise. And we're in an interesting moment.
Yeah, so before we get to the Democratic side of this, any sense of what it would take, if this is a game of chicken, or is there any sense of what it would take for at least Republicans to begin to rethink the trajectory we're on? If you take for granted that we're currently on a trajectory in the absence of congressional action, that they will be reprivatized in a year, 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, if there remains a group of at least Republicans for whom that is an unnerving prospect, what's the inflection point? What would have to happen for that side of that part of that side of the aisle to come to the table and say, wait a minute?
I think it would have to be some fairly dramatic failure on the path. So imagine, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but imagine that FHFA comes out with a capital rule that is just demonstrably so weak, it's a joke, and announces that they don't really see a role for FSOC in the future. Like, that will light people's hair on fire, because that just says you get to go out and do what you want, insufficiently capitalized. That's the bad old world. Someone would have to lay down a marker that says we want to go there. We want to go there.
I think there's two things I might watch, and I think you can kind of watch them somewhat objectively, which makes it interesting. One is, do spreads widen because the market starts to really come to terms with the fact that this exit is no longer like an academic exercise, that they're actually going to come out. And so, there's been people write about this, but it's an interesting thing. Like by adding capital to the balance sheets of the enterprises and increasing the capital buffers, you're actually presumably making them more resilient to shocks. So there's more loss absorption capacity. But smart people in MBS markets, I think, have posited, but you're also taking the GSEs and sort of, everyone assumed that in conservatorship they're taxpayer backed. So like the backing wasn't just limited to the explicit portion of the keep pool agreements, but that everyone kind of got the joke that the government's ultimately going to step in. And now you have to start to ask yourself, well, is that true, or do I need to actually start measuring their loss absorption capacity against various like horrible like downturn scenarios? And I think it's instructive. Like for years, I've had some interest in asking MBS investors, at what point does like before they had the sort of changes to the dividend sweep, you had this situation where the thanks to Jim and others, that the balance sheet capital would go to zero, and then you had like just fluctuations in interest rates and stuff, which could cause incremental draws on the keep walls, and so you had this sort of over time, this very gradual erosion of the Treasury backstop, which theoretically should have served to motivate Congress to act on comprehensive reform, and it didn't, maybe because it wasn't severe enough, and I would ask investors sometimes, at what point, like in the erosion of the keep walls, do you start to get concerned about whether those are adequate to actually, withstand a downturn in the crisis? And very, very smart people, and for the most part, hadn't looked at the question, which tells you that they were assuming that these things are implicitly back still. And so it's an interesting question, like I think academically, and I don't think we know the truth yet, because I think really smart people disagree. Like now that you're talking about exiting them from conservatorship, and now that you start building capital on balance sheet, and that actually looks like a real prospect, do you have to put these company securities in a credit risk bucket and actually evaluate like what is the loss absorption capacity there?
So sounds like there are two triggers on the R side anyway. One is significant market disruption, and one version of that is MBS-like disruption. Another version would be if they move to shrink the footprint significantly, which would check some boxes ideologically, could well freak some industry sectors out to come to the table in a way that may jar the interest of certain Republican members. And then on the other side, it's a tough needle to thread. The other side, you've got certain ideological triggers that would get hit. If they come out with a capital rule that seems to some to be way undercapitalized relative to what they would like. The consent agreement seems like a version of this where you would propose to let them out without adequate regulatory or without capital that's sufficient to what they've said as regulators they need to have. So you're letting them out by definition without adequate capital. I assume that would be an ideological trigger along the way you mentioned.
I also think that there's maybe a third in that the hearing yesterday, so they had a Senate banking hearing, well over a month ago, and it was sort of very lackluster. To me, they weren't focused on the big picture issues. Yesterday, they had a House Financial Services hearing where Mnuchin and Calabria and Carson were there, and I felt like the questions from Republicans and Democrats were big picture. They were long term. They were, what's the end state? We're all watching and we're waiting and we're giving you time, but what's the end state here? And so you had Foster asking about, why are you talking about return on equity? Why is the focus on shareholders? You had Congressman Hill ask, do you have an end state in mind? Can we still, have private utility-like entities? And kind of force that question to be answered. I think that's another push point for Republicans. If they see that they're going to truly privatize them and the reforms aren't there that they think should be there, that's another big piece for them.
So weave in the Democratic side of this.
Yeah, so I think that this redounds basically to a place where Democrats and progressives will feel pretty good about the outcome, especially relative to the kinds of anxieties you just heard. I mean, I think that, it's interesting, I was thinking back, so you might wonder, why was Biden's chief economist at all these housing meetings? Partly it was just a function of the macro economic impacts, but it was also because the vice president collared me and was like, go to those meetings and make sure that at the end of the game, we have a 30-year fixed rate mortgage. That, it
worked.
It worked. and I do think it is, at some level, it's Jupiter that we've gone on this like ridiculous circle, and we're back kind of where we started. But at another level, it's at least hopefully back to a system where a secondary market is decently financed, and it can't run a hedge fund from its roof. At the same time, and so there is something that exists now that didn't exist then, and that's the FSOC. And I totally take the point that can work or that can be completely ignored. But a GSE utility-like model call it a duopoly, but with decent guardrails, seems to me to meet a good chunk of the progressive goals regarding housing finance. It leaves something super important out that I'll get to in a second. But I think for folks on my side of the aisle, there's, if anything, somewhat of a sense of relief because the burn it down team appears to have lost. Now that could change but if it does change, it could go in a direction that's more in the spirit of stuff that you've written about, Jim, or government corporation ideas that were talked about earlier, that in my view, get you to the same place maybe more efficiently. So I feel pretty good about where this has rounded up. I guess the one thing, though, I'd really want to bring to the panel, to the table, is the idea that for progressives, we got into this a little bit earlier, housing finance doesn't just mean liquid secondary mortgage markets. It means fully funded discretionary programs that are supposed to house low-income people. So whether they're owners or renters, I get back to this point that 80% of the people who are eligible for housing vouchers don't get them. And you can, if you combine some of the ideas that some of the voucher reform sort of thinkers have at places like where I work at the Center on Budget, we're starting to try to incorporate some of the insights from research by folks like Ron Chetty that show if you help families, especially with young kids, move to low poverty areas with high opportunities, just being in those neighborhoods can dramatically change and improve the outcomes for those kids. So if at the end of the day we have a relatively safe utility function that's keeping the market liquid, there are a lot of progressives who will be, okay, so we got back where we started, that's better than the alternative, but it's not nearly far enough because we're still leaving tons of people, millions of people, tens of millions of people who are eligible for much needed housing support that they're not getting. So that's also housing finance. That's housing finance also.
Yeah. So if I could just
I don't think there are a lot of applause at housing conferences.
That's true.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, we're not quite full circle. It's actually, I think, a little worse than that, in that the footprint of these guys is bigger than it was before. And I think that's one of the things that impedes reform of any type, which is they're so important, and the housing market is still not so great that they're afraid of making mistakes. And it leads a bias toward just staying where we are.
So what I would suggest is the Rorschach point you made earlier is it's worth remembering that, because when you look at the Treasury's paper, pro-reform conservatives see smaller footprint. Okay, right. I feel more higher capital, SIFI designation, that's not in there, but there's a version of reprivatization that they don't love, but it's better than what we had before. They'll be half the share of the market they are now. It's not the version you've got in mind.
Right.
But
it's my version without the matches.
Yeah, that's right. And so the version you've got in mind, which is when you see the same thing as, oh great, they haven't blown it up, it's not been burned down, yada, 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 shrink footprint, whatever. They're going to get back out again roughly with the same structure, so I'm okay with the two. The problem is the two visions are mutually exclusive. Yep. And so I think what's going to happen is as they flesh out what the actual path is, you're not going to have room for the same kind of Rorschach. So either they're going to land where you want them to land, and it's going to freak your side of the aisle out, or they're going to land somewhere where you want to land, and it's going to freak our side of the aisle out. And it's going to be interesting to see like how that's supposed to work, because the two visions don't fit.
Well, let me suggest, I think that's absolutely right, but let me also suggest that there's a version in which both sides are freaking out. Because
good.
That's probably where we'll land.
Yeah. Because,
having not heard it yet.
Well, I mean, because look, at the end of the day, people have concerns about the GSE historical business model, not just because of their roles that they play in the marketplace and systemic significance and risk and all that, but I think also the sort of systemic, if you will, role they played in our politics. And release from conservatorship, it's not clear, I think, to me or a lot of people that you can actually put limits on. Like a lot of people proposed, well, we're happy with the status quo. Let's just freeze that in place, basically. Let's make the GSEs utilities. Let's regulate their rate of return. And like, if we could freeze that, we'd be happy. And at least we could reach a modest, tenuous consensus around that being better than some of the alternatives. But the reality is that the status quo won't hold. The GSEs released sort of back into the wild, if you will, with all of their systemic advantages, structural advantages intact, as privately owned entities. I mean, it's perfectly reasonable that managements and their boards are going to insist that they leverage whatever advantages they have to encroach upon larger and larger shares of the marketplace, including those that a lot of people in this room care about. And it's not clear that over time they will retain their focus on the mission-oriented parts of their historical charters, because they will come to, and because they're bigger and badder, to Doug's point, than they ever were pre-conservatorship, they're going to be that much more dominant, not just of the market, but also of the politics. And so there's a risk, at least, you could say, and none of this is to say anything negative of anybody that works at the enterprise. They're fantastic people, I think, that are committed to the mission and committed to like market stability, but that they're not going to be able to help themselves over time eroding whatever supposed reforms we might put in place through amendments to the keep all agreements, through consent orders. Those are all going to fall away over time, because that's just how it works in this town. And they're going, and I don't think anybody on either side is going to be really happy with that outcome ultimately. So this is a clarion call, if you will, to re-engage on.
One question that I have for you guys, which is brings it back to the policy side a little bit, I think, is how do you think about the effects of the political dynamic we're talking about on their ability to do what they want to do, right? The end game here of the administrative reform plan is to spin them back out, right? They want to reprivatize them. Mnuchin said this sort of over and over again, and Mark Calabria said, much the same. If they're dead set on shrinking the footprint, especially across the product dimensions they've mentioned, investor properties, high balance loans, second homes, cash out refis. Those are the most profitable 4 lines of business they've got. So if you're gonna pull back on those product lines, which there may be good policy justification to do, it makes them less profitable over time. You remove their ability to use their portfolios as a hedge fund might, another source of profitability. You add on to that all of the crazy political dynamics we've got on both sides of the aisle. How do you get them out of conservatorship with that cloud of uncertainty over them?
I would say, I don't think you have to look any further than what happened yesterday, where it really kind of went unknown. But if you look at the committee memo, one of the pieces of legislation that was out there, and it's not signed yet, but Chair Waters definitely put out Jumpstart again. So there is a threat of, if we don't like what we see going forward, this is a lever in our back pocket. And that's Democrats. You've got Republicans with the same issues and same concerns who have had similar conversations and maybe in the Senate. But that's, I mean, I think that everybody's given some time, and now that we all see sort of what's happening, there are those discussions of how do we maybe stop this or turn this a little bit.
But with respect to Lindsay, I think that's true, but like I think it goes back to like, you're going to have to see a meaningful market disruption before Republicans are going to have an interest in telling this administration to stop what they're doing. There's an enormous amount of trust for people like Mark Calabria, and I think they're going to be deferential to him. In fact, quite the opposite. I think most Republican members are telling them, we're never going to get our act together, you might as well go. So I think it's naive to think that like they're going to just, get closer to releasing them from conservatorship and get cold feet, and the Congress is going to stop them unless unless you see major market disruption. I don't think you're guaranteed to see market disruption. They're not being foolish about how they're approaching this.
But my question, all makes sense. My question is more a matter of, I assume they can't get out of the consent order is going to screw up my assumption here, but I had assumed prior to the consent order notion that they were going to have to raise more capital than they could raise through retained earnings if they want to get out anytime soon, which means they're going to have to go to the private market to raise a whole bunch of money in the face of all these uncertainties we've been batting back and forth. If you're their investment banker running around, going to market with this IPO, what's your pitch? Like, how do you frame it in a way that gives an investor confidence that, don't worry, your Elizabeth Warren risk isn't that bad, or your, Jeb Henschling Treasury Secretary risk after Mnuchin leaves risk isn't that bad. Like, how do you frame your pitch to the guys that are going to have to give you $70 billion to make all this work?
The pitch, sadly, I think, is that duopolies are valuable. You've got massive taxpayer backstops. Query how much they're going to ultimately have to pay for those backstops. That hasn't been determined yet. But And you're going to be able to show probably a stress test come next August that, in which there's very limited, I imagine they'll be very close to not eating through their balance sheet capital by that time. So, and I think, people will take you'll find people that ultimately are willing to take that risk, is the bet the administration's making anyway. And I think,
I think if you're an investor, making an 8% return as on the low end, if you're a publicly traded utility, up to 12%, 13%, whatever that number is, may be attractive. I think that one of the bigger questions is the political volatility, because there's nothing certain if the administration moves. There's nothing certain that Congress is not going to do something later, right? And there's nothing that says the next administration is not going to do something different. So I think that's their biggest threat.
Which cuts both ways, right? I mean, the next administration could also decide that there are some very deserving Americans who need access to cash out refis. And, the product line comes back. It's really hard to rule that out.
I guess the only thing I would add is that if you just look at the capital markets, at least from my perspective, watching flows and this, I think very persistently solid demand for safe assets, those assets just have a remarkably low return, and yet capital just massively flows, largely because of global dynamics and the safety of such investments. Now, the political wild card, which Lindsley raised, is really real and could definitely undermine the position I'm espousing here, but I predict that the demand for an asset that is relatively safe and has a more significant return than a 50-year Treasury bill will be solid.
Yeah, it's one outcome that I can imagine is if you fast forward a year, 11 months, and they've done everything else they need to do to sort of go to market with these guys, and they're ready to go, it's hard not to think that if it looks like their guy's going to win, there's just no rush. Wait till the uncertainty of the election passes. It's easier to raise the money. Punt this till January, February of 2021, and it's just the whole thing's easier. And so they seem, if I'd guess, more likely to make a run at this or try to make a run at this if it looks like they're going to lose, which creates to me a sort of catch-22 where you're going to have to go to market to investors who are going to be asked to invest in a model that the new party may or may not like. It may be that
let me just say this about that. I have watched and talked a little bit informally to the different campaigns. Not one of them on the Democratic side has said boo about housing finance. So they have big ideas, big plans, and they don't have anything to do with restructuring the GSEs. So if it gets wrapped up in a way that I took you through earlier, that protects the FRM and looks pretty liquid and has the FSOC and the CRTs kind of working, the credit risk transfers, I can't imagine why, in a world where you're aspiring to do big things on health coverage and college tuition and the quality of jobs, and perhaps this other side of housing finance that I think is so urgent to so many Democratic constituents, particularly, as Doug said, in cities, that you're going to want to screw around with the GSEs.
Which way does that cut, though? Does that mean you...
So that means if they wrap it up, if your theory is that Republicans are going to lose and they say we better wrap this up quickly, and they wrap it up in the way I believe it'll be wrapped up, I don't think that the next Democratic president will come into office and be obsessed with the idea of unwrapping that in some favored way.
Okay.
I think it's much easier for them to simply, they'll have a Treasury Secretary that's not interested in sort of letting these guys run wild, and they'll empower the FSOC, and the Fed will be their primary regulator. And
Secretary Parrott, for example.
Secretary Parrott will then regularly remind the Fed of what they had to live through in the crisis, and let's not let this happen again. You, through the FSOC, will regulate these guys appropriately, and that'll be that.
Yeah, interesting. There's another political sort of possibility, which is there's more and more granularity around what the end game looks like, because there has to be in a year for this all to be a viable option. It gets more politicized in the way that AOC signaled yesterday when she went after Mnuchin over whether or not he made any money off of the spike in Fannie and Freddie shares after his remarks about bringing them out. It gets politicized that way, and and it becomes a relatively populist issue on the left about enriching a bunch of hedge funds and getting them out. I mean, there's a real risk, especially if Elizabeth Warren's the nominee, there's a real risk if that's the way this goes. So I'm much more bearish about the idea that Democrats will just let the Trump plan to spin them out, but have
Our
their market share.
pitchforks are sharp, I grant you that.
Yeah,
but they're not pointed at the secondary mortgage market.
Fair enough.
That's right. I keep this person will remain nameless, but I mean, I've talked to friends who are in the Trump administration about what it's like, and one of them said this, which is that you remember all that stuff in the Bush administration that we wanted to do, but we wouldn't do for fear of a backlash politically. He's like, we're doing it. And so I would hesitate to think that AOC's indignation is going to stop President Trump or his team.
No. This was a question about what the D's would, how the D's will look at this. No. It's not a. It was not a question of.
I mean, these are going to
advisor to Trump.
Right. Let's be honest.
The Democrats are going to want to unwrap a bunch of Trump stuff, no question. But if this lands where I think it lands, I could be wrong. I don't see why this is one of them. That's all I'm saying.
Got it. Okay. Well, I've been surprised basically weekly by the Trump administration, so what the hell do I know? Maybe they'll surprise me on this too.
Only weekly?
Yeah. Fair enough. It just feels like weekly. Maybe it's hourly. So we got to close it up. Any final thoughts on either the first half around supply side and housing policy, politics generally, or on GSE reform, FHA reform?
I would just say that I am pleased at the attention on the supply side. Long missing. Americans should have a commitment to make sure that their fellow citizens are adequately housed. We've spent too much time trying to figure out how to subsidize the debt part of purchase agreements. So I think that's a better piece of attention.
I guess one thing I just say that I feel like maybe still be missing from this is that I'm pleased, like everyone else I think here, about the focus on the supply side. I think also we got to stop bifurcating everybody into like a renter or an owner.
Right.
And I think where a lot of people in this room could make a lot of progress is focusing on what I like to call bridge products, like things that really help renters become homeowners, that help people accumulate wealth. We throw a lot of subsidies at housing in a variety of different ways. We don't do enough, in my view, to actually subsidize equity, building equity for people. And that's going to be a fundamental challenge because of the demographic shifts and everything that people in this room are familiar with. So I'd like to see us thinking more about things like own option leases and lease purchase options, about responsible down payment assistance programs, how to do shared appreciation mortgages, and there are a lot of people putting their thoughts to that. But I'd like to see the politicians also thinking about where policy, like putting the thumb on the scale a little bit, can help those products develop. I think that would give us a much more holistic housing policy at the end of the day.
I would echo the comments on the supply side, and on the housing finance reform issue, I would also say, we've kind of talked about the scary elements, but I will give a ton of credit to the people at FHFA. From Calabria to his team there, their hearts are in the right place. They're trying to figure this out. They're taking on an issue that all of us at some point in time have tried to take on from some perch that we've been in, and I think that it's a very difficult issue. And so to the extent that we can weigh in, and they've had a very open door, so I would just encourage us to keep thinking we may not all have our optimal outcome, but we can at least have this discussion and hopefully kind of point things in the right direction. So we should continue to do that. It's not a closed dialogue.
I guess the point I would leave folks with is, it's partially a supply side point, is housing debates, discussions, and especially housing finance ones, tend to be some of the most balkanized conversations I find myself in terms of disconnected from the rest of the economy. And I really think if you're trying to think at least about the bottom half, maybe the bottom 2/3 of the income distribution and the challenges they face with affordable housing, just picture that graph of median household income being essentially flat for a decade, and whether it's rental or home prices going the other way, and that gap is very much at the heart of the problems we're discussing today. So at the end of the day, yes, we have to get all of this right. I'm not at all dismissing the urgency of that task, but the quality of employment opportunities and compensation opportunities is another piece of this puzzle that's key to its outcome.
So last word, and then we'll wrap it up, which echoes everything that's been said. I see the two halves of this conversation as being very much related and too often balkanized, to Jared's point. That is, to get housing finance reform right, we've got to think about a lot of the issues that came up in the first half of the discussion, and there are other macroeconomic issues that have to feed into this too. And so I'm as guilty of this as anybody of thinking about these things in isolation, but they're so interconnected. We have to think about the housing finance piece as it relates to the supply piece, as it relates to these other macro issues. So thank you guys for the discussion, and join me in thanking them. Thanks. Yeah, appreciate it.
Thank you to the panel. We're going to take a short break. Thanks, Jim. So we'll be back with our final panel on FinTech at 2:30. We will begin that panel. So please take a short break for bio, check phones, and we'll see you back here in 10 minutes. Sorry, I completely forgot my cue. and final panel of the day. What a great day it has been. Thank you all for hanging in here with us. We know there's a lot of content to get through. I'm excited to bring the next panel up. Just gonna give everybody a second to settle down. And here they come. Our final panel is going to be moderated by Lori Goodman, co-director of the Housing Finance Policy Center with me, to talk about Fintech and its ability to change the credit and tenure choice landscape. Very excited to bring you up. Lori and team, come on up. Lori will introduce the panel, and we'll get started. And people are going to be trickling in, guys, so sorry about that, but we'll get going. Thanks.
Let's see. All right.
Well, thank you all for joining us today. It's been an absolutely terrific group of panels, and this is the last one of the day, and it should be equally good, or if not better, of course. The topic of this panel is, can Fintech change the credit and tenure choice landscape? We've got 4 very distinguished panelists. I've asked each of them to give a few minutes of opening remarks, and then we'll go directly to the questions. I'll ask a few, and then I'll open it up to the audience. So starting with, we have Raj Date, the managing partner of Fenway Summer Ventures. Regis Hedarius, the vice president for Rocket Mortgage at Quicken Loans. Kelly Corcoran, the deputy director of the FinReg Lab. And at the end, last but not least, Adrienne Harris, the Gates Foundation senior fellow at the Center on Finance, Law, and Policy at the University of Michigan, and more importantly for this purpose, a prop tech entrepreneur. So with that, I'd like to actually start with the prepared remarks, and it probably makes sense for Raj, and then Adrienne, and then Regis, and then Kelly, in that order.
Okay. The remarks, anyway, we'll see how prepared they are. First, just by way of background, these days I run a firm called Fenway Summer. And Fenway Summer, everything that we do is in Fintech. All early stage financial services stuff, and mostly US, but across sectors. So mortgage, other forms of credit, payments, insurance, everything from crypto assets and infrastructure to more consumer-facing applications. I took a look earlier today, and we touch between investments, principal investments and clients, 72 different companies, of which 52 are principal investments. And of those 52, 43 are active, 6 have been sold, and 3 have more ignominiously gone out of business. But of those 52, 9 of them over time touch the mortgage business, which, I don't know, on the one hand, 9 feels like a lot. On the other hand, 9 is whatever that is, 12.5% of 72. So it's not a major focus, and I think it's a decent question, like why? For better or worse, I'd spent much of the financial crisis and the aftermath in and around the mortgage business, and I think it's probably useful to reflect on why it is only recently that we've gotten a lot more serious about placing bets across technology innovation in mortgage. And I think maybe the easiest way to talk about it is to true back to why this moment in time. Like when I left the CFPB in 2013 seems like a long time ago because it was. I really wanted to spend basically all my time in fintech innovation. And the reason for that is that despite the fact that financial services is obviously a technology-driven business and sort of always has been, that was a different moment in time because you had a few things coming together more or less simultaneously that I thought really could put a dent in some pretty long-standing problems in the sector. One was this notion of just distribution breakthrough, right? Like the fact that you, through smartphone adoption, like you literally could distribute abstract products to people anywhere in the country, irrespective of where bricks and mortar were. And that really was both a change in technological kind of ubiquity, and also a change in customer behavior that was becoming quite real. There's data ubiquity. Like you can learn, we're at a stage now where it is actually cheaper to hold on to data than to get rid of it. And combined with superior computing power and processing speeds, it just means that you can just do a lot more to make decisions better and faster than you used to be able to do. The notion of scalability, like the idea that you could build a business and build better products and get them in people's hands without first building a massive infrastructure. Because, when I left engineering school in whatever that was, 1992, if you wanted to have a tech business, like sooner or later, you're going to have to own a server. That's not true. There's all manner of infrastructure now that you can just kind of pay as you go. And that's different and better when it comes to innovating and creating new things. The sort of the API revolution, in other words, the way to use the modular software of other people in order to build new things. That makes it easier to build stuff and test things and get them in front of customers. All of those were good reasons to get excited about a kink in the curve in the trajectory of fintech back in 2013, and it's a lot of why I continue to be excited about it now. Now, there's also a decent amount of luck. Like if you're gonna get involved in starting finance companies, for example, the external environment matters, and the rate environment and the credit environment couldn't possibly have been better back then. And the competitive environment, frankly, was pretty benign as well, because most of the large incumbent players in the sector were still sort of licking their crisis-era wounds. Against that backdrop, though, mortgage just seemed harder. Like distribution to people, irrespective of whether or not the product itself is so complicated, it emotionally feels a lot harder, and therefore borrowers seem to actually crave more physical interaction, human interaction, than was true in some other products. This notion of having data ubiquity and better decisioning, at some level, you have to get paid to make better decisions, and in a loss environment that was darn near zero, like who cares if you're making better credit decisions if everyone basically has no credit losses? Like it's just different than a business like credit card or something, or subprime unsecured loans. And then when it comes to scalability, mortgage had some meaningful challenges compared to other environments, mostly because the number of different vendors and providers that you need to interact with, all of them with their own clunky legacy systems. So you could build the greatest whiz-bang thing in the world, and it was still going to be relatively hard to translate that into a really beautiful customer experience, because you're interacting with this large network of interrelated players who are not as advanced or streamlined as you are. A lot of that has changed for the better between 2013 and now, which is why we are suddenly involved in a good deal more in the area than we used to be. I'll just tick through some of the things that were in the portfolio and where I personally am involved. We actually built and then sold 2 companies touching the sector. One was a firm called Ethos Lending, which is a wholesale lender that we sold a few years ago. One was a roll-up in the title business that we sold 2 years ago. Anyone who's ever been around a roll-up in anything, when they work, you just think you're a genius, but mostly it's just luck, is what I've discovered. And then we are currently invested in 7 different companies in the area. One is a company called Better Mortgage, where I'm on the board. It's a digital mortgage lender, surprisingly big operation at this point, and doing a lot in terms of reducing costs and making access a good deal easier than it would have been absent technology. A company called Notarize, which basically provides e-notarization in all the states in which that is possible today. A company called Matic that provides digital homeowner insurance. EarnUp, which is one of the few fintech platforms focused on servicing of loans over time. A hopelessly ambitious company called MaxX, which is a private loan marketplace. One of these things, you never tell the entrepreneurs this, but it's one of these things, you make the investment, but boy, it just doesn't sound real, because you have to build the whole stupid thing before the first loan trades. And happily, it seems to be working out. And then finally, a firm called Prosper, which is an old marketplace lender that really the pioneer in that sector, which now is getting into the home equity business. I will pause there, and I'd be happy to come back to any of them over time.
AJ.
Great. Thanks, Lori, and thanks to the Urban Institute for hosting, and to all of you hanging in late into the afternoon here on such a beautiful day, especially. As Lori mentioned, I am a prop tech entrepreneur, but like Raj, I was in the last administration, as part of the Obama administration. I was in the White House where I ran financial services and housing finance at the NEC. And then as part of that, was doing a lot of work around fintech, because for all the reasons Raj mentioned, we were doing the reforms that were backward-looking and crisis-focused, but also really wanted to think about what is the future of finance, and that includes housing finance. And we started to look at fintech. And when the administration ended, for me, I thought, well, I should maybe put my money where my mouth is. And similar to Raj, although instead of taking the investor route, I went the entrepreneur route. and went to San Francisco and was a founding executive in a title insurance company that used machine learning to underwrite title. So we essentially took a process that's 5 days at best, probably 10 days at worst, and made it a 3-minute process and sold that product to lenders and to consumers. And the company is still going and growing and doing very well. And now I'm an advisor to the company, among other fintechs, and spending some time at Michigan studying the space. I would say all the things, I cannot agree more with the landscape that Raj laid out. And I think to one of his points, fintech sort of started as the cool layer on top of financial infrastructure. It was payments, it was consumer-facing apps, it was about getting users and not necessarily monetizing, and things that were balance sheet heavy or emotional or complicated didn't come along until later. Mortgage, I think, being a prime example, insurance being a good example, right? Things that were just tougher nuts to crack took a couple of cycles of evolution in the fintech world. For capital, for venture capitalists, I think especially to decide maybe it's going to take a little bit longer for us to get our money back. The regulatory stuff is a little bit hairier. But over time, we started to see more in mortgage, more in insurance, more in financial infrastructure, as I think entrepreneurs and technologists have started to understand the space better and then be able to tap into expertise on the regulatory side. So it really did unlock all of this stuff in real estate, because those trends are just consistent with what we see in the real estate market, and people got more willing to venture into this area that's very emotional for people, that often represents their largest purchase and the largest share of their wealth. And it's not just mortgage, and we'll get into this, I think, a little bit more on the panel, but it is title and appraisal and how you search for a home in the first place. And then it's going to continue to get into how you move and how you choose your cable provider and all the things around this experience that, for those of you who have been through it, is incredibly painful today, with like few exceptions. So I think we're going to see more innovation in that space, and I think we're going to see fintech continue to mature into more and more complicated areas, more infrastructure-related areas, more balance sheet-heavy areas. And there's lots of innovation still to come in the real estate space, not just in mortgage. I think there's a lot of wood to chop there, but other things we'll see over time. And then I think part of the question will be, for policymakers, for innovators, for investors, all of this stuff, to Roger's point, came about in the aftermath of the financial crisis, and it's like been a pretty good go since then. But of course, the question that everybody asks is, what happens with these fintechs, with some of these new lenders, with some of these innovations when the economy gets bad? They just don't have the experience in a down cycle, and how will they withstand it? They're cutting costs, and they're potentially cutting their margins to try and capture market share, all these things. And so I think that's one open question that only time will tell. But in the meantime, there's lots of wood to chop in terms of how we make the home buying, and somebody on the earlier panel mentioned rentals, how we just make our home situations and our real estate situations more affordable, more efficient, and a better experience for the consumers.
Regis?
Well, excuse me, I'd like to ask the audience a question to start out with my intro. So, how many folks in the room have a mortgage today, by show of hands? And please keep your hands up for a second. If you really enjoyed the process of getting that mortgage, please keep your hand up. Okay. There's still a few hands in the room. If that process was fast, please keep your hands up. There's still a few. Okay. If you were clear throughout that process about every step that was being taken, keep your hand up. Okay. Here's the thing. That's not a secret. Everybody knows that. And so people don't buy a home when they could. And a lot of times they don't refinance when really it makes financial sense for them to do that. Because it's slow, it's scary, it's complicated, it's confusing, and that's what people think of when they think mortgage, right? I think the hands in the room just showed us that very clearly. So, in addition to being hard to navigate, in addition to lots of teaser rates and information that just isn't quite right out there online, there's also a huge burden of proof put on each consumer to prove what their financial situation, their income, their assets, their credit, right? And because of that, it becomes so burdensome that people don't take action when really they should. That was the catalyst from when we started the idea of Rocket Mortgage. And we were building it, 2013 was the year we actually started building it, and brought it to market in a very small way as a minimum viable product over time, launching more publicly at the end of 2015, beginning of 2016. Today we have the simplest and most convenient way to buy a home, hands down. Just to share a little bit of what we're learning with the whole room so you can get a flavor of this, Quicken Loans is the largest mortgage lender in the country. People are using Rocket Mortgage 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, all 50 states. A sign-in into the system, into the product, the mobile app or the website occurs every second. A bunch have happened since I started talking. And basically, someone is completing a mortgage application somewhere in America on their phone, more often than not, every 55 seconds. Half of those have digitally verified income and assets. What we're seeing is a great increase in how people think about the mortgage and buying a home and getting the help they need through tools like this where you can really learn by doing. We're seeing tremendous success with our clients. If you go out to the App Store, we just crossed over 50,000 ratings. We're 4.8 out of 5 stars. J.D. Power has ranked us independently as the highest in mortgage customer satisfaction in the last 9 years. What a lot of people don't know is they did a study just on the clients who start online with Rocket Mortgage, and they scored even higher than our company average. So when we talk about doing right by the consumer and letting the consumer experience lead, then the satisfaction follows. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later.
Hi, my name is Kelly Cochran. I'm with FinReg Lab, which is a relatively new organization, so I'll spend a minute just talking about who we are and what we're doing. We're a new nonprofit research organization that started in 2018, really focusing on how data and technology is affecting financial services in general, but with a particular focus on how it can be harnessed to increase access for underserved consumers, small businesses, and communities. Our first major project, is focusing on cash flow data in underwriting credit. We've released 2 reports on this subject and are working on a third. Our empirical research in this space is really in unsecured credit, so both consumer and small business. But there are potential implications for mortgage as well. And we are looking at a lot of questions, not only about underwriting, but also about data flows back and forth. And that feeds into verification and a range of other efficiencies for the mortgage underwriting process. So I can talk a little bit about our results, but we're really focusing on that suite of issues and how that can open doors to more consumers over time and really increase the customer experience.
Well, thank you all very, very much. Let me actually start with my questions. And actually, my first question is a very quick one for Regis. Raj made the point that that it's very hard to get a lot of consumers through the mortgage process if they've never done it before, and people crave that human interaction. And you were talking about sort of going all the way through without the human touch. Could you reconcile those? That is, how many of your borrowers sort of fall out? And then the second question, which is a little less quick, is what do you see as the next set of changes to further improve efficiency in this process?
Sure. So that's always a hot topic. Whenever we talk about Rocket Mortgage or online experiences in lending, everybody wants to know, well, how many people go through without talking to anyone? And what we see is actually something different, which is there are times when everybody in this room wants the advice of an expert. When you're deciding whether you should lock your interest rate today at today's rate in today's market, you might want to talk to somebody about that. Or when you're trying to understand a document, you might want to talk to somebody about that. And so providing ways to be able to do that 24/7, telephone, chat, however, messages, however you want, that's really important. So what we see is actually, and this is the thing about Rocket Mortgage that I think got missed a lot, especially in the initial launch and push button, get mortgage and everything else, is that the process is designed and the experience is designed so you can go as fast or as slow as you want to. You can do as much online or offline as you want to. It's really designed so that you can take this mortgage experience that for years was one big invasive gulp, right, and break it up into smaller bite-sized bits that you can do and fit into your busy schedule. So for us, to your second question, Lori, you know, so often in these technology conversations and fintech conversations, they go right to like the industry and what can improve efficiency or reduce costs and that sort of thing. And we think about it a little differently. We think about how do you do everything you can to empower the consumer. And when you do that, those other things will fall into place. And we've watched that happen over and over again. Every time we make improvements to Rocket Mortgage that give the consumer more visibility, more opportunities to simulate different scenarios so that they can choose the right option, more control over the actual experience and when to do things. Every time we do those things, customer satisfaction goes up and all the business metrics fall in line, whether it's cost, efficiency, anything else. So for us, it's very much about solving for the consumer experience, and then everything else falls into place.
Raj, what about you?
Well, if you just step back and think about how does technology make stuff cheaper anyway? There are a few big categories. One is you don't have to pay somebody to do something boring over and over all day if you can get a machine to do it for a marginal cost of 0. That's one bucket of cost saves. A second is straight-through processing. Stop touching the same stupid thing over and over and over again. Do it once right, and the whole thing should feed through. And then third, because of number 1 and number 2, you end up with fewer errors, which means that you don't have to pay a bunch of people to start redoing stuff and fixing all the mistakes the first time. I think actually, in the case of Better Mortgage, it's a breathtakingly low marginal cost operation that they've built. As it turns out, paradoxically, it's useful to build things in like 2013 and on, as opposed to trying to fix stuff from years before. And that breathtakingly low cost is driven mostly by the fact that they don't have to pay commissioned loan officers. Back when I was at CFPB, I used to get hate mail from mortgage brokers who said that I had something against mortgage brokers, and sure I did, but it's a joke. Do not send me emails. But I do think, in general, consumer-facing commissioned salespeople are an invitation to problems. They are an invitation to problems because it's very difficult to police conduct in the moment, and in general, something that they're doing when they go off script is something you're not going to like. And so to the extent you can remove a lot of those incentives, which you can only do if you make self-service and technology a reality instead of just a story that people tell themselves, if you can actually do that, then you save a bunch in terms of actual production costs, because you don't have to pay people to sell the thing. Hopefully you can guide the customer and the product sort of sells itself. But increasingly we're seeing, I think, a lot more savings opportunities with respect to vendor interactions now as well. The notion of like vendors sending PDFs to each other, I mean, it's so absurd. Like, no other business operates that way, and soon this one won't either. And that will be kind of extend through the supply chain, this notion of straight-through processing, and it will be a remarkably better overall cost, I think.
I'd say one thing that we're really focused on is electronic data and digitalization. We talked a little bit about verification. I've seen studies that say that something like 18% of mortgage applicants have to redo their paperwork because there's something that goes wrong in the process. So using digital data, finding more efficient ways to get that information directly from the source is a huge saving for consumers and for industry alike. And it potentially feeds into better underwriting as well. As I said, we're really looking at cash flow data as a potential source of underwriting. It gives insights into income and reserves by looking, for instance, at transaction account records, so that you have a picture of how the consumer is managing their finances as a whole. It can tell you things that a traditional credit report can't tell you. And it provides another source of reliable data that potentially can be used and potentially reach people who are credit invisible, who can't be scored under traditional metrics and using traditional information sources. So really increasing access to credit potentially. Our research, as I said, is in the unsecured space, but what we have found is two things. One, when we looked at data from 6 different non-bank lenders, 2 were small business and 4 were consumer lenders. So really a broad range of products and services and different loan types, open-end, closed-end, all sorts of different variation. But what we found generally was that the cash flow data is quite predictive and generally seemed to be about as predictive as the traditional data standing by itself. We also found when they were combined, it often further added lift, which makes a lot of sense that what seems to be happening is the cash flow data is giving a different insight and allowing people to sort risk in a slightly different way than the traditional data does. so that you can potentially take a bucket of people who look fairly similar under the traditional system and even separate out within those to decide who's more likely to repay or not, where the default risk is. So starting to tap some of those sources is tremendously useful and potentially is a win-win for both sides. That's one of the reasons why it's really interesting. So we're hearing a lot about mortgage and a lot of interest in the mortgage market about looking at these kinds of sources, starting to pilot and consider what other information can be moved into the system to make it more accessible and more predictive for kind of both sides.
I think what Reed just said about choice and the consumer experience is really key. And that's true for all of fintech, but I think especially with this big emotional experience. The fact that we saw robo-advisors come on and they said, you don't need a person. And then they said, but, you know, a couple of years later, but if you want a person, now we provide one, right? TurboTax did the same thing. You don't need a person. Now they're reintroducing the human element to it. So this ability for consumers to choose how they're going to govern their experience, fast or slow, people involvement, no people involvement, and more broadly, how much of my financial life do I want to be in one place, or how much do I want specialized providers for different parts of my financial life? This ability to leverage data and technology to customize and personalize the consumer experience is really powerful. I think it's going to do a lot, not just for people's satisfaction in dealing with these institutions that historically they've not loved, but just in their overall financial well-being. And their ability to make decisions and know that they can refinance or they should refinance, and that will help them pay off debt, help put a kid through college, right? All these things, and be better for them financially, right? It's not just more debt. All of these things I think are going to be so important for consumers, and we're just really scratching the surface. And I think, you know, to your question too, Lori, we're very focused on mortgage because I think that a lot of energy has been put into underwriting and finding better ways to assess credit risk, how to make that process more delightful for consumers and not so cumbersome. But really everything along this chain is changing, from how you find a home to how it gets appraised, to title insurance, to mortgage, to even after you've been in the home, what happens when you're doing storage, right? Now you have on-demand storage companies that'll bring certain things out of your storage unit back to your house, and then you can put them back. So the whole experience of buying, living in a home, and renting a home, you're seeing HELOC products come along, right? The sale leaseback products, the iBuyers to make moving faster if you really need to get out and move for a new job or anything like that. I mean, the whole experience around home buying and where we live is changing incredibly, and it's all with a view toward how do you make this easier for the consumer? How do you leverage data to make this possible? And there's just a ton of room to grow here, I think.
One point. One thing I will say is I do think in the origination process there is a lot of pressure. It will continue to build. Maybe it's been slower than people have expected in some ways, and for all the reasons that we've talked about, but it is progressing. In servicing, I'm not as convinced that's really
that was
gonna
my
happen.
next follow-up question, and I think, Raj, you mentioned you invested in a servicing company.
It's called EarnUp, which is one of the few that's really focused, especially right now, on the ability to dynamically guide customers towards better, smarter repayment behavior. And it has a knock-on effect, which is that it's a pretty substantial improvement in delinquencies, because it's sort of the sloppy payer phenomenon. Like, life gets busy and you just kind of don't organize your financial life in quite the right way. You miss a payment, and these things tend to snowball more than you might otherwise like. In other words, what we call early bucket transition rates are higher than you would otherwise expect for a population that is just kind of sloppy in the first instance. And that's because people get into bad habits really fast.
So do you think of that more as keeping people from going delinquent once they have a mortgage, or helping them qualify for a mortgage by sort of curbing their delinquencies and things like that, or both?
I think the bigger impact is the first one, not the second one. There are other firms that are focused on, you know, this notion of rehabilitating or educating a customer into being a better credit to begin with, and there's a lot of lift from that. I personally continue to be frustrated by the pace and efficacy of financial education of more or less all stripes. So you have to still put me very much in the skeptical column on that more broadly. But there's definitely some benefit. I am anxious though about the fact that if I look at the servicing infrastructure across the sector compared to how it existed pre-crisis, I don't think it's that much better today than it was then. And I think for very obvious reasons, which is in an environment in which delinquencies have been screaming downhill, it's very difficult to justify to yourself, yes, today is the day I spend $100 million in massive overhaul of my servicing infrastructure. Why would you do that? You simply won't. And that means that when delinquencies pick up again, we're not going to be that much better equipped to be able to deal with it.
Regis, do you want to add anything on servicing?
Sure. There are some companies out there that are investing in better servicing experiences. I know one of them. And I can tell you this idea of default and delinquency a lot of times is tied to life events, less about the underwriting, especially in this climate, and the guidelines that we work within today. The idea of education and being able to help folks who are 1 or 2 months late get current and stay current is a focus we have because, you know, one of our philosophies is we believe in every client every time. No exceptions, no excuses. And so what that means is any client in any situation, whether they're applying or we're servicing their loan, we have to provide, we have an obligation to that person to provide those tools.
But you can imagine, I think the technology, we're talking about how you help somebody once they're in delinquency or how we think about servicing. But the data exists and the technology exists that you could predict when somebody's headed to a bad outcome, right? When they might become delinquent and get them and start helping them make better financial decisions before a problem arises. And I think this idea of education is an important one because the landscape has really evolved from trying to educate consumers about their financial lives, but at a moment that's completely divorced from the point at which they're making a financial decision, right? And now we have the ability to bring those two things together so that when things are happening in their lives real time, you can get them through their phone and other devices, help them make better decisions based on the data, and then avoid the problem to begin with.
And I think tied to that, when you have a digital experience for servicing and delivering that servicing experience digitally, to your point, there are so many behaviors and actions people take when they're in certain situations that you can know and preempt and jump in to proactively help.
And the reason I think I'm worried about the servicing element is that we've spent the last several years across the sector figuring out clever enough ways to build technology around, for example, core processing platforms at banks, right? So the dirty little secret about the early generations of fintech is it was like everything, these whiz-bang new products were all built on top of infrastructure that's like decades, plural, old. And so of course it doesn't, breaks, it's not especially resilient, it's not that whiz-bang at all. A lot of work has gone into building technology wrappers around admittedly not especially wonderful core platforms at banks to obviate a lot of those problems. I don't think that has happened to the same degree on the servicing side of this business. And if you have a core infrastructure that's creaky and old and not resilient and relies on a bunch of COBOL programmers who are dying out, I got news, like you're not gonna have great outcomes. Not everyone.
Let me actually switch gears and start with Adrian on this one. What policy changes in terms of data privacy, ownership, preemption, federal charters, anything else you can think of can make it easier or more difficult for fintech firms to serve the market more effectively?
Yeah, I would start with just that when you're talking about fintech entrepreneurs and regulators, you're just talking about groups of people that are speaking different languages, right? Not that they're working at cross purposes. Often they have very similar objectives or very well aligned objectives. They just, right, like one doesn't speak in acronyms, one doesn't speak in code. It's a kind of a disaster. And then you have all these timing mismatches, right? So what regulators think is fast, Silicon Valley people are pulling out their hair, like, why didn't this happen a month ago? And so you do need a little bit of that translation. As much as it's a particular policy change, it is language and nomenclature and sort of common understanding of what everybody's goals are. One thing you will always hear fintechs complain about is just federalism, right? For us, on the title insurance level, we had to get approval from the GSEs to be a title insurance underwriter. And then we had to be licensed in every state that we wanted to do business in. And some states are friendlier than others, and you bake it into your go-to-market strategy of like, where do we start this thing? Like, who's gonna give us the first go-ahead? But there are all kinds of antiquated rules that make it hard, and I'll continue with the title example. you have seasoning requirements that say, like, you have to have been an insurer to be an insurer. And I'm like, well, how does that work? Like it's not physically possible, right? How do you do that? There are some states that have rules that said anybody can object to your underwriter application for any reason, and until you ameliorate their concerns, you can't get a license. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make for a very competitive landscape. It's the definition of anti-competitive. The good thing I would say, so all of that to say, it's hard and it takes a lot of resources and a lot of work to get licensed in a highly regulated space and a highly charged political space like mortgage. I have always found that the good thing about federalism is exactly what the founders wanted, was that you have a laboratory. So while you have some states that may be risk averse or where the regs are adverse to the technology and the innovation, you have other states that will be very forward leaning and will let you try different things. And then you can prove your concept and take it to other states. So I think that is very helpful. So I always say to people, it's less a particular reg, although there are plenty I'm sure that folks would want to change, and more a process question. I'll just tell one story very quickly. Ben Losky, who used to be the superintendent of the Department of Financial Services in New York, which was the first state to do the BIT license for cryptos. He tells this great story. They decided to do the BIT license. They're accepting applications. They've got some applicants who are calling and they're like, we put in our application 6 months ago. What's happening? The regulators are like, 6 months, like that's no time. And he went to sort of check with the folks in his department to see what was taking so long. And they said, well, our process is that when you amend an application for anything, it goes to the bottom of the stack, right? But in a 21st century economy and in technology and in innovation, right? They're changing their technology, they're changing the business model, they're changing the algorithms all the time. So they were amending their application. And every time they did that, it went to the bottom of the stack. So by definition, right, they were never going to get their application reviewed. And it's such a great story because it shows that it's not just the rules, right, themselves. It's the process and the way of thinking and how that gap needs to be bridged if we really want to bring consumer-friendly innovations to market.
I think you got, so first of all, I think regulators have made some important strides, right? Because as a new regulator, as a baby regulator back in whatever year that was, 2011, it seemed to me that regulatory agencies in the US had fallen into the trap of starting to look a lot like their regulated charges, like sort of slow to make decisions and like everything goes through multiple levels of review and there's not enough kind of materiality standard for anything. And I think a lot of that actually has changed from a mindset point of view, which is great and hard to do. I mean, after all, if one of the things that makes tech innovation work is the idea of having a minimally viable product that you get into market and see whether it works, and if you're going to fail, which you are because nothing's good the first time around, the idea is that you should fail fast and learn from it. You find me a prudential regulator who's interested in you failing fast, slow, anything. Like that's just not in your DNA. And notwithstanding that, I think there have been some important attitudinal shifts. I happen to live this preemption kind of debate all the time. One of the companies we own is a consulting firm that works with, as it turns out, there are many firms that have interesting issues at the intersection of finance and technology and policy that also happen to need $1 million from us. Most of them do not. And for the ones that do not, we have an advisory firm that works with them. Two of the partners in that firm, one is a guy called David Cotney, who many of you will know, who was the chair of the CSBS for years, and one is called Amy Friend, who is the chief counsel of the OCC. They have dramatically different points of view on the nature of preemption in our federalism. But from my point of view, it's the relatively sometimes chaotic differences between various states' regulatory lattice works are a meaningful and I think artificial and unnecessary bit of sand in the gears for what otherwise would be better scalability and faster cycle times in this sector. And other than sort of a faint mysticism about the origins of our laboratories of innovations in the States, like I've never actually heard an especially grounded point of view on the other side. I say this knowing that David Cotney is not in the room and he will not beat me.
I think when we talk about policy, so much of it, I think, centers around where is there uncertainty? Because when there's uncertainty, the innovation investments are slow. right? And so when we think about, I mean, you talk about federal preemption and the whole discussion around data privacy, and speaking as a company that has to apply and abide by regulations in all 50 states to lend mortgages in those states, as well as CFPB and the GSEs and everybody else, having data privacy regulations without some sort of federal preemption component seem like potential to slow innovation tremendously. So we have to figure that out. So that's an area of uncertainty. I think there's two more, though, that are pretty important, especially in housing. One, tied directly, I think, to what some of the work, Kelly, you guys are doing is getting really clear about financial data and consumer permission financial data and the route that that data travels and who is responsible in the event of a breach of that data, and that liability model. With the absence of that, I think everyone is pushing the liability to everyone else, and costs are going up. Investment in the innovation around that is going to be dicey until that gets clear. And so, you know, Adrian said an interesting word earlier. I think it's modernize, right? And how do we modernize some things to remove some of this uncertainty? The last one I'll just mention really quickly. All of us who are close to housing understand the QM patch and the expiration in 2021. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that at least a little bit. And really, I think the idea that there's a different and better way that isn't tied to a 43% DTI going forward. And just to get really technical for a second, I think that there are a lot of things that you're probably seeing in cash flow data and we've seen in different fintech apps where if someone lives in a market where rent is high, and they've been reliably making their rent payment for 3 years, and they're paying more in rent than what it would cost for them to have a starter home or a condo, they shouldn't necessarily be disqualified because their DTI is 51% because they have too much student loan debt, right? So there's a different and better way we have to modernize even some of the guidelines to really help the next generation of home buyers.
And let me switch gears one final time and start with Kelly on this one. How can fintech expand access to credit? And can fintech facilitate other structural changes that might change the market? Like there's one startup that buys the house for cash, and when the borrower gets a mortgage, basically the buyer buys the mortgage, the fintech firm puts it in their name, and when the buyer gets the mortgage, it gets passed back to them. So how can fintech expand access to credit?
Yeah, I don't know that I can speak to that specific startup, but
just in general, how can it expand access to credit?
The areas that we're obviously focused on are really about data right now and thinking about ways that it can be used. And I agree. I think there are a lot of uncertainties in the ecosystem for moving that data around right now that are causing slowness and uncertainty in the system. This is potentially, really important to consumers and small businesses getting better access, but we know they care a lot about that data and making sure that they understand what's being moved, who has it, for what purposes, how does that work, what exactly are they giving permission to, and all of the back end things that they don't necessarily see about liability and so on. Ensuring accuracy, thinking about how the existing laws like the Fair Credit Reporting Act and the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act potentially apply in this kind of new ecosystem that's somewhat distinct from the traditional credit information systems is hugely important going forward, and it will fuel questions potentially in mortgage, particularly with regard just to verification, but also underwriting. There are other sources of information that people are thinking about as being potentially relevant to forecasting credit risk. If we can't figure this out for cash flow data and transaction account records, it will be even harder to figure out where it does or doesn't make sense to add some of those other things into the system. And so those are hugely important questions. Machine learning is often paired with data in the sense that it gives people potentially power to analyze a great deal more data at the same time, so that you can use more sophisticated analyses than some of the regression models that people have relied on for a long time. They're also often a lot more opaque. So making sure that we understand what's happening on fair lending, that consumers are given clear adverse action notices and understand how to navigate the process better the next time. There's a range of questions in that space that are also hugely important, have a lot of potential, but really have to be thought through carefully to balance all those interests. In terms of other ways that fintech may be able to increase access to credit, there's a number of shared appreciation products that people are starting to experiment with in the market. I think those really depend on the details. It's very complicated, I think, to explain that to a consumer, to make sure that they understand what they are potentially getting into and the conditions on what happens. Can a home sale ever be forced or not? What are the conditions? Those do have potential, but they, again, have to be thought through very carefully to make sure that they're actually working to the benefit of consumers.
I would not understate, by the way, the sheer lever that cost reduction is, right? So if the average, what's the average industry production cost for a first lien mortgage is probably something that rounds to $7,000 or $8,000.
I think it's 8.
Right, and so the ugly reality is this is a business in which revenues are mostly driven by spread, and spread is mostly driven by the size of the ticket. But costs are mostly driven by the unit, not by the size of the loan. As a result, when costs are like hanging around that high, you should not expect to be able to make smaller loans, which means that you're going to shut out a bunch of people at the lower end of the market. That is a terrible result that is most easily fixed by really reducing operating costs. In the case of Better, like one of our partners is a big consumer bank, so we provide basically private label mortgages to their customers. Compared to their prior partner, now 67%, so 2/3 of the loans that they're doing with us would have been impossible before because they were below the minimum ticket size that they were willing to do before. The company's minimum size now is $75,000, and I would be happier if we continue to shrink that. And it's exactly that kind of cost discipline that will make possible some of these smaller ticket shared appreciation approaches. By the way, this whole I still don't get the logic of the whole iBuyer thing, like the notion of someone standing in as the cash buyer. I don't know, maybe, but if you had an actual lender that knew what they're doing, why can't they just give you, most of these things are people moving from a house to a slightly bigger house. Why can't I give you a second lien on the equity you already have? That seems to me to be something that is both more that's something you actually sell in the capital markets, it's something that exists already, it's just that the risk appetite and the energy isn't there. Like that whole thing, we're gonna crush that.
With that,
I don't know that it's even improving access. I think it's sometimes making it so that someone who is already going to buy a home could buy a home sooner, perhaps. But I think your point about the devil being in the details of how those are set up, and I know you know a lot about investing in startups, and that's a very capital-intensive way to build a business. So I don't know that that actually has a longer-term life. But a couple things to answer your question, Lori, on the fintech side, and what can fintech overall do? I think fintech apps, by their very nature, tend to remove bias. And there's a lot we can do. I mean, today in Rocket Mortgage, obviously we have to ask race and ethnicity questions because that's the rule. We have to do that. But those are not used in the calculations of what someone qualifies for. 1/3 of people, actually slightly more than 1/3 of people, choose to not answer, which is their right. And so we can start to eliminate the bias in face-to-face transactions by using fintech apps in more productive ways, bottom line. To do that, one of the things that I was kind of talking about earlier and we've mentioned here is using the data in ways where you can design a really wonderful consumer experience where you can actually ask less of the consumer but know more about their situation. Because mortgage tends to get very complicated. I'm here to tell everybody it's actually really simple. It's understand the unique financial situation of a person and understand the property. That's it. At the end of the day, that is really it to make the decisions to be able to help someone buy a home. And what you can do when you start to ask less but know more by relying on data is you can start to correlate that data in very positive ways and safe, responsible ways to get more access to more folks to buy a home. I think the last thing really quick, and you had mentioned education earlier, what we see a lot is education is not giving people tons of stuff to read. Education is helping them learn by doing. So some of our most popular tools around getting mortgage options and then customizing the rate or the term. You've been in your home 6 years, you don't want to go back to a 30-year, you want a 24-year mortgage. You can customize all those things within Rocket Mortgage. Simulate with your credit score what different things like a personal loan or a refinance could do to impact your credit score. These are hugely valuable tools that people write us about proactively all the time and how they help. So I think that learning by doing is really kind of the core of where education needs to go. And the fintech apps can provide these tools to help people make really good decisions throughout their homeownership journey.
Just one thing I would say, especially for the policy community, often you get pushback on expanding access to credit because people will then say, well, how much does that credit cost? And I think we've yet to decide as a policy community what sort of trade-offs we are comfortable with. Are we okay expanding access right down to an LMI consumer, down to lower quality borrowers, if it costs more? And obviously it's a question of degree. So I think that your point, Raj, about can you bring costs down and therefore lend to a broader swath of borrowers, that's sort of the key, because we do want to be able to expand access, but not at the expense of consumers. And I think often what happens when you have these policy discussions is people have a knee-jerk reaction to, well, if you're expanding access, like, is it going to be predatory? And we haven't yet done enough study of the correlation between expanding access and what that means for costs, and can we both expand access and keep costs in an area that we're comfortable with?
Do you mind if I jump in?
Yeah, then this is the last thing, then we're going to go to audience Q&A.
So two quick things. One, with regard to the data, I do think that automated underwriting has tremendous potential in the sense that it's more consistent and that you are potentially screening some of the human bias out. At the same time, automation is only as good the data as it relies on, and data itself can be biased in many ways. So there is important analysis that has to be done. In our work, we started to look at some fair lending issues. We weren't able to do a full spectrum analysis. What we found was encouraging, but there is much more work to be done and to be thought about. And to your point about price, we weren't able to look at price. We were really looking at predictiveness and looking at defaults. But it's interesting in the small business credit market, when business scoring first started to take off in the 1990s, there was research that showed it increased access to credit among underserved populations, but average prices went up because what happened was people who would have been turned away before were getting approved, but oftentimes they did have high risk levels, and so at least to start off, they were being charged relatively high prices. So I think you're right that it's a very complex combination between access and price and how you think about it. It may change over time. Fortunately, the small business data doesn't continue out far enough to know exactly kind of what happened beyond the initial studies, but it's a really interesting question. It'll be very central going forward as we see all these new forms of data start to get piloted and thought more about.
And with that, let's go to audience Q&A. I see one right there.
Hi, I'm with NeighborWorks America, and I have a question for Adrian. You mentioned in one of your responses that there are predictive formulas, algorithms, that can tell you when people are going to become delinquent. We work with 250 nonprofit organizations across the country, many of whom offer financial coaching, which is an amazing intervention, but it's kind of less successful if someone's at that crisis point. So I'm really curious about if the algorithms or systems that you were talking about are already on the marketplace. Maybe just any more detail, like if people are actually, if some people are actually using them, who's using them, types of data points, how far in advance any more detail.
Yeah, I think it's very early days for not just the predictive space of like when is a crisis coming, but just helping consumers make financial decisions across their financial lives in general. I think it's very early days. There isn't, I would say, a product or a service that I would recommend to you that's so fully fleshed out. I think it's yet to come, where we'll be able to look at all, like the consumer's individual financial situation, make recommendations on a loan versus a refi, but also say, we can tell by your cash flow data, we can tell by other things that are happening in your life, your spending, how you've been using your credit cards, right? All these things that you're 60 days away from a crisis, right? So it's not quite there yet, but it's coming.
As a normative matter, I don't think that we as a policy community have really grappled with some of the questions that would enable some of this stuff. Yeah. So there's a certain level of creepiness associated with some of these levers, right? Like if I know that you suddenly are driving to a gas station that's 2 miles further from your house, like why are you doing that? Right. Is that good because you're so prudent, or is it bad because you really need the money all of a sudden? Like I think that most people would be slightly weirded out by that. But we haven't actually adjudged it one way or another, Kelly, so.
That's right. There's a question about how you use cash flow data one time for the origination process. There is a different question about how you potentially would be using cash flow data over time to monitor the consumer or the small business. In open-end credit, obviously, because you're kind of re-underwriting the credit card over time, people do tend to re-underwrite. they'll be pulling traditional credit data or whatever they're looking at. But that's not always common across all credit products, and I think there's a really important question to make sure that if that is going to happen, that it's clear to everyone, especially the consumer, the small business, that they understand when and how that might happen, if it is appropriate for that to be happening. So that's a separate question.
And the next piece of this is going to be, and already is, there are startups where consumers can choose to sell their data and which pieces of their data they're going to sell and to whom, and there's lots of unanswered questions there.
Actually, I'm going to reserve the last question for me, and that is because Raj, you started it. Why are you so down on iBuying?
Fundamentally, it just doesn't seem like an especially capital-intensive solution to a relatively straightforward problem for most of these borrowers. Most of these borrowers are people who are moving up. They have some equity in the house. The problem is the second lien market is completely broken. Like, when was the last time you got solicited for a HELOC that wasn't going to look like just basically a full-scale first mortgage, except the ticket size is 5 times smaller? It's like a meteor hit the entire home equity market, and it hasn't quite. The mammals have not emerged once the dinosaurs were gone. To me, that's a much more straightforward way to solve that problem. And by the way, I also wrestle with the idea that, like, you know, the big problem we have is that cash buyers are snapping up all the houses. Like, there's also, I'm not even totally sure that that's A, true, and B, whether that's the core problem that we ought to be solving.
Anyone have anything they want to add?
I am not an investor in the company.
I noticed that.
I'd be surprised if you were, given that.
Anyone have anything they want to add to his answer? Well, with that, why don't we wrap up the day? So let me. So this has actually been an absolutely terrific day. I want to thank my distinguished group of panelists, give them all a hand, and all the panelists who participated today. I'd actually like to just sum up the day very quickly. Brian Brooks got us started by talking about the role of fintech, basically making the point that it can be useful to the mortgage market in 4 different areas. First, new building technologies. Second, changing the cost of capital. Third, better risk measurements, and finally, lowering the cost of administration. And we actually spent a lot of time on the final and in the last panel in terms of better risk measurement, in terms of cash flow underwriting, and how fintech can dramatically lower costs. On the land use panel, it became clear how very difficult a problem it was, that in California, rent control passed, but zoning reform failed. One point that came out loud and clear was the need to think about both housing and transportation together, and certainly getting rid of parking requirements dramatically lowers the cost of building. And also when you think about zoning reform, you also need to think about the financing side. For example, with ADUs, there are issues with the financing. Is it in place? And many times it isn't. In the building technologies panel, Lynn started out making the point that housing starts have been much less responsive to home cycles than in previous cycles. However, there have been lots of attempts to introduce factory-built product, and all have failed. And part of this is a scale issue, and Fannie's big contribution is standardization. We talked a lot about factory-built housing, and basically the fact that it is far more popular in other parts of the world than it is in the U.S., and certainly the fact that you have to build to state codes hurts scalability. The only place where you don't have to build to state codes, you can build to federal codes, is in manufactured housing, which is much cheaper per square foot, but has incredible stigma issues. But there is a huge advantage in building to the federal codes. On the panel as to whether it makes sense to whether the proposals to segment borrowers between FHA and the GSEs make sense. The All three panelists agreed on very little, but they definitely agreed that there's no reason to segment legislatively. Flexibility is good. Statutory micromanagement is bad, to quote Ellen. There were splits on whether or not risk-based pricing is good or not. And one of the points that came out loud and clear is that it's not clear that the big advantage of private capital is in terms of risk-bearing, it's in terms of innovation, and I thought that was a really interesting point. On the political panel, the point was made that the supply side focus is new on both sides of the aisle. There's a consensus that zoning laws need to be relaxed. However, it's very, very hard to do. Local authorities have little incentive to do it. The federal government has few tools. Certainly tying federal funds to local zoning decisions is a possibility, but it's also incredibly difficult and unlikely to happen. And then there was a very interesting discussion on housing finance reform where we saw some very odd couplings. It's pretty clear that if Congress doesn't act, this administration tends to move forward administratively. Both Jim Parrott and Doug Holtz-Eakin thought that that would be an absolute disaster. Quote, "We're engaged in a giant game of chicken." Jeb Mason and Jared Bernstein thought that maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Very, very odd coupling. And Lindsay was more optimistic in terms of the focus will ultimately be on the end state. In the final panel, we picked up many of the themes from the morning in terms of fintech expanding access to credit, in terms of fintech dramatically lowering costs. I think the one very interesting point of this is how many times in this discussion the consumer experience came up. You sort of think of fintech as increasing efficiency, and sort of people want that human interaction. I think the point is that it's been being built into the fintech area. People realize it. So with that was our day. Thank you all so much for coming. We look forward to having you attend our next few events. We have a chart book call on October 30th. We have a talk on VA mortgages on November 12th. That will be here. It will also be webcast for those of you who are from out of town. Thank you all very much for being here. Thanks to our speakers and thanks to our sponsors.